So
Okay.
we don't have to follow the ad lib, or we still follow the ad lib? Okay.
Copy that.
Getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge. Tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. world, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go and
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back. Gear up, hold a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look all the time, down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Yes, we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them. We ain't got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the
kings. It's our honor showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The crowd found the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. 2 independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Become a pro player? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada. It's time to walk the path of honor.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 4 of the Kings Major West League. My name is Rafa, and I'm joined by Blam, the one and only, the maestro of Honor of Kings, bringing me into this incredible world and this incredible esport. Blam, what is good, my man? We are finally casting together.
We are finally casting together, and it is the final days of the ranking phase as well, right? Like, obviously, this is not the be-all and end-all for some of these teams, but it is definitely going to put you in a shakier spot going into those survival weeks.
This is where everything is going to get officially locked in for both Groups S and Groups A. And there's so many things that we want to talk about. There's so many things we want to recap. But we got to remind everyone at home what they're playing for, Blam. It's that 50,000 USD prize pool where the champion will take 10,000 of the prize pool. And then even if you are able to, just the fact that you're participating in this league, you are guaranteed 6,000 USD.
I mean, that's it, right? I mean, Honor of Kings looks after its players, and there we go. You walk in, even if you're 7th place, right? You're getting 6,000 USD. You're in Malaysia right now. It's probably better weather than it is in the UK, but here we are with the current standings within the ranking week. So currently, OG Esports is at the top spot, which with a phenomenal performance throughout the week is understandable. Twisted Minds, again, 4-0 as well. AYLO Gaming, that 3rd position is where it all seems to be playing for within this final day, right, Rafa? There's so many people, so many teams that can actually try and peep this if they get some great series under their belts. But unfortunately for MKOI right at the bottom, they need to pull out a series if they don't want to stay at that bottom part.
Yeah, I think pretty much seeds 3 through 6 could all be competing for that final spot in clinching their way to Group S and avoiding having to play in the survival week. But of course, today's matches that we are streaming today are as follows. Virtus.pro taking on 9Z Globant, Twisted Minds versus OG. Our match of the week, we've been hyping it up since day 3. And then, of course, the last 2 matches, Virtus.pro versus AYLO, and then next RÜYA and MKOI. And just because we have our, match of the week in the 2nd series, it doesn't mean that the other matches aren't just as important here, Blam.
Absolutely, because I mean, like we were just speaking about, right? Like that 3rd place is so volatile right now within this final day of the ranking day. So yes, we get that match of the day within the first 2 games, but the actual grandeur of those last 3 and 4 matches definitely determines that 3rd place, which is definitely where everybody should still be tuning in to see who's actually going to make it into Group S.
That's right. And as we're getting ready for our first series of the day, some of the things that I want to get a chance to talk about and just get your quick thoughts about day 3. Was there anything that jumped out to you? Was there any big surprises, or did it kind of go as you expect?
I would say probably my biggest surprise was the fact that NRX took a 2-0 from VP, right? Like, NRX, you haven't seen much of them on broadcast because they had their first game against OG Esports, which really kind of set the standard for them in that day 2. And then their game against 9Z Globant was actually played offline. They won a 2-1, which was actually, again, very surprising for me. But this roster from the Turkish region is definitely, again, I hate to keep saying the same word, but it's definitely keeping a surprise in my mind with this team. I feel like if they have a great 4th day against MKOI, which realistically, statistically, they could have a good chance of doing that. Sorry, NA, but they could see themselves into that top 3 spot as well.
It's definitely possible, and the way that next RÜYA has surprised us, they were definitely keeping Virtus.pro on their toes and surprising them with all of the vision traps that they were pulling against them in their 2-0 series. And even the way that 2nd game ended, we had kind of given Virtus.pro a chance, like, hey, there's still a way that they can come back in this game. But all it takes, once you're past that 10-minute mark, is, one pick off into a stumbling of multiple members getting caught out in succession, and then boom, your crystal is open and the game is over.
That's how the cookie crumbles, right? In Honor of Kings, you can blink, and in that blink of an eye, your game can pretty much be going from a decided game on your behalf, and then your enemy team taking that run down into the mid lane and getting that crystal. But the thing I was really surprised with NRX is the fact that they actually gave us our first appearance. But we're going to go and jump in to Team A. Let's introduce them. It's none other than Virtus.pro.
Let's go! The battle's calling.
on the blue side for our first series of the day. It is Virtus.pro. And as we've seen from this squad so far, I know that you had already highlighted some of the series have not really gone the way that we would have expected for this squad. And now they find themselves really desperate to get as many series wins as possible in order to try and clinch that third seed today.
Yeah, and this is who's representing them, right? We've got Shizu, we've got Limb, we've got Red, we've got Prince, and we've got Grizzly Hughes. So again, this team really needs to step up in their last 2 series within the ranking week. Honestly, they definitely have a chance, right? Like, the teams that they're going up against are definitely in that same kind of spectrum of difficulty and skill play style. So I could still honestly see Virtus.pro potentially getting 2-0s of this one, or we could see 2 full best of 3s between these 2 teams. But right now, they've got to get locked in to see and obviously play against 9ZG as well.
Yeah, their opponents, the Argentinian squad on the red side. Let's check them out.
And here it is. This is 9Z Globant, which has had a surprising run so far within the competition, especially day 1. Day 2 not being their finest hour, but they could still come back with this one, right? And representing them is Angra 1 up with the Clash lane, Sick into the jungle, Moon in the mid lane, the Ganamo Maestro, Destro, and then Capacita in the support role. So again, this team has been very surprising, Rafa.
Yeah, and I've been a big fan of Sick in the jungle. I think is still one of the few junglers that is willing to really kind of explore the assassin jungler pool that we've really only seen DowDow and Clean be super comfortable always bringing up against the teams that they feel very confident going into, whereas most of the other teams are trying to fill that frontline role for the rest of their squads, whether it's, you know, playing the Ogryn or playing the Dune. But Sick, I mean, this guy on an off-stream match played Prince of Landling. I was denied a Sick Shadow game.
I mean, a player that matches his hair color to the jersey, that means he has to play in style, right? Like, he has to play those flashier heroes into the jungle role. And honestly, he definitely had some stellar performances, and then other performances weren't quite hitting the pale, right? Especially against, like, Twisted Minds going 2-0. But we're going to look at a bit of a head-to-head here, especially between Prince and Destro. So both on total 18 of kills. Destro actually getting a little bit more damage average, and then per goal per minute as well, going over to Destra. And then it's when the team fight participation comes through, that's where Prince is backing up his homies on Virtus.pro.
Yeah, both of these farm laners have been trying to do the most for their squads, and when everything seems lost, it's up to them to usually step up to the plate, and at least, you know, in the games that they have won, they have been able to live up to that mantra. But obviously, against some of our top teams in the league, not even the way that they're able to take over a late game team fight has been enough, because most of the times against the top teams, they don't get a chance to get to that late game. They're getting squashed out early.
Yeah, and that's the part, right? Like, it's a kind of the separation between, like, a good team and a great team. Like, a good team knows that they can kind of, like, try and get through that late game if they ever were to get there. But a great team knows all the timers that are going on within your team composition, as well as the enemy team composition as well, right? Like, if you know you've got a Lung on the enemy team, and you're kind of having not a convincing mid-game, that's where you've really got to try and put the pressure on. It's like, hey guys, we really need to make sure this Lung doesn't come online, because there's been many situations where we've seen it actually come from the depths of the high ground turrets being completely ceased out. I mean, MKOI displayed it beautifully, but not many teams can say that they can do that as well in the same breath. So again, they need to make sure that they are bringing their A game and closing these games out when they know that they can at most potential, right? But we're getting into draft number 1.
Here we go.
Game 1.
Draft has begun. This is the Globant pick selection. So for anyone that is just tuning in for the first time, first of all, welcome. This is the Honor Kings Major West League. Glad to have you join us here.
The best league.
Yep. Suck it, East League. Just kidding. Hey. That's between you and Holler. You guys can, handle the beef. I'm just the hype guy on the side. But the way that global pick ban works is that any team that selects a draft throughout the series, they are no longer able to use the same heroes that they played in a certain game. So if your team drafts, let's say, Charlotte, Oghren, Mai, Arlie, and, Sakir, I know that doesn't sound like a good composition. Just for the sake of the, example, that team can never play those heroes again. But now we've blitzed through the bans. Tell me what's up. Dharma being looked at for the first pick for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, Dharma Prioban, right? This is a hero that has been highly selected within the ranking league of the Major West League, right? Again, it's a great catch out into these team fights, especially when you're trying to catch out the slippy heroes like the Ali. You're going to be trying to land those crucial crowd controls, but at the same time, 9ZG have put a little bit of a hurdle in the way of this Dharma, right? The Diadea with a bit of farewells with the enhanced basic attack can look to try and CC the Dharma before he even gets that prime moment. But back onto for a matter about the global ban pick for a second. Obviously adapted in the KPL in 2018, and it has been the fresh new start of the Honor of Kings season 2025, where we saw it adapted in season 3 Invitational, and boy, did it cause some upsets, just like this draft right now.
That's right. Already, a lot of priority picks have been given up over to 9ZG that we would normally been seen snagged away in other selections. The Arlie has had an overwhelming draft presence rate so far. I dare say that it's still 100% at this point in the tournament, and we've had 4 days of gameplay, but it just goes to show that how incredibly potent she is as a hero. But now 9ZG looking to round out their core for this first round of draft with their Clash laner of choice. The answer into the Dharma is going to be the Charlotte.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is a good backline pick, right? The fact that she can kind of dive in, like copious amounts of dives on this hero, and she obviously has the self-heal. You're going to be trying to force the enemy team to build some anti-healing, right? Like maybe Yixing will build the Venomous Stab. Maybe we'll start to see some Blazing Capes come through as well, but I really like this pick for the Emperor, right? Especially into the Dharma. I feel like these Tremor Smashes into the earlier parts of these team fights is really going to set up Shisu to actually try and come in with the Truth Mantras and stick like a 3 or 4 man crucial crowd control. And right now, with Yixing as well, there's a lot of control onto the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely where my head was at. There's so much CC, there's so much utility on the side of Virtus.pro, and it's not to say that they're necessarily lacking in damage, since Yixing and Dharma can definitely punch it and pack it. But what are you looking for Virtus.pro to round out the rest of this composition with?
Virtus.pro, I mean, Elim, we know statistically likes to go for the assassin junglers, right? So I can imagine we're going to be seeing assassin jungle come through. I mean, hence the ban on the Jing, ban on the Musashi as well. Oghren for the side of VP has been banned, so we could potentially see the Lam come through, because again, the Death from Below is another banning out himself. I mean, Elim, what are you doing? Coach Blam's trying to give you a few tips here, and you go and ban it. But maybe it makes sense because of the Diadea as well, right? The Diadea is a little bit more of a tricky obstacle to get around.
Yeah, I think they're also paying respect to Six, since he is also another person outside of our 2 Italian squads that are going towards the assassin junglers. Princess Frost, they're going to keep their cards on what the jungle pick is going to be for Sick and just go for a standard control mage here.
Yeah, standard control mage, which doesn't obviously isn't resource heavy into the mid lane as well, right? Like you're going to be expecting Ali to try and clean up a lot of those early minion waves into the mid lane as well as her own lane. So going for the Princess Frost makes her late game activate a little bit quicker, gives over more access to the resources for the Ali. But if we look over to the side of VP, it's actually going to be proving me wrong here. We're seeing a limp on Monkey for the first time, but it makes sense. The Dream Roam trying to catch out the backline of 9ZG is definitely where his sights are going to be set.
9ZG, what do you round out this composition with? Wow. Neither of these junglers, which they've definitely shown some proclivity to a little bit of aggression with some of the early assassin picks we saw on the first couple days of the tournament. They're just saying, we got to be front lines for our squad. We got to be the tanks this time around.
Gonna be the tanks this time around as well. I mean, we were speaking about this in the intro, right? The Lung here coming through for the side of VP is a great late game pick. We're gonna be seeing the Infinite Vastas come through, obviously trying to bait the side of NZG, potentially try and get the Dire from the Dune and the Charlotte to come through a little bit early, maybe even try and bait the Destiny encounter through so it doesn't actually hit that full side of the enemy team on Virtus.pro, so the damage doesn't come through and the healing doesn't come through, hence the counter engage doesn't come through, and then that's when we can kind of see Liam Poe come through with the Tremor Smash as well as Shisu onto Dharma. Trying to pick off that backline is definitely how we could see these team fights play out. But over to the side of 9ZG, they have to look out for this Princess Frost. This is Moon. This is a guy that loves to play the Ganon Mo. Honestly, I feel like he has it in his player skill that he can land those frigid prisons when need to, but also the more important Winter is here.
How poetic is it, Blam, that in our first game of Virtus.pro and 9ZG, where we had the head-to-head graphic being Prince versus Destro, it is now pretty much both compositions built around supporting these late game carries in the Arlie and the Long. It's going to be an epic showdown.
Yeah, very much so, right? I mean, you can see the side of Virtus.pro, they could definitely have a little bit more leeway with the Lung, right? Like, they have the Liam Poe, Grizzly Q here. He's going to be having that massive engage into the team fights, but then you've also got a Limb onto the Monkey. So Monkey and a Limb and Grizzly Q are going to be the front line, right? But we are here, and the reason it is the EWC. The thrilling season of this major league is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Nothing happening so far on the Gorge. So, reminding everyone at home, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands, ready to level up. It's yours and feel the difference. Because right now, no differences being made so far by the side of Virtus.pro. However, a little bit of aggression from Grizzly Q and Red getting in and yoinking away the boar camp.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good thing, a good start for the side of VP, right? Taking those boar camps from the side of 9ZG, it means that obviously Dune is not going to get those resources much more quicker to the side of Monkey here. Dune, respectively, has the same kind of wave clear as Monkey in terms of the jungle, and right now they're just trying to force some fights into the bot side of the map.
Yeah, 3v2 on the bot side at the moment. Destro taking a little bit of damage there, but able to at least use the power of that health. I guess like a relic? Heal room right behind the tower. Keeps it sustained, and now they have Moon collapsing in, repaying the favor that they had to face with the 3v2. Fights for control in that bottom side. 2 brushes there, and now game once again seems to have stabilized. Might go for a 3v2 tower dive, but at least it's just pressure onto the tower.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where the objectives have lined within these two teams, right? If you look at the minimap and look to the top side of the map, you can see that Shisu and Alim are trying to get that early game in advantage for the side of Shisu, so that they can free up the armor a little bit, potentially get in the portal here as well, able to clear that up, so it means that they can be across the gorge within a moment's notice.
Hey, that was an early roll to my board for Red, so that's not going to be available the next time around, at least for... If there's a window that 9ZG want to force onto that 3v2 or the 3v3, they know that they'll have, like, ulti kind of advantage, but doesn't seem like it's an opportunity that 9ZG will be able to take. Meanwhile, as we take a look back on the top side, you saw that the 2v2 was erupting, but no one really fully committing for any early kills so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to kind of exhaust it and lose it there than it is towards the neutral objective, right? So Red's used it, he's now got it back up. So next time he has it, I feel like it's going to be played around this neutral objective fight, which is where we can kind of see 9ZG putting a lot of their focus in, trying to get that farm lane into their favor before these neutral objectives come up within the next 55 seconds. But right now, in terms of the gold lead, 9ZG taking it right now, and you can kind of see the gold lead going into the favor of the Dune. So again, just making that boar camp takeaway for VP just a little bit more motivation.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. 40 seconds away from neutral objective spawning, as you highlighted. The Tyrant going to be the big focus. Not many teams have been taking the Overlord since when I was talking to Yumu's yesterday. A lot of teams just don't necessarily find a lot of value in it, that you want to drop side lane resources or a lot of tempo on the map for it. You know, it's not until it becomes shadow empowered, that it is a lot more meaningful and it puts a lot more map pressure. And as we're kind of rounding down the clock here, 15 seconds away from neutral objective spawning, we're already seeing a little bit of rotations from 9ZG making their way towards the bottom side.
Yeah, we can see here that Prince is just using the wins to try and make sure that Kapasiba doesn't have the best invade on him here. Using your Rudy Blade out of there is sick, trying to bait some skills from a limb. But right now, we are seeing a lot of damage going from Prince onto the Lung. So going for this Tyrant makes a lot of sense, right? You're going to be wanting to get the extra damage of movement speed because it's only going to benefit the Lung.
The limb's so slippery on the monkey. Sometimes I forget that it is also a tank, but just because the amount of mobility you're able to just glide on through the wall like that, crazy stuff. Tyrant being burned down. World is my board. Doesn't really trap anyone other than Sick. The smite is clean from 9ZG, and now the fight may be erupting here. Tremor Smash already used by Grizzly Q, but forced to run away. No one has popped flashes, though, outside of Destro, but 9ZG content that they're able to get a clean objective.
Yeah, the mistake there was the fact that a limb didn't have Dream Roam, right? Dream Roam into a neutral objective and Smite is so crucial and so effective. But a limb just kind of used it already prior to that. So again, 9ZG, knowing they had that intel, knew that, hey, it's free for us here, but we can see a bit of an engage. Grizzly Q just trying to clear off these minion waves to make sure they don't lose the T1, but it's looking frightful.
Yeah, I mean, 9ZG are able to just muscle that tier 1 relentlessly. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, just not enough members dedicated to being able to defend the tier 1 from falling. And now, we've talked about the importance of T1s. Hang on, Sick. I don't know if you can do this. You're tanking on the Dune, but you've got no friends, and the world is my board. Locks him down, but yes, as I say that, he is pretty darn tanky, and he's able to survive long enough just for Angry One to bail him out.
I mean, this is where Six really set up this early game, right? Like, he's level 9. He's got the level advantage over a limb. A limb only just catching the level 9 right now. Red with a rotation, trying to catch out both Kappa and Destro. We do see the Magma Slam, Tremor Smash, sorry, actually being committed there, but it's actually going to catch nobody. So again, not a great effective at ultimate, but First Blood.
There it is, the 2v1. They find a window where there is no one protecting Shisu on the top side of the map. Able to pick up First Blood 9ZG. It did come at the cost of Kapasaba's flash, but as you called out, the Tremor Smash does not set up a successful pick for the side of Virtus.pro. Gold lead's still relatively even, so not all is lost if you are a Virtus.pro fan. World is my board, maybe from Red to look for another pick, but once again, no one is locked down here.
No one's locked down, but I mean, obviously the First Blood is going to be a huge motivation here for the side of NZG. But I do want to point out the early Splendor being built here by Moon. So again, we could kind of be seeing a little bit of a utility of this Princess Frost to be used to try and bait the ultimate from either the Dharma or even try and bait those Flaming Palms into the team fight, or even the Tremor Smash, right? Just go into status, and then it kind of just cancels out the whole thing.
Yeah. And you know what? I know I said earlier on that the gold lead was relatively even. I misspoke. It is now suddenly a 3,000 gold lead just out of nowhere off the back of 3 towers falling in the favor of 9ZG. And now they have quite a really strong grasp on control of the map, and they're able to even snipe away the blue buff as well. Grizzly Q wants to force something, a quick pick here. Destro just too slippery. Another flash used, and now the Stick with the re-engage. Maybe Virtus.pro just went a little too far, and now you can see that they're split. Shisu just doing all that he can, but is going to get sniped up by Arlie. On the left side, Angry One doing the most that he can and forced to flash away. But Blam, this is looking pretty darn good from the side of 9ZG.
Yeah, I'll let you in on a little bit of a problem there for the side of VP, right? They exhausted Liampo's critical combo, right? The first round, the Magma Slam into the Tremor Smash just went completely out of the gates before they could even get a good team fight. That's when NZG knew, let's go, let's strike while the iron is hot.
Nice thing for Virtus.pro, there was another fight in the tier 1 in the mid lane dive, at least for the sake of Prince. Using the Infinite Vastness after getting a trade onto Kapasaba, able to reposition and escape danger. Red buff secured away for Sick once again. Stunning up a limb, getting the massive knockup. World is my board. At least locks these two members down, but there's just not enough damage to support it. And Shisu falls again.
Oh, no, still continuing the fight here. Obviously using the burst ram very defensively there is Grizzly Q, but that whole world is my board had a bit of a theme playing right there. NZG was like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Yep. Virtus.pro looking for these picks, and I can at least respect the multiple attempts that they're trying for, but just seems like 9ZG are always getting the better of them, and now as the gold lead has been continuously extended to now an overwhelming 6,000, you can't help but feel Virtus.pro, they are just hoping for a miracle to get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, with this attempt onto these T2s as well, I mean, it's only going to get a little bit harder for the side of VP to actually step out of their base territory, because right now we're at the high ground turrets. We have the minions into the mid lane as well, and like you were saying there, Rafa, the gold lead is now roughly around about 6k, and right now Shizu is on the run.
Now, poor Dharma not getting a chance to expend any of their CC abilities to really set up plays on the 9ZG. Just forced to run away and retreat. Gold is my board. Not going to lock down any members from 9ZG this time around. The siege continuing onto all three high ground turrets. That's a massive engage for the side of 6. Everyone is going into the base as well. And even though no one falls from Virtus.pro off the engage, 9ZG get exactly what they came for.
Yeah, massive pickup. They had the highs on the prize of that mid lane higher ground turret, right? But the fact that they used the world is my board defensively to zone them out so they could actually defend one of their high ground turrets was a really good strategy there by the side of VP. They were just making sure they were kind of neutralizing the collateral damage, right?
Yeah. You know, there's been a lot of casts of the world is my board from the side of Virtus.pro, but I feel like the Gorge belongs to 9ZG at this point. So, you know, it's a little bit of an unfortunate reality that Virtus.pro have to face at this point, where Shadow Tyrant is up for the taking. It can easily be soloed by Anger One. It allows 9ZG to focus their efforts to controlling space on the top side so that they can look for the Shadow Overlord as well. So now, as Virtus.pro, what do you have to hope for? Do you just hoping for 9ZG to be complacent in their positioning, or do we have to pray?
I mean, we're hoping for some backline pickups, right? Like, if they can try and get Destro, Moon, or even Capasipa, right? Just trying to take one of those, like, picks off the side of 9ZG without losing anybody onto the side of VP. That's when we can kind of see the glimmer of hope come back for them. But right now, the fact that they're losing the high ground turret into the mid lane, and they have 3 juicy minion waves going in on all fronts, it's going to be a hard defense here for them. More than aboard committed, try to zone again.
Really nice synced up waves and siege pushes here. The infinite vastness committed by Prince just to reposition safely into the backline. But 9ZG, they're going to run the script once again, where they make the engage. They get the high ground turret. A full send by Shizu tries to stall time, but Virtus.pro have run out on that clock. 9ZG and Open Crystal in their sights, and game 1 is theirs.
Yep, game 1 going over to 9ZG. Very aggressive, very not even mindful. That was just structure, chaos, and conquer for the side of NZG. Like we were saying in the draft, the thing is with the side of VP is they've got the Dharma. They really need to get those crucial crowd controls, especially into the backlines. But the fact how 9ZG played that early into the mid game with the great overwhelming gold lead going from like 3k to 6k just made that like reality become more of a dream for the side of VP.
Yeah, and it felt like it all started from the Tyrant take, where necessarily they didn't get, you know, any kills off of the back of the objective, but they overloaded on that bot tier 1. Virtus.pro didn't respond, and then suddenly the dominoes just started falling one by one.
Yeah, I mean, on top of it, like you say, with the Tyrant fight, Lim had his first mistake there that was really noticeable, was the fact that he didn't have his ultimate up when trying to contest the Tyrant. And at that point, they got the Tyrant, they got the T1. What happened after that? They looked to open the other side of the map, which they did. And then at that point, it was just kind of just prying open that mid lane, which is exactly what 9ZG did with absolute dominance onto the Gorge in this game 1. Because if we look at this post-game stats, no single neutral objective going up to the side of VP as well as turrets, and then that defining gold lead. I think like that's the trinity within Honor of Kings.
And now if you are the side of Virtus.pro going into game 2, you know, what are your thoughts? You know, what are the immediate, you know, knee-jerk reactions? You know, do you feel like you need more early game agency? Do you feel like it was just an execution error? You know, talk.
What I feel like is the fact that 9ZG just had such an aggressive early game, right? I mean, we kind of saw a little glimmer of that from the side of VP when they decided to take, obviously, the Boars camp very early on from the side of 9ZG. But at that point, it kind of felt like a little bit of a personal bit of disrespect to the side of 9ZG. It was like, hold up. you're in our jungle? Bet ya, we'll be in your jungle. But we're going to look at the stats here for the side of these teams. And like we were saying, in terms of the kills, VP got one single sausage on the board, and it was Prince. Obviously, this is where it matters. That's where the kills were coming through and should have been funneled into, was Prince on this Lung. But the fact that it just didn't have the time to open this up, which just pays dividends to what I was saying in the introduction, right? A great team knows the timers on the opponent's team as well as your own team.
And Blam, I think this is the highest damage I've ever seen out of a Doom in any game so far. Because usually, you know, I associate Doom with being the front line and just, you know, setting up the crowd control so that your other carries that scale into the later stages of the game can, you know, finish off the opponents for you.
Yeah.
This guy is racking up 67k!
It's crazy, but this is the beauty of the Doom pick, right? This is why he's one of my favorite heroes, because into my ranked games, if your team comp is looking for something that has a great engage mechanic and plays around the team, but then also soaks the damage and deals the damage, Doom is your guy. But this is what I was saying, Rafa. The fact they don't have any turrets, they don't have any neutral objectives, and that gold lead is definitely not in the favor of VP at any point. I feel like they was closest to getting the lead as soon as they exited a base, and at that point, it just kind of trickled away from them as a steady wave up, all the way to about a 9.6k lead. That would have to be a amazing, like, Hail Mary of a comeback for the side of VP to come back from almost a 10k gold lead, right?
Yeah, and I almost wonder if VP were just caught off guard by the successive turret takes on the bottom side of the map, because you could tell that they were thinking about trying to defend it, but they didn't dedicate enough members to making that defense happen. And of course, our MVP, who else other than Sick, who was pretty much living rent-free in Virtus.pro's jungle. I think you said it best, you know, when they saw the board camp being taken, Sick took that personally and said, oh, you're taking my camp? No, I'm taking your camps.
Yeah. Sick was like, sit down, this is my gorge, and I'm going to show you exactly why it's my gorge. But again, MVP performance without getting a lot of kills. Again, just showing the points to a lot of Honor of Kings players, but also competitive players, is the fact that it's not always about the kills. It's about how you maneuver the gorge, how you impose those team fights in your favor, but then also just soaking the damage. You're getting the gold. You're just doing everything for your team, and then your team's paying you back by having your back and smashing their respective lanes, which is what we saw and what are we going to see in these highlights.
First blood to kick things off here, and that's where a lot of the dominoes started to really fall after the successful 2 turrets on the bot side, and then being able to pick off Shisu, which led into the top side being opened up more. We talked about how important it is to find those early T1s in the early stages of the game, because then it gives you even more access into fighting for position in the jungle, which is what 9ZG were consistently doing. And Virtus.pro, I can respect that they were trying to fight for control back, but it just never really seemed like they were always synced up to make those plays happen until it was too late.
Yeah, not always synced up, but at the same time, like, they were taking the crucial points of the side of VP off, right? Like, as soon as you drop Prince, as soon as you drop Red, you lose it on damage, right? So getting rid of the Yixing not only gets rid of the board, but gets rid of pretty much the second outcome and outsource of your damage, especially when you're so far behind. Obviously, Yixing doesn't sort of like, yes, he scales from items, but he also scales from his passive as well. But the Dharma's not going to really be giving over so much damage in that early game. He's going to be there. Shisu is meant to be there for getting and catching off the enemy team. But speaking of catching, we're going to catch a quick break and catch our breath before we get into game 2. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you very soon.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game numero dos between 9Z Globant and Virtus.pro, where the partner team of the Americas swiftly and very clinically took down Virtus.pro in a fashion that only lasted, I want to say, 12-ish minutes, maybe a couple, here or there minutes, but I'm just very impressed with how quickly and decisively 9Z Globant were able to do so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way we look at it in hindsight as well, in retrospect, is the fact that 9Z Globant always had a vision onto the Dharma, right? Like, he was always being spotted. He knew where they were at all times, and even towards like the top side of the map as well, where we saw a limb for the first time in the beginning part of the match, really trying to give a bit of an edge over to the side of VP. Up into the clash chain, didn't quite come into fruition here, but you can see here, this is the updated global ban pick for both of these teams. So some great picks onto the side of 9Z Globant being taken off, and as well onto the side of VP. So this time around, I feel like into the draft, it feels like this is where it's going to start to kind of either crumble or come back together for the side of VP. I don't feel like a limb was that comfortable on the monkey pick.
Definitely didn't look like it compared to a lot of his other performances throughout the tournament, and even in the losses too. I think when you look at a Lim's hero pool, things like the Jing, the Lam, all like kind of scream a lot more comfortability and confidence, the way that he's able to at least find picks of his own and bring his team back into the game. But because the team needed some front line and a tank, he tried to do his best to fill that role, but as you called out, there's just a couple moments that wasn't able to optimize Monkey, to his full potential.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean, there was a few mistakes within the neutral objectives as well, right? The fact that he didn't quite have the Dream Room available as well going into that one to try and get the steal didn't help the side of VP as well. So honestly, I feel like what we were saying going into the post game is like, what could have gone better for the side of VP? And I feel like if they're going to go for a bit of an aggressive early game, they're going to go and actually go into the enemy jungle. They really want to commit, but they don't want to just kind of transfer a camp here and there, because we've seen from 9Z Globant, statistically, they can still farm up even if you take some of these jungle camps from them. You've got to start taking some kills. You've got to try and convert that into something else, because that's the whole kind of goal here of Honor of Kings. Even though I always say that kills don't always matter in terms of the grand scale of things, it's what you do with the kill, right? So if you're going to get a kill into the mid lane, you want to take at least that T1 as well, or at least start chipping away at it. So getting that pressure onto the Gorge as well as the kills is vital for VP.
Well, time to see what Virtus.pro was able to cook up in the back with their coach and staff to see how they might have a chance to bounce back in the second game of this series. We're heading into the draft now, and we're still taking our time with the bans here compared to how quickly the bans were flying out in the first game. It looks like Virtus.pro really taking their time with this one.
I mean, Virtus.pro have to, right? They got to give it a little bit more TLC going into this game too, because 9ZG, they know what they need to ban out because they've basically got the first point on the board. They know the Maestro needs to not come through. Red's not going to get one of those great picks into the mid lane. Augur and Dharma being rejected once more by VP. They don't want Angra One to get the Dharma pick as well, but it still means that the likes of the Byron are still open as well. The Ali now goes up to the side of VP, which is only the natural choice, right? It's either ban out a Lim's jungle picks, which we know he is very good on, or ban out the Ali. Which one can we have a better chance at?
Well, if there's any copium about how, you know, confident 9ZG were in giving over the Arlie, they can say to themselves, well, we gave Distro Arlie, but he wasn't really the star because we were finishing the game just off of 6 jungle pressure. So we can probably achieve something similar to here. And their answers are more than likely Lady Sun and the Zhongfei.
Yeah, again, we're switching the idea up for a big full stacked tank here. The Zhongfei coming in for the side of Capacita here. So he's going to be coming in with a big tank. Unbridled Outburst coming through, building up that rage is going to be a good thing. As long as he can catch the side of VP out, could be huge, right? But here we are, we're finally getting a limb back onto his comfort picks, which is the Lam and the Mayin. Again, I feel like if NZ Globant want to have that same kind of dominant match, they want to make sure that they've got eyes onto the Mayin at all times as well.
I've spotted my mark.
It's confirmed, baby. All right, Alim, you know, took the chances with the front line last game, didn't work out. Maybe with their hands on the Lamb this time around, Virtus.pro will have a little bit more direction, a little bit more confidence from their jungler to find those picks that were able to at least net Virtus.pro some of their earliest wins in the tournament. 9CG looking to round out their 3-man core so far, and they're going to settle with the Yixing.
I mean, you can see what they're going with here, right? Obviously, they're all going to be going around Destro once more. Like you said there early, Rafa, it wasn't sort of like his biggest performance, but it was still dominant enough to kind of pass anyway onto the Arlie. He obviously had the great lead into the lane. He got the T1 very much early on. Pretty much put a lot of pressure onto the Lung as well, right? So from here on out, going for the Lady Sun is a great, not only early game hero, thanks to the rolling raids, you can land those just like as if they were basic attacks as well, but they're going to hit a little bit harder onto the Arlie. And we know Arlie is definitely a squishier marksman into the farm lane, and then we get that overall control come through as well. The Yixing with the World is my board, as well as the Unbridled Outburst from the Zhongfei. So we're already getting to very sort of like oppressive, lock it in, kind of situating the fight into a small area, rather than letting have Mayin and Lam have the great roam of the Gorge.
Yeah. 9ZG banning out a couple of picks in the mid laner for Princess Frost, as well as a potential support option in the Motsu for Grizzly Q, whereas Virtus.pro really focusing on that Clash lane pool. Sunset and Byron fighting the ban list here, and the Musashi. We have not gotten a chance to see this hero pop up that often in the tournament. A lot of bans, but not necessarily picks here so far.
Not necessarily picked here, but again, it's a good pick, right? Into the back line, onto the Arlie is where we're going to be seeing the Musashi try and get onto them. So Sick going against Prince is probably going to be one of the big matchups within this game. And then if we look at the side of Virtus.pro, they're going for their own Destructive Deluge. A little bit of a great damage coming from the side of VP, but also a great counter engage mechanic as well. But then locking that in with the Chow is going to be very interesting for the side of VP. We're going to be getting those teleports back to base. Massive, crucial team fight potential with the either Whirlpool. One side of the map, in one brief moment, you could be one side of the map, and then your whole team is down in that lane where you were once fighting a 2v2. Now it's a 5v2, and it becomes a lot harder at that point, right? Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing this go into the game 2 now for both of these teams. VP going up against 9ZG this time around as well. So again, a little bit more different flavors from the side of VP. We're getting the likes of the Li Chen come through. We've seen a red on this pick recently, and to be honest, he's definitely performed on this pick a lot better than some of the other like mid lane picks he's got going on there. But again, it also, like I said, into the draft, right, it offers not only some great damage, but also a counter engage as well.
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be so much global power on the map. I'm such a fan, because that just means that we're going to, more than likely, I'm hoping that if we have Whirlpool and Lu Bong's ultimate, that means everyone is going to have early on 5v5s. If not, then I feel like I'm getting debated. But you know what? It's up to Virtus.pro and it's up to 9ZG to pull the trigger with these powerful ultimates as we hit the Gorge for game 2 between these two.
Absolutely. I love the fact that the side of 90G have rounded this comp off with the Lu Bang, right? So we see that the side of Virtus.pro has their own teleport mechanic. They have the Chao. Obviously, that's going to teleport not just a singular hero unit, which is Lu Bang. It's going to teleport the entire team potentially. But the Lu Bang, we can see paired nicely with the Masashi, right? Using the duel to the death into the backline and then battlefield command onto the Masashi means you've got then 2 enemy heroes into your backline, which is very frightful, especially with the CC from the Lu Bang.
It's definitely a way to cheat into getting backline access and diving something as slippery as the Arlie and the Lady Jen for the side of Virtus.pro. Now, once again, Virtus.pro are able to yoink away the board camp, you know. This time around, maybe Sick is not going to have an immediate say on whether he's able to get some of those camps back, but, you know, it's just Virtus.pro using the power of sending 2 in the mid lane early on to get that first push and then look for some early camps, whereas Capuseva ensuring that Destro is protected on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, again, he just wants to farm up Destro, right? Destro just wants to make sure that he gets those items early. Going for the attack speed boots as well means that he's going to be hitting a little bit faster onto the side of 90G as well. But I do like the lane swap here for the for Prince and Grizzly Q, just trying to sort of like farm up the little extra bits of those jungle objectives into the mid lane. It obviously puts a bit of a contest onto the Yixing as well. Yixing going against the Lady Chen is a little bit more harder to play for the side of Lady Chen, right? Like you're expecting to land those knockups as well as get your first skill onto them as well, but we are seeing the duel definitely be committed here.
Big engage from Sick right on top of Prince. Fortunately for him, Prince is just a little too slippery with the Arla, not having enough damage at this early stage of the game, but I respect the look from 9ZG's jungler here.
This is what I really like, the Chao, right? Like, honestly, if that happened in any other game and they did not have the Chao, that would be a long respawn to base, right? But thanks to the Chao, it's very much a faster, more fluid transition back from the base, back onto the gorge, so you're not got as much downtime in terms of getting those resources.
Definitely helps so that you're not losing too much tempo and resources while you are down and away after being forced off the gorge here. Maybe a pick onto Capuseva, but then again, he is playing Zhang Fei, very tanky, very hard to kill, even with the CC control from the side of Grizzly Q. Red waiting in the wings, just in case there is a trap that they can spring.
Exactly. I don't think that the side of NCG, if they have the intel here, they won't overcommit, but the Koi Tides do come through here for the Chao. The Chao actually does go back as well, using a teleport to come back onto the gorge as well. Prince taking a lot of damage here. The ultimate cell doesn't quite land for the side of Destra, but there it is, Red waiting in the wing.
Yeah, and Red is rewarded for his patience, lurking in the shadows. First blood goes over to Virtus.pro.
I mean, people say patience is a virtue, but clearly it is a provider in this game too for BP. And Red sat there very nicely and elegantly and got the kill.
A nice way for Virtus.pro to bounce back already. The momentum is felt here. Alim on the Lam, farming up a Storm, getting resources whenever he can. And even though the gold lead is still relatively even, you know, the game hasn't been broken wide open yet. Anything, you know, helps for the side of Virtus.pro, especially when you are already down 0-1 in the series score.
Yeah, they are putting so much pressure onto Destro, right? Like the fact that all he really has is Moon and Capuseva here, just trying to protect him and keep him alive, but the Ultimate Boys committed not actually catching anybody. It's a bit of a problem. I mean, you can see here that 9CG aren't playing to their comfort right now. They're playing from a little bit of a point of a position of frustration.
Yeah. 9ZG could not block down the Arlie, just so slippery. I think that was the Autumn Storm committed there just to escape, but definitely worthwhile trade to not fall right before the Tyrant spawning on the Gorge here. 9ZG not getting a chance to establish, you know, priority on this bottom side of the map. Maybe Virtus.pro, for the first time, they'll be able to at least look at the objective.
Potential, right? There is definitely a potential there. We can see Prince build up the Doomsday as well. So first third tier item coming through for the side of BP is one of the staples for the Arlie as well. Great enhanced basic attacks coming through thick and thin. But there we go, catching out Red into the back lane. Huge.
Okay, and it's just not necessarily a big pick, but Shisu falling there. I guess they used the Whirlpool to try to bring the whole squad in, but a quick pick from 9ZG and KMW just holding vision in that space over the wall ensures that nothing funny happens for the side of Virtus.pro in terms of a smite steal. 9ZG securing the Tyrant once again.
I mean, they have to be careful as well, right? The fact they got the Lady Chen, they could, I mean, Red could just put down the Destructive Illusion, potentially even got last hit onto it, right? But again, Smite's always going to be a little bit better at claiming these neutral objectives. It was just mainly so to hope and try and trap down Sick, but right now, Angro1 going into here.
Ooh.
Red team has slain
Is he in trouble? Yep, a limb. Tried to commit everything to get the final bit of burst down on the Angro1. Just wasn't enough, especially in that 1v2 when Sick is there to provide the CC for the lockdown.
Did he catch him?
Maybe. Red just barely escaping the range of the world is my board, but the pressure from 9ZG, it just allows them to take the tier 1 in the mid lane right off the back of it, but now a collapse quickly in from Shisu. Great CC into the mid. Nicely done by Virtus.pro to at least trade one back, but Shisu falls for just the trade on to KMW.
Yeah, I mean, either Whirlpool came in a little bit too late there. I mean, they may have to peg back into the T1 here. I mean, we are seeing a limb committed into this T1.
Moon, oh, a little too far to the left. He flashed away. No way he gets a chance to escape. Yeah, I didn't think so. Lamb, too slippery, too quick with the chase, able to finally get the finish onto Moon. This opens up the gorge a little bit, able to at least trade the tier 1 in the mid lane now. So Virtus.pro find themselves on better footing, but still down 2,000 gold.
Still down 2,000 gold, but I mean, this was a great, like, bit of a bait and switch, right? The fact that they had the chase onto Moon, but it allowed Destra to actually just force down the Clash lane as well into the T2 territory. It kind of makes it feel a little bit more motivated and purposeful for the side of NTG. It's like, hey, I am the golden carrot. Come and chase me. Make sure you're not looking at Destra up at the top side of the map, because he's now taken that macro play, which is evidently already given over a lot more gold over to the side of NCG and a lot more kind of presence on the gorge as well.
And that is just what we have come to expect from some of our top teams in the league so far. Yes, you might be able to find a quick play, a quick collapse, but then it depends on what is the enemy team doing on the opposite side of the map. Meanwhile, bot side, quick pick. They thought that Virtus.pro was getting the jump onto 9ZG, but they had a Musashi waiting in the wings alongside that Lu Bong, and they lose too immediately because there was another play in the mid lane. Must have dropped Lady Jen as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the synergy I was talking about with Musashi and the Lu Bong, right? It's just so proactive and so, like, aggressive, especially when you're playing on the front foot as well, which we know 9ZG can do. They displayed it in game 1. Game 2 had a little bit of an upset and a stare into the beginning part of the game, but overall, it's coming through with a very great force. And I mean, it's not even become critical at this point yet. And we're going to see here in the replay, Young Bright Light Burst coming through here. The zoning from the Yixing is kind of just like, hey, I don't have to trap you, my board, to kind of get you where I want you.
Now, Virtus.pro trying to see if they can take a page out of next RÜYA's book here. Set up a trap for themselves. Angro1 suspects nothing. Goes in 1v5, and man, that's gotta hurt.
I think he was expecting something, but he wasn't expecting that, Rafa. I don't think he was expecting a 5v1 to come through in that brush.
The expectations were underestimated, unfortunately, for the side of Angro1, but at least for his sake, 9ZG take that map pressure, knowing that there was all 5 members waiting on the bottom side of the map. They get the tier 2 in the mid lane, so at least for Virtus.pro, I'm not sure if it's a worthy trade, but it is something back in their pockets.
In their pockets, but I mean, the more you look at it from a different perspective, right, like, that could be, let's say, if we're being super duper, like, charitable, that was the spin they were going for. Angro1 knows where they are. He's going to go into that brush to kind of give over a bit of delay and actually exhaust some of the abilities like the Destructive Illusion, stuff like that. It meant that SG was able to go into the mid lane and take it, but despite
massive engage, unbridled outburst, and Sick is definitely sick with it as he chases Prince all the way through the open mid lane. No room left to go for the side of Virtus.pro's farm laner. Double kill going over to KMW, and 9ZG are just steamrolling this game once again.
Yeah, we've got a lot of pressure into all 3 of these lanes, right? Obviously, minions being poured into the top side and the bot side of the map, but right now we kind of see a bit of approach onto the high ground turret. Only Red and Shisu alive. They do have the Destructive Illusion, so it could be a great way to clear those minion waves, but I think they're going to just wait, allow that high ground turret to be taken, because if they go in and lose 2, they're going to be back onto the handicap once more.
And just like that, Blam, under 10 minutes, the first high ground turret is taken off the base of Virtus.pro. And this is where things get super difficult. It's only a 5,000 gold deficit this time around. Same time in game 1, it was more closer to the 8,000 mark. So Virtus.pro, it definitely doesn't seem like the game is totally over. There's still like some comeback potential, but it's still such a difficult mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's a very precise comeback potential, right? Like the fact that they try and pick off the Destra as well as maybe even potentially Moon, right? So a lot of damage coming from the side of NCG. But at the same time, we can see Sick playing this Musashi very, very well. He's kind of like using extreme speeds to go in, to go back out, bait some of the skills, but as well as his illuminating slash, being able to block like incoming projectiles is also a very good thing for the Musashi, right? And for the good side of NCG, you kind of trying to block out those throws from the Lady Chen as well as Prince.
Now 9ZG using that map pressure to take the Shadow Tyrant, still could look at the Shadow Overlord, but they are not pressed enough for it yet. They can still continue playing out normal lanes, wait for picks, trying to see if Prince oversteps his welcome in the open mid lane where there is no high ground turret to protect him if they get chased to the very bitter end. And that's what Sick is at least chancing for. Shisu taking a lot of the brunt of the damage, able to escape. The tier 2 falls in the top side.
Yeah, trying to bait out the duel to the death right onto Shisu, but it's not going to be, they're not going to like react to that so easily, because we can see that NZG are definitely playing on front foot here. Kapasipa maybe get caught out, but he's just trying to bait some of the skills. Unpride Light Burst, though.
Yep. He's walking out. He's totally fine. There was a chance for Moon to try and lock some people down, but it looks like most of the Virtus.pro members were able to escape. The world is my board, so that's why the engage, not necessarily something that 9ZG fully commit on, but that's okay. You know, you can just throw out these cooldowns, see, especially if you're in a winning position like this, as long as you don't overcommit to a play that does no longer looks good. Meanwhile, trying to jump onto the bottom side here, but just, you think that they're alone, and yet they've got a Lu Bong that can bring more to the party. You can see that Virtus.pro so desperate to try and at least find a pick onto a lonely member, but you gotta remember the global powers that this composition packs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, right? I mean, the Battlefield plan comes through, but then it's the CC onto Mayeen. Obviously, yes, Mayeen has some of those attributes for CC immunity, but it's also the damage from the Lu Bang as well, because you're also having the Blazing Cape onto him. The anti-heal comes through as well. It kind of makes it a lot more harder for Shisu. Already on a 2v1 fight, but those extra little bit of passives coming through also makes it a lot harder for him to fight.
A lot of that innate power that the hero brings countered just by a couple of equipment purchases. How cruel is that? We live in that kind of world here for the side of Virtus.pro. Unfortunately, the gold deficit has extended to nearly 7,000. 9ZG successfully taking the Shadow Overlord, the Shadow Vanguard spawning in that bot side of the map so that 9ZG can continue putting their siege focus on the top side, and soon Virtus.pro's base will eventually crumble.
But it's the potential, right? I mean, they have lost the high ground turret into the mid still. It's they're holding on to the side lanes, which is obviously still a little bit of a tightrope for them, a little bit of a lifeline if they're able to keep these alive and then maybe try and get a good team fight. But I feel like the fact that they've got Zhang Fei and the Lu Bang is making it so much more difficult for Virtus.pro to actually even dive in and get a good fight onto the backline, because all while this is happening, you can see Destro just mobbing up and cleaning up the enemy's jungle as well. So a lot of resources going over to the Lady Sun here.
Already trying to pour through the mid lane, see what kind of cooldowns they can bait. World is my board, sections them away. Capo Seba just getting into the face of all of them, and right now there's a lot of damage going down on the Angry One. Virtus.pro able to at least get one off of the board from the side of 9ZG, but they are in it for the high ground turrets. As long as they don't lose too many members, they've taken all three, but Virtus.pro are going to eliminate them one after another. Sick, the only survivor from the side of the Argentinian representative.
Yeah, huge comeback here. Again, we were saying it before, it doesn't matter if you don't have any high ground turrets, there is a means of coming back here. They do have a bit of a minion wave into the mid, and all they really have is the Musashi to try and pick that off. So Sick has to play this very defensively. He needs to make sure he doesn't give over his Azure Golem, which is what he's just doing for a bit of a contingency here. They are going to summon everybody with the high the wall pull into the mid, so a great pusher into the mid lane from the side of VP.
I don't think they have enough time to go for the crystal end here since everyone is just spawning off, but I could tell that Virtus.pro were at least trying to trade for a high ground turret, and the last minion auto attacks will do it for them. So Virtus.pro, despite not having access to a Shadow Overlord, find their first high ground turret of the game.
First high ground turret of the game and the first neutral objective as well, right? They get the Shadow Tyrant, which is going to be a lot of damage, a lot of movement speed over to the side of VP. And with Prince being on the Arlie at this point, I feel like this is going to be a very well accommodated pickup for the side of VP. A lot of damage coming through Prince. Prince just has to make sure his positioning is on point in this next like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and on the flip side for 9ZG, they have to be extremely careful about how they start to take these fights, because even though they have the benefit of having a completely open base to siege against Virtus.pro, if they find one successful fight and 9ZG do not have the members to defend, then all their efforts to close out this game are thrown out the window, and then suddenly we're going to game 3.
Exactly. They've got to be very, very careful. I think 9ZG, you can kind of sense it already, right? Like the fact that they're playing sort of like trying to hide and seek right now. They're just trying to kind of pick off those singular picks, maybe like the Chow, so they lose all that teleportation, all that CC from the Koi Tides as well. They definitely are trying to find something to make this next team fight a bit of a handicap. But right now, the gold lead's only actually gone down to around about 3K, which is still quite decent into this 16-minute match. Are we going to see a Tempest Overlord, Tempest Dragon come through? I feel like it's on the cards.
Yeah, especially if 9ZG want to play a slow game right now, just relying on the waves to create the pressure needed to force Virtus.pro to not be synced up and grouped up as 5. But the fact that they have the Da Chao, it almost like they saw into the future, knowing that they would go to the limits on this one. Meanwhile, big fight coming up onto the top side. Lubong already casting the ultimate to join Sick into the back line. He's diving and he's slicing through them all, and they've already lost Prince, they've lost the Limb and Red, and 9ZG find the window they needed to close this game out. A double kill going over to Sick on the Musashi. Definitely Sick with it, and a nice try for Virtus.pro to come back from behind, but 9ZG are victorious and sweep the series.
Yeah, all they need is one minion and a dream, right? And that's exactly what 9ZG did there. Taking a 2-0 from Virtus.pro, which was obviously game 1 was very, very clean, very precise, very surgical from the side of 9ZG. But this time around, I feel like if Virtus.pro brought this flavor in game 1, we will be definitely seeing a little bit more of a better series from them overall. But I do have to give it to them. Fantastic game 2. That comeback with no high ground turrets is definitely where they need to start to kind of perfecting their playstyle.
Yeah, and it's such a tough mountain to climb, right? You know, in a position we saw it similar in the OG Movistar Koi series, where Movistar were able to find a decent pick onto, you know, potentially a complacent OG squad who, you know, had a little bit of fun diving them into the base. But when you are behind on all high ground towers, and then, you know, at least in Virtus.pro's case, where they are able to find one high ground turret on the return play, but still, it's just such a small window that you have to be able to make that comeback possible, because one positioning mistake, as soon as you lose a member, it just feels inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where you can kind of see why 9ZG actually shifted their like playstyle towards the end there. Once they lost that overall team fight, and then almost, well, they did lose the entire of their mid lane, is the fact that they had to play catch. They weren't going to go a little bit more aggressive. They weren't going to fight them head on because they'd just taken the Shadow Tyrant. So they had to make sure they were playing on their terms and that they were going in with their best foot forward into the next team fight. And that's exactly what they did there towards that clash lane, right? They were able to take them all down and then take the crystal down. But overall, this post-game stats is going to look a little bit more better, a little bit more colorful for the side of VP.
Yeah, and it was such a great adaptation from the Argentinian representatives here. Lubong, so powerful with that ultimate, can still join at a moment's notice. That's why we saw Angry One no longer grouping up as 5 with the side of 9ZG towards the later stages of the game after the high ground turret being lost in the mid lane. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to continue helping with the pressure of the empowered minions coming through the bottom side of the map. That should force at least Virtus.pro to split up. And as soon as we see an opportunity where we can pull the trigger first before they get their Whirlpool and they get the rest of their heroes to join them at a moment's notice, we should be able to win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have to sing praise to both Sick and Angra 1 playing as one unit, but I did mention this in the draft, right? The fact that Lubong came through knowing that they needed a little bit more presence onto the Gorge because they knew at a moment's notice his top lane, his clash lane opponent could be disappeared and gone down to the bot side of the map. Then he's got to really like hope onto that teleport mechanic, which obviously disappears halfway through the match. So having the Lu Bang with the battlefield command was definitely the right call for NCG. Honestly, I don't see another way which this would have gone into their favor if they didn't go for that pick. But once more, like I said, we are seeing here for the VP, the turret takedowns and neutral objectives looking a little bit more better, a little bit more healthy for them, but it just wasn't healthy enough. They still took a beating into the mid to late game, able to have a bit of a comeback, but unfortunately the comeback just wasn't as fruitful as they hoped it was. Obviously the minions slow down as you take those turrets, so they didn't have the time to actually take that game 2 in their own favor.
Yeah, they definitely have more decisive looks and overall fights. Some of the comfort champions actually got a chance to come through, but once again, MVP is going to go over to Sick. Back-to-back MVPs. He's about to rack them up all throughout this tournament, at least for the side of 9ZG. 32% damage share? I mean, come on. That is diabolical work. This guy is definitely really putting in overtime and putting the team on his back.
I mean, if we add together the overall game times of these games, this guy hasn't died once in 30 minutes. How many players with an Honor of Kings can say that they haven't died within 30 minutes in 2 games as well, right? 2 games, 2 different playstyles. Musashi, Dune definitely takes a lot more of a sustainability point of view. Musashi, again, great access to the backline. Duel to the depth is a huge knockup, which really kind of put a limb in his paces throughout this game, as we've seen in those highlights up to the top side of the map. But as well, Kapasipa was able to just come through into the backline, use the unbridled outburst. Some of them were hitting, others were on point.
Yeah. God, this team is... Obviously, we have our top 2 teams that we keep an eye out for as our favorites to win the tournament, but still, 9ZG, if they continue leveling up their play, you know, maybe there's always a chance in the knockouts as we go into week 3. Maybe there is a way forward for some of the teams that are trying to make a chance for the 3rd seed. Obviously, 9ZG have to see how the rest of the series matches play out, because it just unfortunately might not be in their control depending on who of the other teams win out their respective series, since 3rd seed is such a volatile place right now. There are, you know, a couple number of teams that could easily snag it away if they just get back-to-back 2-0s off the top of the day. But 9ZG, they've done the best they can to at least put themselves in the best position for it. And, you know, Sick, still one of the junglers that we are insanely excited to see continue leveling up and flourishing in the Kings Major West League. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, it'll be time for our match of the week, our 2nd series of the day, OG versus Twisted Minds. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
Gear up, order weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look out the down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for a match of the week. OG Esports versus Twisted Minds, our two sole undefeated teams in the Kings Major West League. It's going to be a banger blam.
Yeah, I don't think the smile on my face could be any bigger. This is the match that I've been waiting for ever since seeing the new roster of Twisted Minds, and as well as OG Esports, the ex-Team Vitality from Season 3 Invitational play in this ranking week. It's been like, bro, I cannot wait for this matchup, and now it's here. I'm so excited for it. I don't know how it's going to go, because honestly, both Dao and Clean are fantastic junglers.
Yeah, and they're going to be going head-to-head against each other. And the cool thing about these two rosters, Blam, is that there's a lot of history in some of the orgs that they've played under different banners for. You know, we talk about OG Esports. They were the most recent iteration of Team Vitality competing at the Season 3 Invitational. But you have to remember the core of Twisted Minds was a core of a former Team Vitality roster that played at the Mid-Season Invitational in 2024, as well as the World Championship in 2024.
Yep, it's battle of the X's right now, but obviously they're both trying to get pride for their new positions and their new orgs. So again, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this goes. But in terms of like, I really want to break it down into like the lane matchups, right? Because obviously it's Keke against 90 over the Clash lane. It's Wen against Highlang into the mid lane. It's On against Shanks into the farm lane as well as Muchin and City Boy. Obviously don't want to write those guys out. They are fantastic players, but the support is there to support these big props, these spearheads on both of these teams. So I want to see where the weakness falls on either of these teams in these matchups.
Yeah, because you can see that a lot of the strengths of, you know, obviously we get very wrapped up for both of these teams talking about their junglers, Dao and Clean being some of our best carry junglers and the ones that are always reliably going to these assassin picks and, you know, forcing out the scaling from enemy teams, not getting a chance to, you know, get online with things like the Ogren hero that we see, you know, in so many drafts, whether it's bans or picks, and yet it hasn't had that many successful wins if it's not at least piloted by these two teams.
Exactly. I mean, you definitely have to have a certain play style with the Ogren, and you got to make sure that your lanes are actually propping you up as well. You kind of don't want to be having to constantly nurse your lane back to health and stuff like that. You want to be making sure that your farm lane has got their A game, your Clash lane's got their A game, setting them up perfectly into the early game, invading with the path of passing, and obviously just putting a lot of pressure. Because obviously the way the Ogren damages other heroes is a little bit different to how the likes of a Pei would, right? Like stacking up, getting the damage, whereas Ogren's just kind of like zapping you with this laser. So it's kind of just like a constant sort of like little bit of an itch on your hero. So it's a little bit of a different approach from the Ogren.
Yeah, and somehow they still managed to find a way to play very similarly, taking camps away, denying resources early on. At least with the Pei, you know, Dao and Clean are still trying to, you know, finish you off and kill you in the enemy jungle. Whereas, you know, when they're playing the Ogren, they're taking resources and saying, hey guys, y'all chilling on the side lane? Can I farm? Yep, I'm gonna continue farming. Oh, they're diving you? That's cool story, bro. I'm still farming. I'm gonna be an insane late game tank. And without further ado, it's time to meet these two teams. Starting with the blue side, it's Twisted Minds.
See the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
On the blue side, Twisted Minds. Flash lane, 90, jungle, clean, mid lane, high long, and then the farm lane duo of Shanks and CT Void. The masterminds dubbed here on our Kings Mage West League broadcast. And these guys have not disappointed, but it is now time for them to face their toughest challenge yet, and potentially a finals preview here, Blam. I'm gonna call it. It could just be these two teams on the last day of the Major West League.
I mean, it's not a far-fetched thing to say, right, Rafa? Like, the way that these two teams have performed this far in the West League has been nothing short but phenomenal. No one has dropped a round yet, but this may be the time that this Group B may drop a round, and it is OG Esports.
Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
So this is going to be the red side team. It is OG Esports. Keke into the clash lane, Dowdow in the jungle, Wen in the mid lane, On in the farm lane, and Muchin. And they are the Dream OG. But if we're going to be basing this on poses alone, I favor OG Esports' poses in that introduction. They are so comical. It really gives this team character, right? Like, there's a little bit of goofiness, but then when it comes to the business, it's first class.
Yeah, and anytime I see Pei locked in from Dowdow, I'm already just beaming from ear to ear. Just big, wide, massive, goofy grin on my face, because as I've been diving into the world of Honor of Kings, and you've been, an awesome guide for me, Blam, one of the heroes that you first told me about was Pei, and I was super excited. It's like, wow, it's a hero that turns into a tiger, and you were like, what? Don't get your horses up, hopes up. It's not the greatest hero. It does kind of fall off if you don't get anything done early. So I just kind of took it as like, okay, so Pei is not really good of a pro pick. And then I see Dowdow just busting out every single game so far in the tournament if it's not banned. Like, this is one of the few teams that has been receiving pay bans from the rest of the competition in the league. But our head-to-head, surprisingly enough, is actually going to be 90 and Keke, and I think there's a cool story here to be told.
Absolutely. I mean, this is two masterminds in their own right up into the clash lane, right? I mean, Keke, he took the 1v1 champion in Season 3 Invitational. Obviously, 90 wasn't there, so he couldn't put his hat in the race, but he definitely is a close contender, right? I mean, he has less kills, but more damage dealt. This means that 90 knows how to get the damage out onto the Gorge, but then give over those kills to the right resources, right? The right heroes. Is he going to go over to Dowdow? Is he going to go over to Shanks into the farm lane? He knows that they aren't going to be necessarily going into his favor. He's just there to like, right guys, I'm serving you up a hot meal, baby. Which one of you want this? And then he gives it over to whoever he seems fit, or where it needs to go, right? Even onto the high line, right? I want to see some more Mai Shiranui come through. I want to see some Shangguan come through from this hero. Some of his experience and history on these two picks are chef's kiss.
Yeah. It's also chef's kiss when we go back to our featured lane matchup. Keke's Guan Yu. I have yet to see another Clash laner be able to pilot this hero so gracefully, so ruthlessly. The way that they are able to find such decisive flanks and be able to finish off backline members by themselves. Sometimes Keke does die for it, but you know what? You just took out two of the members in a 1v2 trade. I'll take that trade any day of the week. Maybe we'll get a chance to see it in this series, maybe not if it gets a respect ban, but we are in our first draft for our match of the week series between Twisted Minds and OG Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the true masterminds behind these drafts, right, is definitely Coach Orange and Coach Andy, both having a vast amount of experience with Honor of Kings Esports, and they are now piloting these boys to victory by the end of this series, right? Look at the ban out a few bans here, the Dharma and the Dolia going down onto the side of Twisted Minds, and over to the side of OG Esports is Ali and the Mai Shiranui. So again, not letting that big marksman pick come through to the farm lane is the Ali, but Twisted Minds like, guys, we've got to go for the long. So will we see a whole counter come up from the side of OG Esports? It's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's happened before.
It's definitely one of those heroes that we don't see that often, but picked in this very niche situation. OG Esports thinking about their mid lane and support at the moment, though. The Diadea is still available, and with Dahlia already banned by Twisted Minds, that probably is the next best support that Muchen wants to favor here, and it is confirmed.
It is confirmed here. The Pay has come through for the side of Twisted Minds in the first game. Oh, it's the Pay and Byron combo. This combo has been so present within the West League, and it offers so much greatness, right? Like, honestly, the dive into the backline for both of these heroes is huge. But not only that, you've got Pay laying down the smackdown with that stacked damage. You've got Byron with the knock-up as well. But OG's like, boy, we're going blow for blow here. Orgren coming through for OG Esports. Dao coming in with this one.
Dao is making a statement here because he is very well aware of how much a good Pay performance can set behind an Ogren and prevent them from coming online. But we have seen time and time again that Dao has willingly taken the Ogren in the face of, you know, other teams either picking enough CC or something that is more early game minded to try and shut down this Ogren. And Dao just finds a way to get those resources safely in and still become that Ogren.
As got shivered in my spine, Rafa. This is the first game in the series. We've seen Keke not prio ban the Guan Yu, but his opponents have. So they know how much of a prio pick this is for him. But it also means that Keke is not playing his Keke mind games, which we've been seeing for the rest of the West League. And Twisted Mind's like, hey, bro, we know where game recognizes game. We're not going to give you the horse this time around. Guan Yu would be a great access once more to the side of OG Esports, especially pairing it with Dao going onto a more tankier Orgren pick into the jungle, right? But over to OG Esports, banning out the Motsu, banning out the Lady Chen. Two huge picks to stop the complete motion of the ocean for Orgren. Cannon Blast, the Destructive Deluge, really stops his hero in his pits.
And OG Esports, even though that they're not able to get the Guan Yu for Keke, his third most favorite hero is the Charlotte. Still thinking about it in case he wants to flip a switch and go for something different. Still buying some time in case OG Esports want to think about what they're going to pick for their farm lane for On, since it is the only one that has yet to be revealed. Twisted Minds now have to round out this composition. Already have that late game insurance policy with the Long, as well as the early game power from the side of Pei and Byron on the top side of the map.
Yeah, oh, interesting combo here. The Aria and the Loom. Very, very interesting. And the Hino coming through as well. That's the mid lane pick for Highlang.
Blam. I'm going to wait until it's locked in before we talk about this two hero combinations. Yeah, that's one of them. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hino is here. Blam. I had a discussion with Yumu's about this hero yesterday. At first, I was like, I don't recognize this. What does this guy do? And then, as Yumu's was telling me what is in this hero's arsenal, I was like, oh my goodness, I have played against this hero in solo queue before. It is one of the most frustrating experiences possible. It is crazy that we're getting to see it in pro play today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it becomes even more frustrating if it was paired with the Dolia, but no, we're getting the Liampo, right? The Liampo with the Traverse Smash is going to be a huge way to try and douse Dao. Get a bit of a pit stop for the Dao onto the Orgren. And again, like you were saying there, hyping up the Hino pick, the poke potential from this pick is huge, as well as his Fate Rewind as well. Just being able to kind of zip across the map, also be able to recover turrets as well. So if you Fate Rewind at a certain time just before a turret takedown, you get the turret back to life, baby. This is one of the most unique heroes in Honor of Kings Esports and Honor of Kings in general.
It's just an insane game mechanic in any title that I've ever played before. It's just like, I've never heard of a turret resurrection. What the heck? That is bonkers, but I'm so excited to see it in action for Twisted Minds. And when you are going up against the other sole undefeated team in the league, a favorite to win the entire tournament, you gotta pull out some, fancy shenanigans like this.
I mean, would it be the best of 3 as well, right? Like, we were having this discussion before the stream. Best of 3, we're not seeing those picks that come from Season 3 Invitational because this one started on a best of 5 format. Best of 3 is where we start to see those big power picks come from in the first round, and then they just mitigate into the second game, whether they ban out those big picks for the enemy team, or they devise something a little bit more different onto their team's draft, just so they don't show all their cards going into the next stage, which will be a best of 5, which will really test test a lot of these global esports teams as well. But here it is, the draft for game 1 between both OG Esports and Twisted Minds. This is going to be a showdown and a half. Again, in terms of the draft, in terms of where my favor is going to be here, it's very hard to call, right? This is down to those lane matchups.
Yeah, and it really comes down to Twisted Minds, Pei, and Byron combo. How much can they achieve in the early game? Because we talked about how this matchup can swing, and some of the other teams have not been able to pull it off against the likes of Twisted Minds and OG Esports when they're the ones with the Augury, when they're the ones with the scaling jungler, because it feels like these two teams wrote the playbook. They wrote the script on how to maneuver some of the early pressure junglers like Pei to shut down those scaling junglers. But now it is truly a test of wits, a test of map play from both of our top teams, as KK already in trouble, forced to flash away.
Yeah, I mean, baiting him with the fire beak there. He's like, hey guys, I'm taking a little bit of your jungle here. Are you gonna stop me? Are you? And then all of it is nowhere. Shanks comes out with the flaming palms, almost taking down Keke. They've got to be careful into that clash lane, right? So again, we're seeing here that Dao is just looking to farm up a little bit more into the mid lane. And definitely a little bit of an MO when you go for the Pei as well, right? Just trying to get as much resources into the mid lane as well.
And the long actually rotate towards the top side to help get that push in for 90. Looked like Wen was trying to set up a trap, gets a little bit of chip damage off of Shanks, does successfully do so, force him to pick up the healing relic behind the tower. But right now, Keke's still got to be careful because the flash is still down for another minute and a half. If there is a window where Twisted Minds can just pry open the early game off the power of Clean's Pei, that would be the angle.
Yeah, I mean, the issue here as well is that obviously Shanks exhausted the flash to try and get Keke, but didn't get it. So now, Dao knows this, but
Yep. Oh, the quick flash went off, but it's not enough. Clean is able to weave in one last auto attack. First blood for the side of Twisted Minds, and that's where it comes down to, Blam. The early prio from Byron, the fact that Keke doesn't have a flash, cannot make that safe rotation over to the mid lane, and that just opens up the map for Twisted Minds to pounce.
Yeah, huge. I mean, again, just intel coming into all these teammates, knowing when their common skills have been taken off is so crucial in the early game for these teams, because again, it just opens you up to the most susceptible of ganks, which normally could be mitigated from these common skills, but you just don't have that privilege.
Now Keke trying to fight back now that Flash is coming back off cooldown in just under a few seconds here. OG, the game is not over yet, but it's a great start for Twisted Minds. Still time for the objectives to start spawning in the next minute. Some pressure from Twisted Minds trying to revisit Keke, see if they can continue to leverage that against him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at here, the XP lead between the jungle is actually pretty much neck and neck. Both of them, Clean and Dao, went 7 at the same time. They are literally just, they are making the masterclass here for both cases, like for the Orin, for the Pei, and we've seen it historically and statistically that these two junglers are definitely two of the best within the West League. But Sunrise going up into the mid lane here, maybe a bit of a clash, just a little bit of a tip and tap for this minion wave, just to try and equalize it. We are getting those neutral objectives up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and while it is, you know, definitely unfortunate angle, maybe a fight here. Oh, good setup. Muchen trying to jump onto 90, and he just falls right into the waiting arms of Dao, who makes a quick rotation and cuts off his escape route. OG equalized the board.
Yeah, once again, knowing that the common skill was off, it was just like, hey guys, we got to go in onto 90 here. We got to get a pickup. We need that kill on the board to neutralize the gold lead. And Dao's in the enemy jungle as well.
Using the pressure and the rotations from the rest of OG Esports, they yoink away the blue buff away from Clean's Pei, and no one from the side of Twisted Minds gets a chance to collapse fast enough.
No one at all, right? I mean, they're able to get the Azure Golem, which is pretty huge for the side of OG Esports. Dao getting his own Azure Golem as well as his enemy's Azure Golem is going to slow down Clean, but it's not going to completely mitigate it. He does get the neutral objective. He does get the Tyrant, so a lot of damage going up to Shanks, going up to Clean, and it's going to be a hard hitting for the side of OG for Twisted Fate. Now,
Tremor Smash, they're making the dive under the tier 1 turret. Wen tries to slow it down with the world is my board, and suddenly CT Boy finds himself a little too far forward. It does open up the tier 1 to be taken by Twisted Minds off the back half. Is he in trouble? Nope. Fate Rewind. Yep. That ability is going to be in my nightmares.
Yeah, so we saw here that OG Esports definitely caught out sussed out the problem here, right? We saw City Boy going into the back line. He was just basically as a distraction to take the T1 down into the farm lane. But it was, however, Keke was like, guys, I'm not going to come with you. I know this is a distraction, so I'm going to trade equally across the gorge. So the T1 into the clash lane means that Keke can be a little bit more involved in these fights for the next few minutes, right? Got to play carefully because they still have about 28 seconds on this Tyrant buff.
OG just trying to fish for another pick when getting chunked out super low. Throws down the World is my board. The infinite vastness. Yeah, he can reposition, but he cannot quite escape it until the very bitter end. Shanks just barely escaping danger from the side of OG Esports with the pick, but they continue the chase. The blue buff is the target. DAO getting super low and just overestimating how long he could survive. Twisted Minds sinking their fangs into DAO's back.
Yeah, I mean, even though that's happened, right, the fact that the gold lead's still in the favor of OG Esports is something that Twisted Mind needs to turn that kill into, is garnering that gold lead, because they aren't going to have the Augur, and they're not going to be having DAO. That's going to be the driving force of amassing those resources. A little bit of a 1v1 going up to the clash lane there. Nothing really coming of it. None of them are really battered or bruised. Keke looking about 3/4 health there for the moment, teleporting to the bot side of the map, just trying to stop this wave into the T2. They don't want to make sure they lose any T2s, especially that farm lane one for now.
The fact that DAO has been able to keep up his farm despite all of the early pressure that Twisted Minds was able to find in the first few minutes of the game is giving OG Esports still that strong win condition that allows them to feel like they can eclipse the power of this pay early on. Because once we get into that 10-minute mark and this Ogryn has 1-2 items under his belt, I mean, that's cool what you did clean early on the pay, but we all know what happens when DAO gets online with this Ogryn.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at stuff like Eye of the Phoenix, right? Like the HP regen item. That really needs to come here through for DAO before he starts to get optimal sort of HP regen from the Conductor of Souls, Ogryn's ultimate. So again, waiting for that moment, that crucial online activity means that his team fight potential becomes a little bit more better. But over to the side of Twisted Minds, they could be building quite a lot of anti-heal, right? They could be building Blazing Cape. Oh, Liampo going in.
Fishing for the engage. World is my board now going to lock him in, and no one else can save him. CT Boy just a little too bold on the engage, was trying to set it up for the rest of his team. Maybe OG Esports stepping too far forward, but they dash back away, go right back in. Shanks just keeping his distance because he does not want to mess with OG Esports at this stage of the game. A little too far forward, but quick flash by 90 escapes the last breath of death there. OG Esports still just pushing the power of this composition to the faces of Twisted Minds, and they are playing with fire. Man, this game is already a banger.
Yeah, I feel like if they pressured Shanks there in the brush a little bit quicker, I mean, yes, he does have the infinite fastness, so they know that they have the intel on that ultimate, so rather than using everything and trying to expand and take down Shanks, they knew that infinite fastness was there, so a bit of an early push. I redact my statement. OG Esports know what they're doing. I didn't see that first, but yeah, again, good job that they didn't go into that one, but at the same time, they're able to get the kill on City Boy, but also get the T1 down into the farm lane. So again, I think overall for a trade, OG Esports came out on top of that one.
Yeah, the gold lead slightly in their favor. No one has really broken open the game super wide yet. World is my board, locks down CT Boy on the Liampo. Tyrant started up by OG Esports. Lamp, I just have to say, this game has been so completely different than any other game we have witnessed in the Kings Major West League. It almost looks like we're looking at a completely different league.
It's a different class, this one. I mean, this is the two top teams, right? Statistically, that's just not from opinion. This is basically all based in stats. I am not going to get blamed for giving an opinion. This is completely backed up with evidence. So OG Esports going against Twisted Mind is definitely a different different taste of gravy, right?
Yeah. When two beasts collide, you really are going to see a lot of fire and so many explosions between, and limits really being tested, really being pushed. 90 being patient, waiting in this pixel brush, finds Keke, forced to potentially retreat here, and now 90, does he have a way out? CT Boy on the Liampo tries to buy that escape route, but just cannot do it successfully, and now he dies for the sins of 90. OG Esports picking up 2 back-to-back picks.
Yeah, 90 and City Boy both going down. That's a huge amount of front line for Twisted Minds for now. We do have a minion wave crashing into the side of the farm lane as well. This means that OG Esports can take a concise T2, as well as looking to take in the Crimson Golem into the side of Twisted Minds. but it's Clean's like, hey guys, if you're going to steal mine, I'm going to steal yours. I'm just going to be fruitful with my rotation. Shanks here gets slow, but the infinite fastness is available. He can get it this scot-free, but not the T1, however.
These turrets are starting to fall one by one from the side of OG Esports. The fact that they've survived the early blitz of Twisted Minds in the first few minutes of the game, the fact that they haven't let that many turrets go down, they are in pretty darn good control of the Gorge right now. Twisted Minds now trying to play catch up as the gold lead continues to grow.
Yeah, we see City Boy just using the Tremor Smash to actually get out. The world is my board, right? So again, using defensively because they don't want to lose City Boy too early, especially now. The fact that OG Esports has the Shadow Tyrant onto the board as well means that they're going to have a lot more damage over the Arn, a lot of damage over the Wen as well as Keke. So they've got to be careful as they approach this next fight for the side of Twisted Minds. They are down by their overall 3k gold, which is definitely a few tier 3 items going up to the side of OG Esports. They have to be careful.
And one of the things that we talked about when you operate a composition that involves Pei and Byron, if the early game doesn't go completely your way, you don't find that snowball that you're looking for, you have to resort to split pushing because you have the mobility to be able to push the solo lane as Pei, draw pressure from the side of OG Esports. But it doesn't seem like the Twisted Minds have gotten a chance to really set that up yet.
Not quite yet, not quite yet. I mean, onto the side of Shanks, though, we do see that he's got the Starbreaker, so again, this is going to be a lot more troublesome for the side of OG Esports, especially those tanks, right? This is an anti-tank item coming through for their side. Wolfsma board has been committed, catches out 3, but they were able to actually get the Crimson Golem as well over the side of OG Esports, so very fruitful rotations coming through for them right now. They are definitely trying to own Twisted Minds jungle.
Well, they're definitely owning it, all right. OG Esports have full access to it, and they're leaving no crumbs behind either for Twisted Minds to pick up. The Shadow Overlord being ripped apart by OG Esports, and there's just not a chance for Twisted Minds to get in and contest. Hylong trying to step on forward, and as well as CT Boy, but unfortunately making the engage with no damage behind you is just too hard to make this fight possible. The infinite vastness from Shanks just to escape danger from the rest of OG Esports, making the collapse happen, and they are still rocking with 5 against 4.
Yeah, but this is just an ode to OG Esports damage, right? The fact that City Boy used the Tremor Smash but didn't get that third connect to get that huge knockup, which would have been such a turnaround for the team fight. It's just like, boom, down goes Muchin. They gotta be careful, Clean.
Okay, Keke just buying space, and you know what? OG Esports just making sure that they can at least get the high ground turret, but now they have to make the exit retreat. Thankfully for Death's first skill to be able to just space glide on through into the base, push off Twisted Minds, guarantee the escape of the rest of his comrades, as then he makes the escape route out. The Shadow Vanguard doing enough damage to take out the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and just like that, blam, the gold lead is now over 6,000.
Again, it's in the realms of a comeback here for Twisted Minds. If it was any other team, it would be a little bit harder, but the way they just need to navigate these team fights is make sure that City Boy doesn't get taken down too early on. We definitely need to see some damage behind those Tremor Smashes. We need to be seeing the baits of the CC skills from the side of OG Esports being mitigated by the Magma Slam and whatnot. But right now, we definitely need to start seeing some items come online for Twisted Minds as well towards the end of this game, as it's definitely approaching, right? It is steady, it's shaky, there's a calm before the storm.
A rewind by Han Long on the Hano, able to escape danger once again. Twisted Minds, I feel like all eyes are on Shanks. This is the late game insurance policy that you drafted for yourself. If the early game was not snowballed to the way that you were planning, this is now where maybe a comeback can still be made. But OG Esports, I feel like their targets are always also going to be looking at the long as well. The Shadow Tyrant being burned down. Tremor Smash not getting a chance to get a lot of value there. World is my board, cutting off the members from Twisted Minds from being able to defend 90, who is just picked off and isolated. OG Esports continue their dominance on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Nighty's just not had any access into the backline. This is another problem for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, normally this is a Byron. This is where the flash, the second skill, the knock up from the first skill, and then that's when your fourth skill suppression comes through. And that's when you try and pick up these squishy picks like the Lady Sun, like the Yixing, but there's just been no fruitfulness for the side of Twisted Minds, and now the enhanced minions come through.
Oh man, the enhanced minions doing enough damage that they took out the turret not once but twice, because you saw the Fate Rewind from Hylong trying to save it from going down, but he's gonna fall anyway to On's Lady Sun. Rest of OG Esports crowding and completely grasping this game away from Twisted Minds. They stranglehold it away, and it's game 1 going to OG Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a little bit of a different taste for the side of OG Esports there. I swear, I just saw Dao sweat. He got his palms, and he ran them on his trousers. He was like, oh, that was different. There was a bit of heat behind that one.
Yeah, and even though that eventually OG Esports come away with the win, this was definitely one of the more challenging games that OG Esports have had to deal with in terms of surviving the early game, because, you know, to Twisted Mind's credit, they found a lot of great early game picks on the top side. They know that Clean on the pay was very well accelerated. It was just very lucky and also just well played by Dao to keep himself also relatively well farmed on the Ogren. I feel like if they didn't have that, you know, contingency policy, we might have been looking at a different mid game there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I was saying there towards the end, we didn't really see much from 90 actually trying to get access into the backline. Byron is all about that, and then making use of that access to the backline is where we see the lunge from Pei come through, and then just stealing that, just so much damage, right, is definitely where those combos start to shine. But the fact is, Dao was already there. Muchin was already circulating towards the front side of these team fights. So whenever we saw City Boy trying to go in for the big engage, he was going to be met by that enhanced basic attack, being slowed as well, and then also being hit with a better farewell. So again, it just kind of just really stopped the utility of this Liampo for the side of Twisted Minds, but it was definitely a valiant effort for the boys.
Let me take a look back at the post-game screen and see all the stats come through. Once again, it was a relatively back and forth game, and for the first few minutes you could see, even though that the kill score wasn't as high by the time we got to the closing of that first game of the series, there was so much action that was happening. Both of the teams testing each other's limits, posturing each other, throwing out abilities, trying to wait until the very last possible second before flashing away or committing an ultimate to get themselves out of danger. And when you look at all the, you know, matters considered at the end of the day, you know, you could tell that Twisted Minds were at least very close to knocking OG Esports down to pay. But once you lose steam with an early game composition like this, once you lose ground for being able to set up that front line for Shanks on the long, it just feels so hard to actually come back against the OG Esports composition they drafted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw there that Highline was actually ahead of the damage over Shanks there. So again, Hino getting more damage than the Lung is probably predetermined because we weren't getting all those items come through onto Shanks just yet. He was only peaked by about 9k damage, which would have obviously come into fruition as the game went on. But if you look at here, this has probably been one of the most contested kind of gold graphs between Twisted Minds or OG Esports overall, right? And then if we look at the different strategy resources there, you can see a much more heavier, intense macro play from the side of OG Esports. On most times was out of the team fight, especially towards that early to mid game, taking those early T1s into the side lane. We saw him up to the clash lane, able to get that one as well, as we saw City Boy go down into the mid lane. So really on playing a great masterclass here as a farm lane, not only playing great with the damage, but also the macro. But overall, MVP is none other than the Dao himself. He must be amassing so many MVPs right now within the West League. It's looking like he's just collecting them, right? Collecting them like badges.
Yeah, he is. If MVPs were rings, he would have all of his fingers, you know, anointed with jewelry at this point. I think it's been that many. Maybe we're not quite there yet. Would have to go back through the amount of games that they have played and actually count them all up. But Dao being able to survive an early oppressive state from the likes of Pei. I mean, he is, for me, the best player in the Major West League. So he knows more than anyone how quickly a game can just completely go awry if you give too much ground to the likes of a Byron Pei combo. And he's always, you know, I joked about it earlier. If he's playing the Ogren and he sees, you know, his farm lane getting dove or his flash lane getting dove, you know, maybe jokingly he's saying, I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry, you know, that's your problem, it's not mine. I gotta farm up and continue getting my resources in, because he knows that's his win con. if he tries to bail out his team when he's not strong enough personally, then you're just feeding more fire to the flame that could have been Twisted Mind's early game composition.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I do want to put like a bit of a shine onto City Boy. Obviously, Liam Pope into this draft was pretty huge, right? A great counter for Dowdo onto the Orgrin. But the fact there's just so much burst damage coming over from the side of OG Esports. It's like they knew that from that time in the early game where we saw City Boy dive into the backside between the T1 and the T2, just so they were able to kind of be a bit of a distraction to get one of the T1s onto the side of Twisted Minds. It just was a little bit, it felt a bit short to the pale. But speaking of that, we are going to go to a break so these boys can discuss what went wrong and what they can do in game 2 and potentially take it to a best of 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're on to a banger.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game number 2 between our OG Esports and Twisted Minds, the match of the week. And the game 1 did not fail to deliver, Blam. We saw Twisted Minds try to take the early game oriented composition with the pay, with the Byron, a little bit of that late game insurance policy in the long, something that OG Esports are very familiar with and, dare I say, wrote the playbook on. And Twisted Minds definitely, you know, an adopter of that and using it to success against other teams. But when they tried it against OG Esports, they found those early game leads, but not enough to bring them down.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it time and time again from OG Esports. They've been drafting that combo themselves, right? So they were pretty much like, check please. We know how this one plays out. We wrote the book on this one for the West League, and we thought better of you. We really thought better of you, Twisted Minds. So honestly, there's a little bit more of jest between these two teams, it feels like, but also the respect onto the Gorge as well is definitely something that it's been paid for onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like OG Esports is like, right, we cannot underestimate these guys. They got first blood onto us. We have to make sure that we are at least bringing another like 50-60% into our roster now, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and for OG Esports, I loved how you called out at the end of the game, DowDow, a quick glimpse over on his player cam, wiping the sweat off of his trousers there. It wasn't an easy game for the side of OG Esports. It really did come down to just really decisive and methodical control in that mid game, where it was a composition they had drafted that was going to get better and better the later the game went on, and they just had to survive the early game storm.
They did. They had to survive it. I mean, they survived it to an extent, right? But where the survival rate actually starts to show here is in this draft, and we're going into game 2 draft between both Twisted Minds and OG Esports here. What are we going to be seeing? Are we going to be seeing some more of the paid bans come through like it is here already? It was already set up between previous matchups against OG Esports, but Twisted Minds was like, hey, I've tried the pay, I'm not going to give it over to DowDow. But there's still so much in DowDow's facility that he could go for, right? I mean, we've seen fantastic performances on the Fade. Could this be a Fade game?
You know, I'm not sure if he's ready to hit Twisted Minds with that level of disrespect, because I'm not convinced that Fade is a hero that works against the best teams in the league. It seems like that's just kind of like a for fun pick that DowDow has been able to lock in, because to my knowledge, it hasn't really been experimented with other squads so far. And OG, since the pay is gone, they're going to respect that they should take the Ogryn off the table away from Clean, but the first pick that is available could be that Dharma.
Yeah, the Dharma coming through here is probably one of the nicest, biggest picks. He loves this pick. Even in KC 2024, he was all about this. It was one of the sort of like go-to shining performances from this young Clash laner, but it does mean my Shiranui did survive the first ban, and it is going to be Wen picking that up, because if Wen didn't pick it up right now, it would definitely be over to Hylang.
OG Esports even getting a little bit of more early game power if they lock in this D-Red something that Mon can at least control and have early priority on in the laning phase. But Twisted Minds, what is their answer into this? Don't tell me it's going to be the Chano.
I mean, it could come through here, right? I mean, it is a good way to try and dodge out the Imperial Order as well. Not laying down that CC is something that Chano doesn't want to be at fault of. And same here, going for the Q1, being able to try and dodge out that ultimate from on the D-Ranger is going to be pretty huge. But here it is, the flashy playstyle that we know DowDow is tried and tested with, wrote the book on, is going in with the Luna. We've seen 2 different kind of playstyles with DowDow on the Luna. When we saw KK draft the Guan Yu was taking the Heed, whereas we saw the Luna playstyle from DowDow being a little bit more of an intel gathering kind of, well, I'm going to sit in the rush, I'm going to tell you where the enemy team is for you, and I'm going to serve up the meals. I am daddy for the day.
Yeah. Things on my bucket list, hearing Blam say daddy podcast, you know, and I'm going to check that one off. I thought I was going to have to really work to get you to say that one, but bans for the second round coming through now, both the Dune and the Musashi, just viable, strong tank junglers for the side of Clean, and especially for something like the Musashi, not just, you know, a frontline member, but also a powerful diver trying to no longer will have access to the CC, whereas Twisted Minds getting rid of powerful support options for the side of OG Esports, and they're just going to go for the Byron for now. And nice answer into Dharma, but it does leave the cards open for what Mu Chen's pick will be. Oh my god.
Oh, are we getting it, Rafa? Are we getting the Prince of Wangling potentially?
It's gonna be locked in. I'm not gonna get baited. 20 seconds on the clock.
I mean, this would be good. This would
country's borders with my blade.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You finally
Prince of Wangling! It's locked in, baby. It's on broadcast. Sika is the only other player that has locked in this hero in the tournament. I'm so sorry. This is by far my favorite hero to play when I play solo queue. Oh, I'm so excited to see it here.
It's really good, right? I mean, the fact that the silence comes through for the Prince of Landling as well, it also has, when you go into the ultimate state, you do get a broader area of vision as well. So again, in terms of intel, this is where Clean may be trying to play that kind of play style, but also using the silence onto the likes of the Luna, trying to pick off the D-Ranger as well as the Maisha Noise. So again, this could be a very fruitful pick for them, but I do like to see Mooch in here on the Motsu, right? The Cannon Blast, especially going into the Gunner Mo as well, is going to be trying to reach him. So those couple blades, those freshly forged couple blades, as we get into that level 4 mark that we know can shred any of these squishier heroes' health, is going to be where they're looking to try and land those cannon blasts. But over to the side of Twisted Minds, they've really got to try and give a bit of a cannon fodder over to that side, right? Like, make sure that Gunner Mo is not being caught out, because that is going to be a lot of burst damage taken off of your team if it gets caught out too early.
You know, Blam, that sounds cool and all, but we got Prince of Landling that just locked in. I'm still stuck on that point right now. Now, to follow up with what you were saying, that does make sense for the side of OG Esports, because it seemed like they were lacking in terms of possible engage and range, because the folly with D-Ranger, powerful early game hero, right? The problem is his effective range of damage is kind of short unless you're able to stack up that passive, and even then it does tend to fall off in terms of safety against the likes of late game oriented farm laners, whereas, you know, the rest of OG Esports, it seems like, you know, Byron doesn't really have strong ways of engaging other than, you know, finding those flanks. And for Luna, it does put a lot of pressure on Dao had he not had some additional CC setup. But those cannon blasts, if you can find a pick from range and if it looks good, then that's where OG Esports can spring the trap. But then again, Twisted Minds, you have to deal with now a ninja, someone lurking in the shadows, always running around the map waiting to strike.
Waiting to strike is exactly what he's going to be looking for, right? But at the same time, there's probably going to be a lot of like phase checking as well, especially with Muchen onto the Motsu. Could be another MO for this pick, right? Using the Cannon Blast to try and suss out where Clean is going to be hiding on this Prince of Landling. Could be a way that could be a great counter for the side of OG Esports, just to suss them out, to see like, hey, we can see where you are, gaining the intel here. Obviously, Dao on the Luna as well is going to be a very high frames hero, trying to sort of like maybe trying to suss out, give a little bit of a intel over to the side of OG. So be like, hey, Muchen, landing Cannon Blast here. I know for a fact this is the money shot, and then that completely just stops the access into the backline, and then everyone could just dive in onto the Prince of Landling. But for your sake, Rafa, I hope that isn't the case, because you like this pick, you want to see it to shine. Clean is on this one. If any hero or any player is going to make this pick shine, it's a player called Clean.
You know, Blam, you put up a very good point, and unfortunately, I'm also very aware of how volatile this hero can be. Packs a lot of damage, packs a lot of slipperiness, and being able to stealth his way across the map. However, if you pick a wrong engage to all in on, you have no way out once you commit with your secret skill strike, right? You are in the fight, and if you do not immediately finish them off, or you don't get the pop off of your second skill detonation mark, you're kind of screwed over, because you're super squishy on the Landling, unless there's another build out there that kind of makes him more of a bruiser, which I haven't really seen before. I've always been building him full glass cannon, and you know, I don't know, maybe that might be an adaptation that Clean is forced to make. But it seems like if you're going to pick an assassin, you have to all in. You have to get that snowball rolling, and you have to make sure that you are picking those assassination windows decisively.
Exactly, that's exactly what they're going to do. Prime opportunities for the Prince of Landling coming in here. But again, it is going to be all down to this draft as we go through into this game 2 between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Look at that. We got the Chano, we got the Ganon Mo, we got the Dharma, as well as the Fuel One. Obviously, Fuel One is going to be there to try and bait a few of these skills from OG Esports, especially using the Unending Sorrow. But at the same time, CD Boy is going to be giving over quite a lot of healing and quite a lot of sustain onto the side of Twisted Minds. So again, it's all down to the execution for me.
Especially with the compositions that have been drafted by both teams here. We're on to the Gorge for a second game of our match of the week between Twisted Minds and OG Esports. If you're just tuning in now, welcome everyone. This is the Kings Major West League. It's a banger. It's our two best diff teams in the Major West League. Up until this series, they have been undefeated so far. Twisted Minds receiving their first game loss of the entire tournament. Credit to OG Esports.
I mean, if any team was going to do it, it was definitely OG Esports, right? Just statistically, evidently, they are one of the top dogs within this tournament. But at the same time, Twisted Minds still has room to breathe here. It's just going to be a little bit interesting to see how they actually gain the pressure onto them. But here comes Mucho with the kind of blast. Actually, with two of them, he was in between them. He had one shot, one opportunity, and it didn't land.
Damn. Spaghetti, mom spaghetti on his shirt already too. Twisted Minds, just being able to slip right on through and avoid the crucial CC that Muchen was trying to weave his way through. Already you're going to see Hailong and Wen being very proactive in their roams, trying to catch any rotations that are poorly made by either teams, but because of how solid, how good these two teams are, those windows have not presented themselves. Meanwhile, Clean has been farming up a storm on the Prince of Landling, now has access to that secret skill Strike, has not found a window yet to assassinate anyone, and it's got to be crucial because any of these windows here, you get that early snowball, and suddenly Prince of Landling feels super pressing to play against.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. Dowdow looking for a fast rotation. Wasn't quite expecting that movement speed increase that we've been seeing on the Gorge, which is a bit of a passive, a bit of a time passive that comes through on the recent patch. But right now, if we're looking at this, I'm pretty sure when we saw the gold graph then, it was actually Dowdow that was ahead in terms of the gold lead in the jungle, but as well as the XP between both Dowdow and Clean. So Clean might have to play a little bit more of a faster rotation here, just so he gets a little bit more activated, does the damage a little bit more quicker. But right now, when just putting a bit of aggression onto Hailong, I feel like that's the whole point into this early game, right? Just making sure Hailong is checked rather than unchecked.
I will say, I'm not familiar with the matchup between Prince of Landling and Luna. So does Dowdow want to try and match a lot of the early pressure that Clean... Oh, wait a minute. Ball in on the bottom side. CT Boy had no chance to respond. It was just a quick collapse in First Blood going over to OG Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Not quick enough to respond there. It's going to be Muchen taking the first blood. Obviously, resources could have probably gone better elsewhere, but overall, it's globally going to be globally suited OG Esports to claim that one, right? Q1 off the table. City Boy is not going to be providing those healings to the bot side of the map. We see a bit of a contestant here into the Crimson Golem, but he's actually able to clean up his own Crimson Golem, which could have been huge for him. Oh, 90, trying to commit there, trying to scare Keke.
OG Esports, knowing the intel that Clean was on the bottom side of the map, were able to yoink away some camps here. A lot of damage on to Hailong's gone and Mo. Clean just picking up the mid wave. And Keke using the power of this Byron. The early priority, he's able to get the wave shoved in. And 90 cannot make the collapse upon him. So Keke always getting information on what is happening in this top jungle for Clean.
Yeah, he's prioritizing his wave play, but then also prioritizing the information he's giving over to the side of OG Esports, right? But I feel like this is a great pick from Muchen here. The Cannonblast goes through, but there's a bit of fight on two fronts.
Secret skill, Shadow Strike. He finds the mark. Clean is able to find Wen. And it was almost a pick opportunity for the side of OG Esports, looking for Shanks as Muchen was able to find that Cannon Blast, which is not enough damage to follow up on the pick.
Yeah, that seemed like one of those moments, right, where Twisted Minds was like, hey guys, we know that Dowdow's bot side of the map, we need to take Wen now. If we don't strike, we lose a kill onto the board. And this is set up the neutral objective very well for Twisted Minds, able to take the neutral objective first round.
It's looking good, Blam. Clean finds his first kill on the board. He gets the first objective of the game. OG Esports have been completely run away with the game on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Pitcher and Pitcher on the top side. All the pressure subsided since 90 could not protect the tier 1. OG Esports able to at least take the first turret of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Taking the first turret of the game is going to be OG Esports, taking the T1 up into the Clash lane. So again, this gives a lot more pressure over to the side of Twisted Minds. It means that Keke definitely can be affordable to get out of the Clash lane, right? And just try and focus into these team fights. Try and lock down Hailong for his team. But right now, we are seeing the goal difference go over to the side of OG Esports. It's very slim, but it is a goal difference nonetheless. The kind of blast does connect. Oh, Wen!
Oh, great follow-up by Wen. Just not enough damage to finish off CT Boy. A quick pull of the flash allows the support for Twisted Minds to escape. OG Esports still waiting for another play. Dowd waiting in the wings now. Here comes 90, but immediately jumped on by Dowd. He springs the trap. Patience is rewarded, and the OG jungler picks up a triple.
Yeah, Dowd getting a triple here is definitely a bit of a non-starter for Twisted Minds right now. They are definitely quaking in their boots, thinking, oh my gosh, we've done the inevitable. We've given Dowd the triple kill onto the Luna. And to be honest, they're not punishing the Luna the way they're meant to, right? They are leaving that Azure Golem unchecked. The Luna heavily sufficient on that.
Another pick in the mid lane, but quick burst by Hylong and Clean being able to find Muchen before Wen was able to follow up.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a bit of a teleport down to the mid lane here just to make sure to keep it clean. They don't want to lose T1 just yet into the mid lane, right? I mean, that could be a little bit of a turnaround for Twisted Minds in the early game because Lord knows they need to try and get something onto this Gorge, right? They don't have any turrets. They only have 2 kills going up to the side of Twisted Minds. And right now, that gold lead is definitely starting to flitter and maintain onto the side of OG Esports. And when you got picks like Luna coming through, when getting the itemizations as well, that's when this is going to start to become a lot more troublesome.
Yeah, and once again, we just find ourselves in a similar story that was in game 1, where Twisted Minds able to find some really strong early game picks, specifically for Clean. Unfortunately for him, Dowd just is able to one-up him. This time, it's not just getting farm for himself, he finds a massive triple kill, and now this Luna is just as big of a threat, if not bigger, than the current Prince of Landling.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the burst damage alone is just going to be absolutely wild for the side of OG Esports. Dowd is just playing such a fast, aggressive game. Giving access to the enemy jungle as well means that he's just going to get fatter quicker on this Luna, and they're looking to approach the T2 here. This is not the kind of pressure that Twisted Mind really needs in this game 2. This is a clean OG Esports.
Tier 2 taken by Dowd, solo splitting on the bottom side of the map, a full level lead on Clean's Prince of Landling. And despite all of the picks that Twisted Minds were able to find early on, the pressure, it is still just equalized and just one up by Dowd, going to show that he is the one and only, the best jungler in the league.
I mean, the nice freezing there from 90 was very good. Obviously, it means that the minion wave couldn't crash mid into the mid part of the lane, into the clash lane, right? But at the same time, this is kind of like, it's like trying to like cover a bleeding wound. It's not quite doing what it needs to do. That bandage needs to turn into an operation. And speaking of operation, I'll make it caught out here.
Secret skill strike from the shadows. Clean finds on and waits for the flash to be burned before he commits the ultimate. Well played by the Prince of Landling, but now the rest of Twisted Minds under fire as the rest of OG Esports were trying to battle for mid prio, see if they got a chance to collapse onto Clean, but he's just going to slip back into the darkness.
I just love that. The fear in Clean's heart. He even had access into the enemy jungle whilst they were fighting into the mid lane. It was just like, bro, no, I'm not taking your Azure Golem because I know for a fact that's where all 4 of OG Esports are going to die. But right now, they are punishing City Boy.
Yeah, Dowd once again finding another crucial pick with the Luna. Just making sure that OG Esports are maintaining tempo and pressure. The gold lead still on their side, despite it being small, just under 3,000. Twisted Minds feels like, with all of their due diligence, all of the solid plans that they have made, it is still not enough against OG Esports.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of for Twisted Minds, sorry. I mean, it's getting a little bit tricky here. Let's look at the gold difference. Ooh, 8.8k gold to Luna. So Dowd actually trekking this jungle 1v1, right? Like, he is definitely ahead of where he needs to be. And it's definitely showing onto Gorge here.
Another pick into the top side jungle. KK maybe getting a little too far forward. The collapse and the reinforcements just overwhelming the solo laners of OG Esports. Both Wen and KK biting the dust there, and Twisted Minds, maybe. Can they get any more off of the pick? They have 5 members strong on the Gorge here. Neutral objectives spawning in the next 10 seconds. Dowd now finding a window, forcing Yuhuan to go back here as TT Boy is able to continue buying space.
I mean, City Boy was forced to use the ultimate, right? I mean, we saw the Cannon Blast from Muchen. If that connect, then Dowd would have been literally a green card straight on top of them. But 90 here.
Yeah, Clean already using the Secret Seal Strike. Now he's has to wait for another moment here, and that just opens up Dowd to just clean house on any stragglers from the side. A Twisted Minds. Clean goes back in. Not enough damage to finish off Dowdow on the Luna. He is just so damn strong. And I cannot express how difficult it is to be in a position of Prince of Landling where you feel like you're doing enough, but you're still massively behind in terms of gold against the enemy jungler, and you feel like all of your efforts are just for naught.
Again, I think at this point in the game, it's going to be hard for Clean to come back here. Shanks goes down like a dream because Dowdow is just so far ahead in terms of not only XP, but the gold. And that is really starting to show here on the Gorge. I mean, globally between the two teams, 2K is not the biggest divide, especially going into the 10-minute mark, right? We've seen 6, 7, K gold literally at this point of the game with some of these teams, but the fact that most of that difference is going off the Dowdow is making the difference onto the Gorge for OG Esports.
And now OG Esports are ready to take the grasp that they have wrestled away from Twisted Minds and really strangle the remaining life out of Twisted Minds, putting the pressure down on multiple lanes. Tier 2 tower falling in the clash lane. Their eyes on the tier 2 in the mid lane as CT Boy has got to be careful. Even the safety of these walls are not as safe as they might want to believe. Another tier 2 falling in the mid lane.
Tier 2 just falling to the mid lane there. I mean, this is just a bigger open and a bigger fissure for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to try and counteract this whilst the high ground turrets and whilst they still have them intact. But the problem is they can't get a clear way in to OG Esports, especially with the denial of Dowdow. We've got Keke that's always like kind of like hiding in the back line, waiting for them to actually approach here. And the fact that they have way more neutral objectives under their belt, right, is just going to put a lot more pressure onto the Gorge. We do see that the Shadow Overlord has gone through to the side of OG Esports, means that a lot of pressure is now going to come through to one of those unsuspected lanes of Twisted Minds. So we could be seeing a little bit of a game finishing push here. Dowdow opening up that Azure Golem for himself, but actually gets stolen by Heilang with the couple blades.
Nice pickup here, maybe a consolation prize for the side of Twisted Minds, but it's gonna have to be more than just a blue buff steal if they want to come back in this game. CT Boy trying to bait out some cooldowns here, using Juan safely as much as they can. OG pushed up onto the top side, mid lane, under pressure from the Shadow Vanguard. They are able to do it away. Oh, good pick onto Wen. That's a 5-on-4 now for the side of Twisted Minds. Maybe they can continue the pressure, but it's so hard to get out of their base. These cannon blasts keeping them at bay.
Cannon Blast, exactly. This is why I was well, I wasn't excited as you for the Prince of Langling pick, but I was bubbling knowing that Muchen got the Motsu, right? The Motsu is going to be there to just make sure they don't close the distance between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Cannon Blast being very oppressive. Yes, there is ways of dodging it onto the side of Twisted Minds, like the Huan, but ultimately, it's been landing, it's been working, and it's definitely creating the divide between OG Esports and Twisted Minds.
Maybe a trap here sprung. Cannon Blast right onto the face of Clean, thankfully. He does not go down in an instant. Dowdow not willing to pull the trigger there, just being patient with the play, as he knows that the rest of OG Esports were still making their way towards the bottom side of the map with the collapse. High ground turret still up and available for all 3 lanes on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I feel like what OG Esports are going to do here is just basically nurse all 3 of these lanes that gets to the point where they're able to kind of push on all 4 fronts. And then that's where the team fight becomes a little bit more of a split divide between Twisted Minds for themselves, right? Because they need to find out where they're going to put their focus on, because right now they have no turrets in the game, right? They're still at those T1 territories. OG looking very clean in this one.
Maybe find in the mid lane, but Clean is forced to use a secret skill strike to flash away. And if you're using it to retreat and still die, then you know that you're in dire straits. Twisted Minds losing out on their jungler. The Shadow Tyrant quickly swept up by OG Esports in the aftermath, and the gold lead still continuing the climb.
Was definitely the pickup they needed, right? Especially in terms of the range that the Byron can actually get in there. So Keke had to use his flash, had to use his dash, and his knock up to claim clean. But it is definitely one of the bigger pickups they could have got in that team fight, because now they don't have the jungle. The silence isn't going to come through. In terms of intel, it's going to be a lot harder for sneaking around the Gorge.
It may not necessarily be the final nail in the coffin here, Blam, but it definitely seems like a big momentum breaker. The one person that had yet to drop a death in this game on the side of Twisted Minds, your jungler who goes for the volatile pick in the Prince of Landling, who was at least being able to put pressure, be that wild card, now being shut down like this. OG Esports seemingly have now taken full control of momentum in this game.
Full control of momentum, absolutely. I mean, not just that as well, right? I mean, they got the gold lead. They just need to make sure that they push in these waves. They need to put a lot more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, because if they don't allow this pressure to continue, there could be times, there could be room for error. But right now, Dodo getting caught out there, quite a few stuns, and obviously Chano using the leader stance as well.
It was so close. You could sense the desperation. You could sense how hungry they were to take out Dodo, the jungler of OG Esports, but now they're on the retreat. As you already see, Keke trying to get into the faces of them. As he overextended, pops the shield from the ultimate, just not enough to survive. And you know what? Twisted Minds are going to take that one graciously, but it does open up this Overlord being ripped by OG Esports. Twisted Minds trying to see if they can collapse fast enough. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Keke's pressure was enough to sort of keep them away from the Overlord, right? Keep it non-contested. Twisted Minds not be able to get within the reach to contain that one, but they are approaching the T1 into the mid lane here. This could be an opening of what they need, but it is going to be the Overlord being put down here, completely mitigating any kind of work that they had trying to get there. Still able to claim the T1 into the mid lane because it is very weak at this point in the game, but this is a point where Twisted Minds need to kind of farm up, trying to get a little bit more resources so they can try and maintain the damage coming through for Hylang, for Shanks as well. But ultimately, these team fights are still going in the favor of OG Esports. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Bushin maybe jumped on here. Tries to look for the flash play here onto 90. Yeah, they missed the ultimate. Maybe they can turn it around here. A lot of damage on the CT boy. Here comes Keke. Oh, but it just goes a little too far forward once again. Okay. It's a trade. 1-for-1. The mid laner for the support. OG Esports still going to continue the siege. Shadow Vanguards have eliminated the high ground turret on the top side of the map. Dodo putting the pressure, and now OG Esports are going to test the waters here, but they will not bait it fully from the side of Twisted Minds.
I mean, it wasn't just a trade as well, right? The fact that they're able to take down City Boy, again, gets rid of a lot of that healing. It gets rid of a lot of the CC from the Q1 as well. So, yes, they trade when, but they still have damage from the Derringer. They have damage from the Lunar as well. And also the Cannon Blast from Muchen. They definitely don't tickle. They still put a lot of oppressiveness onto the side of Twisted Minds. And you can see here the 5k gold difference has definitely not dwindled at all. Still farming up, maintaining the gold is OG Esports.
And they have full control of this bot side. They're trying to get to be the ones first in the river to control the Shadow Tyrant for positioning and posture, but Twisted Minds already beelining through their own red quadrant, seemingly still too hesitant to step up safely, because they're still overall down 5,000 gold. Muchen fishing with these cannon blasts, keeping vision, keeping them locked in place. As the rest of Twisted Minds force a retreat now. Gotta be careful. Muchen another cannon blast right onto CD Boy, but he's the only one that can step up and buy space for the rest of his squad.
Yeah, for now anyway, right? They just need to keep pushing this. They've got minions on all three lanes, right? This is definitely the prime time for OG to strike. Yes, Hylang is putting in those couple blades and putting them to work, trying to clear out the minion waves, but also doing a lot of damage onto the enemy team. Oh, Keke.
Oh, maybe a pick onto Wen. Forced away, but doesn't go down, and they have to deal with the minion pressure on both the top side and the mid lane, and the high ground turret falls in the bottom side of the map. Twisted Mind down on their knees and backs against the wall.
Again, still playing a very good defense, though. Like, they are getting them to the high ground turrets. It's just that OG Esports is chipping them away very slowly. But now we are starting to see that it's getting very much close to that 20-minute game, right? The Tempest Dragon is going to be up any moment now, and that, to me, is going to be the closer for the side of OG. They've got to be careful. Dow does not want to get picked off at this point in the game.
This just might be the longest game we've had in the Kings Major West League so far. We'll get a confirmation for that after the broadcast, or after at least the game, but if it's not the case, it definitely feels like it. I think this is the first time we're going to see a Tempest Dragon spawning on stream, if I'm not mistaken, Blam.
Oh, there's been a few. There's been a few already within the West League. Don't worry. Yep, there's been a few. Don't worry.
All right. I'm capping. That's my bad. Anyway, Tempest Dragon spawning in the next 5 seconds here. OG Esports continuing to leverage the pressure here, waiting on these empowered minions to just pour on into the base of Twisted Minds and let that pressure do the dirty work for them as the rest of OG Esports make a beeline to the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw the Tempest Dragon actually arise was at MKOI against AYLO Gaming, so it's been a while. It's been a few days, so respectively, you're thinking that there's none, but there was a few days ago, so don't worry about that one. But we are getting into that latter part of the game. They have to be careful. Highland having to do a lot of housekeeping. Keeping them away means that they're going to miss out on a lot of burst damage.
You can see how Twisted Minds are trying to step up. Clean using his passive to sneak in through, get eyes on it. Still 20,000 HP. OG try to spring the trap forward. They're burning it down. Who's it going to go to? On secures the Tempest Dragon. And now everything has gone to disaster for the side of Twisted Minds. They're trying to hold the front line, but it's just not going to happen. Doubt out. Springs forward onto Shanks. Looking for Clean next, and he has made a beeline to get the heck out of there. And it's all on the Highlong. It's all on the Clean to make the last impossible defense happen. But I don't know if it's going to happen. Clean trying to look and fish for an assassination to the back line, but OG can just push it on in. Doubt out leading the charge, and OG remain undefeated in the ranking week, not dropping a single game. They are your undisputed best team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, they are still undefeated, right? But the fact is that they didn't have as clean as a game as they had previously means that the pressure was definitely there going against Twisted Minds. But it seems like they were just really waiting for that Tempest Dragon to come through, right? Because as soon as we saw the Tempest Dragon get picked up, Keke had the Sage's Sanctuary, so he was able to dive in. Twisted Minds honestly thought that they were onto something there, but the Sage's Sanctuary came back up. It was a second wind for OG Esports, and at that point, they were able to wipe out 3 of the side of Twisted Minds, and then that left literally Clean, and I believe it was Highlang alive just to try and clean out those minion waves. And we saw Clean trying to navigate towards the backside of the map to try and backside of the team, sorry, to try and pick up anybody. But you're against 5 or of OG Esports at that point. It's going to be very hard for a Prince of the Landling to outshine those 4 members.
Unfortunately, as awesome as that hero is, and it's my favorite for a reason, I also know that it is just such a difficult task to try and remain as strong the later the game goes on, and when you have to deal with so many powerful CC abilities, you have to really wait for that window to present itself, and at that point, it feels damn near impossible, and I can't fault Clean for that, as they were able to pick up so many, windows and early kills, at least in the first few minutes of the game. But for OG Esports, it's the same story. A team might be able to find some early windows here, Blam, but then it just seems like OG Esports, especially off the back of Doubtdout, Deathless, once again, this time on the Luna, is just able to find windows to one-up his opponents.
I mean, they're trying to catch out Doubtdout on a Luna, right? It's very difficult. He is already very quick. And in terms of sort of catch, the potential to actually catch the Luna really only relies on 90. You can obviously try and get the silence from Clean on the Prince of Landling. And other than that, you've got obviously the big AoE CC coming from Huan on City Boy. But other than that, there's the way that he navigated these games, the way that he was getting the triple kills, especially towards that early to mid game, meant that the confidence from the side of Twisted Minds to actually pull that off just was not there. And this is correct thinking from the side of Twisted Minds, because this is no jungler. This is no normal jungler. This is Doubtdout, and he's able to get in, get out, get the kills, and just go home in time for tea. But right now, we can see here, the gold lead never even dipped into the favor of Twisted Minds. They struggled from the word go to try and get on top of the gold lead there, obviously resulting in around about 5.4k lead overall for the side of OG Esports. It just came down because obviously Keke, I do want to give a shout out to Keke, the way that he was managing the waves, especially in the early game. He was getting the priority in the lane, giving the intel over to the side of OG Esports, Doubtdout, and it was just kind of like a critical point in that match. MVP, obviously none other than Doubtdout, 2 back-to-back MVPs once more, not a single death in this game. 23% of the damage dealt, 20% taken, but the overall 28% of the gold coming through is exactly where the fissure between these two teams really started to show.
Yeah, when everything seems to be under fire on the side of OG Esports, at this point, I think we can comfortably rely on Doubtdout to still find the advantages necessary for OG to still remain competitive, to remain even, neutralizing the game, and still one-upping his opponents. It all started with this bot lane play. The patience rewarded on this trap, picking up a triple kill for themselves, and it just completely neutralized anything that Clean was trying to do early game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the whole point of the land link, right? You need to have a little bit more pressure on the team for this to work. You need to be in control. And at that point, where Dowda was already ahead in terms of EXP and gold in the early game, that control already became apparent to Clean that it was slipping away. And these pickups that he just wasn't getting, we did see quite a few times Muchin try to lock him down with a think inside the box just right there. He kind of prematurely activated it and it didn't quite connect, which would have been a great shutdown onto Clean. But high length on this Ganamo was pretty much, I would say, one of the main components to why this wasn't such a quick game for OG Esports. Just having such great range, artillery, and burst damage just really meant that it was hard for them to actually climb in on top of him without getting any damage.
Yeah, super tough task for them to be able to surpass here. And I'm just so grateful that we got a chance to see the battle of our two undefeated teams go head to head and see, you know, how it all unfolded. OG Esports still, as you said, it wasn't an easy, you know, walk for them, but it's still super impressive to see how they were able to manage to navigate their way through probably the highest amount of pressure that they have been faced with so far in the tournament from any other team in the league. And they were able to do so beautifully. And just being able to problem solve on the fly, be able to rely on Dowdow's reliability to find advantages and just push through that. But of course, that concludes our second series. We still have 2 more series left to go on broadcast, and they are just as important in determining who is going to secure that 3rd seed. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's our 3rd series of the day.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game and series number 3 between AYLO and Virtus.pro. Now, there is some high stakes going into this series. I think, unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they are no longer able to clinch that 3rd seed off of the back of their earlier series loss today against 9C Globant. However, there is a possibility that AYLO could get that 3rd seed. We're not quite sure of if head-to-head score matters, but the best that AYLO can do is clean this series in a 2-0 to give themselves the best chance possible.
Exactly. I mean, this is the whole point of day 4, right? Is the seeing who's going to get that 3rd seed into the Group S, because yes, we had one of the biggest setups of the day, which was obviously Twisted Minds against OG Esports, a little bit of a potential preview into the finals of this region West League, but at the same time, it is just as more important for these teams to try and get into a Group S so they don't have to fight all the way up between 4 teams to get to the very top to make it through to the knockout week.
Yep. Group S allows you to basically survive not having to play another week of games just for a chance to make it into the knockouts and the playoffs. But it all comes down to our last series of the day, starting with this one between AYLO and Virtus.pro. Now, unfortunately for Virtus.pro, as we already talked about, because they're already confirmed to be going into Survival Week, I think the best thing that they can take away from this last series that they're playing today is just try and experiment with as much as you can. Try and continue getting those fundamentals and the coordination with your team down so that you're putting yourself in the best position once you get into the next week of games.
Yeah, I mean, there's still pride on the line, right? You still want to say that you won as many games as you possibly could within the ranking week. You don't want to kind of be like, let's play coy, let's play kind of like dead, and then wait till it's going to be the survival week, and then that's when we start to show, because already some of these teams we're starting to see a little bit of a struggle within the best of 3 anyway when it comes to drafting. So when a best of 5 comes around, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. Going to put them more to a bit of a test within those best of 5 formats. Luckily for some of these teams, they don't have to do a best of 7, so their best of the 5 is going to be their next hurdle. But if any of them try and get anywhere close to obviously KWC, which could be later on in the year, obviously we'll start to see some best of 7s come through there, and then that's where the real challenge becomes for some of these teams.
Yeah, you get into the endurance test for these teams to see how long you can last, how long you can maintain that mental composure, and how many, heroes you can exhaust in your pool, what the creativity starts to come flourishing for some of these teams. We already have seen a lot of that creativity expressed early on, and we're just in best of threes, Blam. The fact that, teams are already able to flex that kind of creative muscle, I'm super excited to when we get to the point where it is those longer series.
Yeah, I mean, when you're already up by 1 point, you're going to start to flex the muscle, right? Like, it's where you try to do it at game 1. But we are going to go and introduce our first team of this game, and it is going to be Virtus.pro.
On the blue side for this series, it is Virtus.pro. Shisu in the clash lane, Alim in the jungle, Red in the mid lane, and then Prince and Grizzly Q in that farm lane duo. This is the Bears, and we already saw this team play earlier today. Unfortunately, came up short against 9C Globant. They definitely tried to do their best there, and I know that we got a chance to see them flip a little bit of the compositional draft style. In the first game, they went for a little bit more frontline focus for Alim in the jungle with the monkey. Not a great look. He tries to go for something a little bit more comfortable on the Lamb, and despite his best efforts, it still wasn't enough to answer against Sig on the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I mean, L's not for losing, L is for winning. So right now, Virtus.pro are quite warmed up, but let's see their competitors, which is AYLO Gaming. So here is AYLO Gaming. This is going to be the final opponent for VP in the ranking week, and they are comprised of Doxa, Vermont, Lomax, Solista, and Roba Elmar in the support role. And again, this team's been it's teetering on the edge of that third place within the Group S. So they are definitely going to be coming out guns blazing, but they know that VP is all warmed up. They've seen VP already in their first game of the day. So again, yes, VP are warmed up, but AYLO Gaming are warmed up within their minds. They know what could potentially come through its drafts. They know how they may play it as well. But all I'm saying for VP is they need to play it like game 2, not like game 1.
Yeah, definitely much more in their wheelhouse of comfortability, and the picks that they were able to assemble for themselves in that composition. It fit the archetypes and the play styles that Virtus.pro really making a name for themselves for. Our head-to-head graphic is going to feature our mid-lane matchup between Red and Lomax.
Quite a bit of a disparity, right? Like in terms of kills, at the top side of obviously the 3 out of 4 points, quite a bit of a disparity for the side of VP, right? Like it's looking a little bit less compared to Lomax into the mid side, to the majority within that mid lane, but it's sort of towards the team play participation when we start to see that it seems like in that graph that Red is more of a team player than Lomax.
Cool thing about this squad from AYLO Esports, they are the representatives of Peru, being able to qualify through the Open Latin American South qualifier. And this was a team that it was catching a lot of people by surprise off of the backs of, first couple of game performances. I think when we were looking at their contenders for the 3rd seed outside of, the top 2 projected in OG Esports and Twisted Minds, a lot of people were suspecting, okay, maybe it's going to be Movistar Koi or Virtus.pro or 9Z Globant. No one was suspecting AYLO to be able to come out on top against some of the rest of the teams here, but they have been proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with in the middle of the pack, and now have a chance to snag that 3rd seed.
Absolutely. I mean, Lomax into the mid lane is probably one of the big players with this one, as well as Solista into the farm lane as well for me personally. And then I'd probably say Vermont as well. Definitely had moments of shining come through with some of his picks throughout the West League as well. But getting into this draft, they're banning out the Jing. They don't want a Lim to get onto those big assassins pick. And VP are just going back to a bit of basics and be like, right, okay, let's ban out the Mai Shiranui and we'll work it out from there. But the Dolia being banned out here from AYLO Gaming means that we're probably not going to be seeing those pairings up for the likes of the Dolia and the Elaine, or even Dolia and the Shangguan. So don't want to give over those double ultimates to the side of VP.
Both of the bans have been taken by AYLO and Virtus.pro.
Our
The idea is actually being looked at and confirmed as the priority pick for AYLO Esports.
Idea, great prio pick onto the blue side, right? I mean, it sets up a great team fight. It is a great counter engage as well. But speaking of great picks, we've got the Ali and the Mayin come through here. Obviously, the idea can kind of block the Mayin going into the team fights. We can probably see a little bit of a chase down, especially with the bit of farewell onto the Ali as well. Could potentially come through for the side of AYLO Gaming, but they're going to be pairing that up with the Loong here. So again, the Flaming Palms can come through, but like Ali's kit, it can negate quite a few of these projectiles.
AYLO now thinking about what they want to round out their first three-man core with. Loong and Yixing looked at. That is going to be the combo there. The late game insurance policy we've always talked about when this farm laner is locked in, and the utility from Yixing always working in spades. And Virtus.pro, they might be off to a good start already in the Blam coaching philosophy and the playbook. Oh, you know what? I got baited by the hover, Blam. I told myself not to do that a couple times. You know, they were thinking about the Lamb, but it's going to be the Musashi instead.
Yeah, the Musashi's a great pick as well, right? I mean, it's a little bit more tankier than the Lam as well. Obviously, you get the sustain come through. Duel to the death is a little bit more of a honing in skill rather than kind of like the death from below where you got to try and hope that it just connects. But right now, it could have paired very well with the Mayin, right? Like if we got the whatevers come through and a little bit of CC from the Mayin onto one of the unsuspecting victims of AYLO Gaming, it could have been quite fruitful for them. But at the same time, AYLO Gaming do have the Lung, they have the infinite vastness as well. So any of these kind of dive potential picks that come through, like the Lam, do suffer and are at the mercy of the infinite vastness. But looking at this next part of the banning phase, obviously Monkey, Dune getting banned out here, they really are trying to put a halt onto AYLO Gaming in terms of the tanky junglers, but Ogryn is still available for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Question is, does AYLO want to take it in the face of something like a Musashi? We've talked about before.
Very, very true.
That by early picking the Musashi, you are daring AYLO, which is why they don't have to worry about banning the Ogryn. And if they thought that Musashi CC wasn't enough, Virtus.pro now locking in the Liang for Grizzly Q.
Looking in the Liang there, I mean, could we potentially be getting that Princess Frost combo come through into the mid lane as well that we've been seeing quite frequently, as especially right now that we are still waiting for VP to drop their mid lane, and right now they definitely need a little bit more of an area of control. So either the Princess Frost, the Lady Jen would be pretty good here. The fact that Nu has been taken off the table as well as the Ganem Mo feels like they kind of have to sit into that control mage role, which it's not kind of like settling for the side of VP. It's definitely going to benefit their draft.
Wait, who's the jungler for AYLO? Is it Yuhuan?
Yuhuan, yeah, it'd be Yuhuan.
Wow. Okay. I've only seen this hero picked in the support role, so this is definitely a new one for me. But you know what? This is going to be the answer that AYLO Esports are looking for. Virtus.pro rounding out their composition with the Princess Frost. We see how valuable she can be, as well as being able to at least give over that lane of economy once she acquires the items necessary, which will allow for someone like Prince to get even more farm for themselves racked up on the Arlie. But now looking at these two compositions here, Blam, where do you see the strengths? Where do you see the win conditions lying here?
I mean, the strength for AYLO Gaming, especially with Yuan into the jungle, this was something they kind of learned from the KPL Dream Team of EWC, right? They were definitely flaunting this pick throughout the entire of that tournament, and then ever since then, especially when we didn't have Global Ban pick, this was one of the major picks into the jungle because they build it tanky, they don't build it AP. So it's, again, a solid front line. You have the Unending Sorrow that's able to dodge a lot of and basically bait a lot of the abilities onto the enemy team, but then you also have the sustain part come through through as well. And then when you're pairing that with the Dolia, you're going to get double the sustain come through, a lot of CC, and a great counter engage potential for the side of AYLO Gaming. So I do like it. It is great against the Musashi. It's kind of going to be able to try and bait out a lot of the skills onto the side of VP as well. So honestly, I do like AYLO's Gaming's first game draft. But over to the side of VP, they have been picking that very fruitful Princess Frost and Liang combo, right? A lot of CC coming through from both of these teams.
Yeah, it seems like any target that Grizzly Cube wants to flash ultis on, and as long as Red is near there with the Princess Frost, that person on AYLO Esports is just dead to rights. It is very hard to imagine a world like, unless they're super tanky, any squishy is going to be biting the dust there. But we are on to the Gorge for our first game of our third series of the day, y'all. And just to remind you, this thrilling season of the Major West League is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Absolutely, it's going to be great. Anyway, getting KWC a little bit later on in the year as well. And then we also have the Realme 14 series. Our players are all geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
1 minute so far into the game. Not much has happened in terms of early skirmishes. However, there's definitely been some posturing, a little bit of poking, prodding from between both teams, testing the water, see where they can find these small advantages so far. But definitely does seem like it is a standard game between these two.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to try and just steal a few of these like sideline camps from the side of VP as well. I believe it did go over to Prince, as he is now level 3, is ahead of the curb compared to Solista, that's just chinged as well with the level 3. But right now, in the early game, we're just really looking at trading blows, looking at trying to get as much damage as possible. Obviously, Diadea and the Lung going against the Arlie makes it a little bit more trickier of a 1v1 down to the bot side of the map. But we could see some heavy rotations from the Princess Frost and the Liang for now.
A limb on the Musashi, poking his head into the red quadrant to see if there was any camps available. Unfortunately for him, all of them had been taken away already by Vermon. Now AYLO trying to focus down the Sprite on the top side to see if they can get priority on the first teleport of the game. Virtus.pro having Red and Shisu waiting in the wings. Maybe a trap here. Gold is my board, already used in response by Lomax, and it keeps Virtus.pro at bay and allows him to survive.
Yeah, kind of baited, obviously, Shisu there into trying to take down Lomax, but obviously with the Yixing, he does have the passive that makes him a little bit of invincibility when it comes to him being low health. It is part of his passive. It does go on cooldown, so he has to be careful with this next invade into the mid lane, right? Like, now that VP has this intel, do they strike on it? Will they go in for Lomax?
Only time will tell. Prince has been idly and very comfortably farming up a storm on the bottom side against Lista's Long. It's pretty hard to dive something like an Arlie with the amount of mobility and outplayability that you have just dancing between the parasols. We've seen a key example of that, I want to say a couple days ago. I do not remember the teams, but there was definitely one Arlie outplay that left me completely stun locked, and Virtus.pro gonna see if they can continue to rely on that safety. But with 3 members pressuring the turret, it is a little difficult, and Lomax even extending the World Is My board just to force Prince off the turret.
Again, just to force him off the turret, but the turret did take a lot of trading blows there. But I do think I know which outplay you do mean there, Rafa. It was none other than OG Esports is on, taking that 3v1 into the bot side of the turret. But right now, suppression coming through.
And there is the combo. Liang into the Princess Frost. Lomax has nowhere to go. First blood picked up for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, again, when you get suppressed, when you have the Winters here on top of you, it becomes so much more difficult to move out of that one, right? Like, not even any kind of cleanse onto the side of AYLO Gaming can get you out of that one.
But they are all able to push the pressure here on the tier 1. Oh, a limb going in, trying to set up the CC for the rest of his team to follow up on the damage, but they are getting pressed back by all the AoE from the rest of AYLO Esports, and they successfully take the tier 1 without really losing much on the backside.
But the great thing about the idea, right? Like, honestly, the Destiny counter, not only dishing out the damage, but giving out the healing to your allies, right? So it means that they have a little bit of a second wind going into that one. It makes your enemy team kind of think, you know what? I am going to back away from this team fight just to live another day, because once you've taken that T1, and if you've got a few kills translated into that takedown of the T1 as well, could have been a lot more troublesome for the side of Virtus.pro.
A flash was expended by Robo Alma on the support there, but ensuring that the rest of his team is able to make that escape might not be a window that Virtus.pro can comfortably punish in time. Both of the neutral objectives have already been spawned 5 minutes into our first game of the third series so far. And AYLO Esports have the comfortability of being able to play further up into that bot side since they took that tier 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ali's not going to, Prince is not going to be having a easier game nowadays, because he has a little bit less of a safe space to actually recall back to. Like, that T1's gone. It's 5 minutes in. You're going to be relying on sort of like flickering between that T2 into the farm lane, going back to the mid to try and farm up, maybe collect a few camps here and there. But this is where AYLO Gaming are kind of putting the pressure on. They're laying it down thick into the farm lane so that Prince doesn't have that room to grow.
Showed 4 on the bot side of the map. Looks like Doxa forced a flash away from danger since the rest of Virtus.pro tried to equalize the pressure on the top side, but it's a tier 1 for a tier 2 trade. That definitely favors AYLO, as now they're putting the pressure on the high ground tower. Prince trying to keep them busy and occupied. Infinite Vastness already used reposition. Is he going in forward? My goodness, Solista! Excelente from the farm laner of AYLO Esports.
Yeah, he was waiting for the slow to come through. He was waiting for the Destiny counter as well, just to do that last little bit of damage that was going to be the sweet spot for Solista, just to be like, right, I'm going to take a U-turn, I'm going to fall back into my team, but they're still going to be in range of my infinite fastness to take the damage, and that's exactly what happened there. Solista picking up the kill. He is about 800 gold ahead of Prince, so he has to be careful. Suppression come through.
Big fight in the mid lane. Maybe Virtus.pro can find a quick pick here, but they've already lost Grizzly Q. Alim is able to trade one back on the Lomax in the backside, but he's all by himself. He has to buy time for the rest of the team to collapse. Here comes Shisu on the Mayin, kicking them in the face. Massive knockup onto the backside of AYLO Esports, but they turn on the heat. They turn on the firepower, trying to see if they can fight back against the rest of Virtus.pro. And look at Solista, he's just pumping out damage. This guy does not stop.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very troublesome for AYLO Gaming. Obviously, they lost Lomax, they lost Robert Almar as well into the early game, but Alim had to run away. He was literally on the death's precipice. He had to get back, get some help, and then it was coming through. It was Solista that got the turnaround, made that an equal trade, and it was also thanks to, obviously, Doxa having that HP regen onto the Byron as well, having that kind of sustainability, having that tankiness from this pick. It's pretty huge, but we also saw the crucial function of the Hue-1 into this team fight, right? There was a crucial 3-man crowd control, so again, that big knockup from her ultimate is deadly.
Ensuring his survivability. Crucial for the side of AYLO Esports, as they now continue to leverage pressure into the mid lane. They have full access to this bottom side quadrant. Uh-oh, Shisu gets a little too close. Infinite Vastness allows Solista to reposition safely away. Is able to lay down some damage, but Alim finds a good trade into Vermont's back. AYLO Esports now without their jungler. Gotta be careful. Good setup here by the rest of Virtus.pro, trying to catch out another member, but it's just not enough. Solista is pumping damage on this long.
Yeah, I mean, the look is definitely the... Oh my god, that double kill.
That was insane. I mean, this is just what happens when a late game farm laner is able to get accelerated this early on. Virtus.pro, they're running out of options to deal with this long.
Now, this is the punishment of what exactly AYLO Gaming had in mind, right? They knew they were going to get the early game lead against the Arlie. Prince lost his T1 much early on. We saw that VP trying to get a bit of a saving grace, took the T1 up into the clash lane. At that point in the game, AYLO Gaming was like, right, bet, I'm going for your T2 into the farm lane. So now, Ali has to kind of stick around and share the resources that were meant for her, rightfully meant for her. She's a late game hero that needs those resources. Lomax almost got caught out, but Prince just wasn't be able to translate that into a kill. So overall, VP are struggling for now.
It's a 2,000 gold lead for AYLO Esports. So in terms of overall lead, it doesn't feel that damaging for the side of Virtus.pro, but you are staring down an over-accelerated, super-fed long. And if you do not have the CC combos, if you cannot find the window to lock him down, it definitely feels impossible. So Lisa has no flash. Can they find the window? But they have to get through the front line first. They deal with Lomax right away, but Solista trades back into a limb. They're able to find Red into the back as well. And now this tier 1 is susceptible to being struck down by AYLO Esports. They are continuing to run away with the game.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? When you have Yuan and the Diadea healing you up, so both Robo Alama as well as Vermont actually just sticking with the team fight. You can imagine the team fight potential, team fight participation, sorry, for these two players is actually going to be quite a significant rating for AYLO Gaming, because as they stick around, the duel to the death is not going to be what is going to be normally a fruitful ultimate, right? Picking up the back line, getting a lot of damage onto one of the squishy heroes onto your enemy's team comp. But it's also Solista with the Flaming Palms right now. He's level 13, Prince is level 12. The gold difference is also making the difference as well.
And I like the use of the world as my board from Lomax. He doesn't even need to trap people. He just blocked off the entrance so that no one from the side of Virtus.pro could even walk in and try and gain space for that Tyrant take. It is completely secured by the side of AYLO Esports, and now they shift their control over to the top side.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. What? Solista, 8.3k gold. Prince, 6.8 gold. That is just within one lane. Itemization, Starbreaker coming through. Eternity Blade, Master Sword as well. There is a lot of damage coming through for the side of AYLO Gaming right now. 6, 0, and 1. And he's not stopping there. He's claiming turrets with the Flaming Palms. He's pretty much unstoppable. He's activated at this point.
And another quick pick on to Grizzly Q, who is waiting for a little bit of a trap of his own, but he can only CC one target. He can't CC multiple. Maybe the collapse from a limb will change the story here. Going in, finds the knockup onto Solista, forcing the infinite vastness, but the fact that he could reposition safely away from harm gives AYLO Esports the firepower and the safety needed to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, once again, obviously Masashi can't do the damage and can't maintain the damage with the healing that's coming from the Q1 and the Diadea. But not only that, he has to be online and active to realize that the infinite vastness was not on cooldown. So he went in with the duel of the death, exhausted it, but the infinite vastness came through from the lung, and it was just like, whatever you tried there, buddy, wasn't enough. And this is what kind of is feeling like a little bit of momentum or a theme here for VP, is when they're down in the dumps, it seems.
Yeah. Comes down to threat overload. Maybe a pick onto left side here. Grizzly Q opening up on the Doxa, but he's just too tanky on the buyer. And that pick goes all for naught. Virtus.pro losing out on their support once again. And this is now 5-on-4 for AYLO Esports. Not sure if they want to start ripping the Shadow Overlord, but they're going to try for it. And I don't think Virtus.pro can even walk up and contest.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any Grizzly Q, so they don't have the suppression, they don't have the CC coming through from his abilities, as well as the AoE damage from those the skills. But they did have a limb. A limb could have dived in there with the extreme speed. It would have probably cost him his life and probably wouldn't be as much a greater return in terms of interest becoming a VP, as they are down by about 8k gold right now. So they have to play these defensive plays very well to maintain staying in this game one.
Any chances for a comeback now seem futile for the side of Virtus.pro, and AYLO Esports continuing to impress as one of the teams that we didn't really have our eyes on when this league first started. Maybe a good suppression pick here right onto Vermont, and now it's looking onto the next target. But as long as Solista is alive, he can still continue to pump out the damage, and that's where a limb needs to retreat. They maintain the numbers advantage for now, 5-on-4 against AYLO, so they cannot continue the siege, but the high ground turret already was destroyed on the bottom side of the map. And with these Shadow Vanguards pouring in, it's just more pressure that Virtus.pro have to deal with.
Yeah, two things to point out there. The only reason a limb stayed alive within that fight was the Illuminating Slash connected and completely mitigated the damage from the Flaming Palms. But also, the fact that AYLO Gaming have so much slow come through now. I mean, you just saw that Lomax built the Frozen Breath. We saw the Ominous Premonition come through for Robot Alama. So again, a lot of movement speed decrease coming through, but now we can't go out here.
Yeah, this is a quick collapse. They saw that Doxa was pushing out on the top side of the map. The rest of AYLO Esports hadn't really fully deployed yet on the bottom side, so it was just a great window for Virtus.pro to at least get a free pick, but they're going to have to retreat. They won't get a chance to contest for the Shadow Tyrant, since they still have to deal with the Shadow Vanguards pouring in through the bot side.
Again, it's just, I don't want to keep beckoning on this point, but the fact that I know there's quite a few players within my ranked games that don't know that Masashi's Illuminate Slash can actually block projectiles. Do it. Trust me.
Legendary.
Well, Prince just got deleted by Solista once again, and now you already see that AYLO Esports are just corralling Virtus.pro members one by one. The pick on the Doxa didn't even matter because AYLO Esports can still win a 4v5. Triple kill for Solista on the long, and AYLO Esports will take the first game of the series.
Yeah, with those just a little bit of minions coming through, and those flaming palms are going to connect and take down the crystal for AYLO Gaming. That was a very good game between AYLO Gaming, a very good game for AYLO Gaming, not between them two. There was definitely not too much of a kind of like pull and throw between these two teams, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like there was not much ground for AYLO Gaming to really give for the side of Virtus.pro, right? Now, the big fact of the matter is, once a farm laner that scales insanely well into the late game gets accelerated like that, if you do not have an immediate CC answer, overload on the dive threat to lock him down and shut him down, this guy's just going to continue scaling beyond the breaking point of how your farm laner is trying to catch up, right? I mean, you know, credit to Prince trying to do whatever he could, but it just seems like that's where AYLO Gaming's focus was, in making sure that they were able to continue leveraging that pressure, continuing pouring resources, and all of their faith was rewarded by Solista's performance at the end.
Exactly, this was one of their win conditions, right? AYLO Gaming knew they had to focus the bot side of the map, the farm lane. They knew that if Prince was given the room to grow like a mushroom, he would have come out, he would have activated, he would have been doing a lot more damage, a lot more slipperier to catch for the side of AYLO Gaming. But no, that early game pressure definitely bared fruits into the mid game, into the late game for AYLO Gaming. So right now, we're seeing a fantastic performance on Solista with the Lung, but this is the global BP. He does not have that pick anymore. He's got to find a substitute for that amazing dragon that's going to be able to not try and dodge a lot of those ultimates like the duel to the death. But we are getting into the post analytics here, and you can kind of see already that Solista did not die once. He was on 9-0-2, fully itemized, going for the Shadow Ripper towards the end there, as well as the Siege Breaker. So again, a lot of damage coming through, especially when your enemy opponents are at 30% health or below. And then over to the side of VP, we start to see where the kind of movements start to show in terms of the gold, right? I mean, definitely into that farm lane, there was a lot of a difference going on down there. We saw a 10.1k to a 12.8k for Solista. It was just a huge lead, but like we've seen in the game, Prince just did not have that safe space to actually even try and bring back that gold lead, right? Only getting a few kills towards the end. But surprisingly, though, this is why the Yixing, I feel like, is always picked. Not only does it have great control, but the damage that comes through from this hero, if you're able to proc its passive properly, is huge. It out-damages the Lung.
Yeah, it definitely was surprising to see that Lomax was still out-damaging his farm laner in Solista, but it just goes to show that the rest of AYLO Gaming was setting up Solista for success. All the utility, all the crowd control, buying space as the front line, just to make sure that Solista could be in range safe enough to then confirm the kills back to back to back. And now, as we head into our second game, I imagine for Virtus.pro, even though that, yes, you don't have to deal with another Lung performance from the side of Solista, I think the playstyle is going to be very similar. AYLO Gaming have a lot of trust in leveraging a late game farm laner to be scaled up with all that overload on the bottom side of the map. Maybe Virtus.pro want to answer not just in composition, but also execution and how much protection they give to Prince early on.
Exactly. I mean, this is where it's going to start to come to fruition in BP of the next game, right? Is the fact that do they ban out the Arlie onto the side of Virtus.pro, or do they kind of ban out the Lung onto the side of AYLO Gaming? But either way, they're going to open up some really big picks in that first banning phase, so they've got to be careful.
It's going to be the name of the game, and our MVP of the series, I have an idea who is going to be, and yep, it is Solista with Lung, 9-0-2. If you had him, and you thought you had him locked down, he had the flash, and if you thought you had him locked down without a flash, he still had the infinite vastness, and there were still just so many ways that AYLO Gaming were relying on their ultimates to continue creating that barrier, that unpenetrable protection from the side of Virtus.pro, where they just could not get enough threats through to actually pressure this farm laner out.
Yeah, this was the beauty for the Hue1 and the Diadea combo, right? Like I was saying in the BP, there's a lot of denial, a lot of counter-engage. We're going to be seeing that into this highlight reel as well. But as you can see, this first little fight with the suppression coming through, they're able to take down Lomax here, but the crucial crowd control was really the tide turner here for the side of AYLO Gaming, and this is where Solista decided to activate. I mean, Alim had to run away literally on the edge of death right there, and then we saw Doxa just going in with the Byron, just be able to just deal a lot of damage, but then heal himself, and then that's when Solista comes in. The artillery, the barrage to just finish off the enemy team is exactly how AYLO Gaming won these team fights.
Now, the range on Solista at this point in the game was just filthy, and the fact that AYLO continuously created that space, created that barrier where Virtus.pro just could not get through, means that Solisto is having the game of his life. He gets to tap away on any member that steps up in his range.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the denial onto the loop as well, it just meant that Solista just had a very comfortable game, and it was all kind of from the onset, just the domination down in the farm lane as well. It meant that Prince just wasn't able to just do what he needed to do, right? So again, just the dividends paid off for that early game aggression, those great rotations, and putting the focus down into the farm lane really showed the difference there between AYLO Gaming and Virtus.pro in that game one. But whilst they're gathering their thoughts, both of these teams and ourselves are going to go on a break and be right there, well, be right back with game two.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. Takiki-takiki-takitao. 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 Everything lost to hold tight. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. It's our time to shine high and
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between AYLO Gaming and Virtus.pro. And if the first game you didn't get a chance to watch, well, it was an AYLO Gaming victory, and not in the way that we expected, Blam. Both of the teams had assembled, late game oriented compositions where they want to scale and team fight, but props to AYLO Gaming. They put the pressure onto the bot side, allowed Sulista to get a massive gold accelerated lead over the side of Princess Arlie, and it just really showed in the strength of how those team fights were being played out by AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, my concerns for the team of VP really started to show when we saw that Hue1 get locked in right. The fact that we knew that was going to be into the jungle just striked my PTSD from EWC, from KC 2024, when it was one of the most favored picks into the jungle. I was just like, this is a little bit too much like clean-cut draft for the side of AYLO Gaming. I mean, you had the control from the Yixing, the damage from the Yixing, damage from Lung, the burst damage from the Flaming Palms. You had the CC healing from Diadea, as well as the Hue1. Building Hue1 into a tank is an absolute nemesis on that one. And then obviously you have Byron up the Clash lane as well, which has been very fruitful for the majority of the West League as well. So again, when I started to see this draft come through, I was just like, man, this is going to be a hard one to pull off from Virtus.pro. And like I was saying in the introduction, statistically, AYLO Gaming takes this series because AYLO Gaming bet NRX, but VP didn't. That's not me being biased, that's the stats speaking for themselves. But maybe VP can go against the stats, go against the numbers, and take this game 2 from AYLO Gaming.
And I think it just really comes down to if Virtus.pro are willing to not just change up the compositional playstyle. They've already at least adopted, some of the more comfort picks that they have prioritized for themselves in earlier games, but it also comes down to execution and how proactive you are in the early game. You had yourself a Liang and Princess Frost combo, and yet it was AYLO Gaming pushing the tempo, making the pace their own, and forcing Virtus.pro to dance to it.
Exactly. That's one of the win conditions as well for Honor of Kings is if you are going to be the dominator on the Gorge, you better make sure that you are going to maintain that role. You can't be the dominator and then be like, you know what, guys, I'm going to play charitable. I'm going to wait for you to get some resources come through, and then we'll see what happens from there, because that can be the tipping point for your team. Like, they can completely catch off guard. Team fight comes through. They take some turrets. They take the Orgren onto the side of AYLO Gaming coming through here. So will we see a Masashi come through for a limb, or will it not come through until the next banning phase?
Unfortunately, they already exhausted the use of the Musashi, which is why
so
AYLO Gaming is so confident in just first picking the Ogren. This is just a great strategy already coming from the representatives of Peru, Virtus.pro. Now on the back foot, they're going to have to either dig deep and find more CC and other hero picks locked up in their composition, or they're going to have to, really throw everything against the wall and go for an OG esports style composition, locking in something like the Pei or another early aggressive jungler.
I mean, this is what I said in the post games of game 1, right? I mean, AYLO Gaming still have access to the Ali. Depending on how the BP goes in the first banning phase, means that the Ali could be available for them, and it is so. I mean, they prioritize the Orgren over the Ali just to say like, ha, look, we can pick this now and you can't have the Masashi. 5 a.m. Brain Blam didn't quite remember that one, but there we go. A lot of bursts coming through from AYLO Gaming. Frontline tank, got the Ganon Mo, got the Ali. This is looking a very sweet team comp right now. Quite artillery based into the back lines of the team of AYLO Gaming. But we are getting the Pei come through, like you said, Rafa. It is coming through this time around, but can a limb be aggressive enough to make it come fruitful?
He at least has the Byron locked in for Shisu, so that they have that guaranteed winning 2v2 jungle Clash lane combo. The question now is for AYLO Gaming, since they have not locked in a Clash laner of their choice for Doxa, what kind of hero will be the answer to the Byron? We've seen many come out so far in the tournament. Mayin has been a common answer, but if you want something a little bit more safe, could be something different for the side of AYLO Gaming as we go through the second round of bans. Supports being focused at from the side of Virtus.pro with the Zhang Fei as well as the Lian Po, whereas for AYLO, it is the Lady Sun and trying to target potentially another farm laner away from Prince.
Yeah, potentially another farm laner away from Prince here. We could be potentially looking at, I mean, they could still have the Lung, right? I mean, if they don't ban out the Lung, they could go for it. Is it AYLO Gaming just kind of flexing here, saying, look, take the lung. We have so much damage here on the side of our team comp. Let's see you have it. But the shirt comes through for the first time of the day. Great control mage. Generally a good counter for the Ogryn. We normally see the shirt come through when we see Ogryn getting locked into these team comps. So already we've seen promising performances for Red on this pick. So maybe, just maybe, with the control from the Diadea and the healing, the control from the shirt, we could be seeing a decent matchup here for Virtus.pro.
And it's not like you're lacking in damage when it comes to at least the early stages of the game, thanks to Byron and Pei. But now, at least Virtus.pro have some contingency policies with the control and the CC set up from Diadea and Shi. AYLO looking at the Mayim as their answer into the Byron in the Clash lane, and the Motsu locked in for the support. And as you called it, Blam, Virtus.pro, they are being goaded by the side of AYLO to say, can you take Lung? Can you perform just as well as Salisa did? And they're going to try.
Yeah, I mean, even though Virtus.pro has the Pei and the Byron combo, again, just as fruitful as, I mean, they've played both of the most fruitful combos so far within the Major West League, right? They played Princess Frost and Liang in the last game. Now they're playing the Byron and the Pei. Byron and the Pei operates a little bit different. It's the access into the backline, it's the early game aggression, it's the stacking of the damage, but then also the healing sustain from the Byron means that you gotta kind of play as an army of two in a way, and then the rest of the team kind of work around you. Pairing that with a Lung is going to be good for them because they have the Flaming Palms. So again, a bit of range, a bit of kind of massive burst come from the side of VP. But respectively over to the side of AYLO Gaming, they have the Motsu. Motsu could completely deny the access into the backline with either Think Inside the Box or the Cannon Blast. So there is ways around this terrible twos that we have for the side of VP. And this could be very good for AYLO Gaming, or we could see a great masterclass here from VP, because Lord knows they need it, right? Lord knows they need it. They need some wins on the board.
Yeah, and for AYLO Gaming, if they're able to close out this series, they put themselves in the best position possible to fight for that third seed, the final spot in the S group that allows them to escape having to play for their lives in the survival week, which will take place after this weekend and the conclusion of ranking week. AYLO Gaming take one last look at these two compositions as we get ready to head onto the Gorge for a second game of the series between AYLO and Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the AYLO Gaming picked up the Motsu, right? Because I feel like if the side of VP went for the Motsu, they could really stop Ogryn getting in, especially with the Path of Passing, trying to set up those huge engage, because Vermont is going to be the front line of these teams, right? Mayim with a steady behind, looking to pick up the back line, but ultimately it is all down to the Ogryn, because you've got the Ganon Mo, Lomax on one of his big picks here, trying to do a lot of damage, but right now, got to make sure he gets the guard her grave, so if they do dive in, he can still get out.
A lot of aggression by Robo Alma on that Motsu is able to help Lomax fight their way into the board camp, deny some resources away, but already there was an early invade from Alim on the Pei. I'm not sure what the early pathing was, but they didn't get a chance to at least snipe away the blue buff. However, Salista in trouble, just a little too far forward on the Arlie, and it's a quick collapse from Virtus.pro for first blood.
Yeah, this is the problem when you leave your farm lane on his own lonesome, right? Especially playing the Arlie. If you get CC'd, you can't use that umbrella to navigate where you're going to be, right? Like, you're expecting to reposition on that Paracel very early on, but the fact that Salista was CC'd, that Paracel made its whole way around the 360. So even if you went into the positioning of the Paracel, you'd be behind the enemy team, which is exactly not where you want to be.
Just really great timing for Virtus.pro, and unfortunately for Salista, just maybe a little too overextended. Gotta make sure and remind the representatives of Peru, winning the first game does not win you the first series. Just gotta lock in and continue maintaining that composure as the 2v2 continues to erupt. A lot of damage from Salista, maintaining his firepower and using the shiftability on these parasols.
Yeah, the mobility is very high on the Arlie pick, but then pairing that with the Motsu on Roba Alma is going to be really good for them, because again, setting up the Cannon Blast gets them stunned in position for a very great engage for the Arlie to try and get these early game kills. But the first blood obviously did go over to VP, which is a big improvement from game one.
We talked about what we wanted to see from Virtus.pro, a little bit more proactivity, and especially when you are using the Pei Byron combo. That has to come in full spades. Oh, big CC combo right onto Prince. Was in danger, but still had a flash and the infinite vastness, so did not need to pop either two of those abilities or skills. But at least for Virtus.pro, their farm laner is going to be forced to recall.
Yeah, I feel like we're waiting for Ollie's common skill to be off cooldown here, but I mean, 1v1 up with the clash lane, a little bit of tit for tat. Shishu looking like he's dealing a lot of damage, but didn't quite get the kill onto the Doxa. But oh, those couple blades are now hitting.
I think Doxa was able to snipe away the Sprite, was waiting in the brush, and then just yoinked it away at the last possible second, which definitely might be a little frustrating for Shisu, but just making sure that I can at least still maintain pressure in the top side. Ulti already expended by Shisu, still at full HP, but just trying to maintain priority as we shift our focus towards the bot side. The Overlord and the Tyrant spawning in the next 40 seconds. You can already see that AYLO still trying to maintain the pressure here.
Maintain the pressure, maintain the gold lead, and maybe even trying to get a kill. I mean, we are seeing a lot of heavy rotations from the mid lanes into the farm lane because they know how much of a priority that is, and they know that that was AYLO Gaming's MO in Game 1, right? They don't want to let that fall as early as they did in Game 1 because that's where all the troubles start to brew.
Yep. Trying to protect that tier 1 turret from falling, making sure that Prince is receiving enough resources to sustain themselves, and ensuring that he does not fall behind the gold curve against Solista's farm laner of choice this time around. It is the exchange of carries. Arlie versus Loon now flipped. Iron has spawned on the bot side of the map. Neither team has shown at least pressure priority, but as I say that, Vermont immediately trying to burst it down, and just thanks to the burst from Lomax on the Ganamo, they just yoink it under the nose of Virtus.pro.
Trading the Azure Golem, though, for the Tyrant is a little bit of a troublesome one there, right? I mean, Orgren definitely relies on that, so Lim definitely getting something where he couldn't get the neutral objective. Taking the very well sought for Azure Golem is definitely the case for the side of VP, and a very good trade, right? But it's still up for grabs for AYLO Gaming. We could see Vermont come through here trying to steal VP's Azure Golem. They're able to get it. It does go over to Lomax, though. Again, still a good pick to give the Azure Golem over to, so he's not running out of mana, and he's getting that cooldown reduction on those freshly forward plates.
And Lomax has been so vital and just putting so much pressure on the bottom side of the map, using the range and the power of this Gon and Mo. It continues, even though that Virtus.pro has not seceded the control on their tier 1 turret, you can still feel the pressure being felt, and AYLO Gaming trying to continue scaling their way through the early game. We have to remind everyone that this is a more early game aggressive composition from the side of DP, as Robo Alma trying to set up a pick here. 3v2, Lomax is here waiting in the wings. Grizzly Q will not escape the infinite vastness used by Prince to dodge out on any other incoming burst.
Yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort, right? He tried to stop the thing inside the box, which he did, but at that point, he sacrificed himself. Potentially, this T1 into the farm lane. A lot of that. Oh my gosh.
Flash from Lomax. He was ready to finish off Prince, but still had a flash available. Doesn't need to use it. Will escape, but the pressure starting to come in spades for the side of AYLO Gaming. Now, Shisu has rotated over to the bottom side of the map, trying to wait for a trap to spring alongside a limb on the Pei. We haven't really seen that much action, that much proactivity from Alim's pace so far. He is very ahead in terms of golden experience right now. We'll see if he starts to be able to leverage that pressure as he goes for a quick dive. Solista and feeling the pain of the Pei.
Solista is definitely feeling the pain of that 3v1, right? I mean, they didn't really get anything onto the side of AYLO Gaming just yet, but okay, Doxa.
Doxa, 1v1 on the tower against Prince. Gets the flash out. Doxa barely survives. The turret aggro was getting a little scary for him. But now, at least AYLO Gaming can communicate, hey guys, if Prince does not have infinite vastness, he is a sitting duck.
Yeah, that's when you go, they get a green flag, right, for trying to take down the Orgrim, but here we are. They might try and take the T1 down into the farm lane. They are able to get it.
Okay.
Lim actually once more getting more improvements onto the side of VP in this game too. Not only getting first blood, but also getting the first T1. Respectively as well, Lim is playing a lot more proactive, a lot more of a invade into the enemy jungle, like we saw him steal the Azure Golem for the neutral objective, which is that Tyrant.
Yeah, even though we haven't seen that many kills come out from Alim in the first few minutes, once he has hit big item spikes, the first one being completed on this Pei, he is immediately starting to tried to leverage that pressure, that early game, mid-game spike, where he is super strong, being able to push 1v1 on the side lanes, trying to pick off any stragglers here. And he is not necessarily playing a super bloodthirsty game, but he's just using himself as a tool of pressure. As now AYLO, have they overextended too far forward? Alim tries to go for the collapse here, but he's trying to dance in between. They find the first kill on the Lomax, and Alim's able to clean up Doxa now. They continue the chase. Robo Alma forced to flash away, but cannot escape the power of Virtus.pro. And this is looking like a more confident Virtus.pro, the representatives of Kazakhstan, making sure that they do not go down this series easily.
I mean, this is just showing the pure privilege of when you have a good lung on your team, right? I mean, the flaming bombs coming through, not only do they run down your enemy team, they're great at taking these turrets down, and especially when your team's fighting on two fronts. We saw in that team fight that there was like 3 to the back, 2 to the front, and it definitely went in the favor of VP. They navigated that team fight very well, traded kills into 2 T1s as well. This is definitely the Virtus.pro we wanted to see.
And now we're seeing a more competitive series. Alim continuing to put the pressure with the rest of the squad, finding the tier 2 turret on the top side. And just like that, Blam, as we were seeing a very even gold game from both teams, all it takes is that one snowball, the first turret falling. Immediately after Alim finds the tier 1 onto the bottom side, it opens up the map for more picks, and that's where Virtus.pro just starts to let the dominoes fall.
Exactly, yeah, that's the beauty of Honor of Kings, right? I mean, I think you must have just like bent into my brain there, Rafa, but my next like point was going to be, it's all about when that first domino falls on the game of Honor of Kings, because that's when it starts to set up like this.
Yep, Doxa has no room to escape to. The rest of AYLO were trying to collapse fast, but they just could not do it quickly enough. There is some pressure on the bottom side that Duelista is exacting into the tier 2 turret on the bot side, but Alim can always answer it, and you got to be careful when now going up against the pay that, you know, quiet for the first few minutes of the game, but as soon as that first item spike came in, he is now the highest level 15, whereas Vermont is still only level 12 on the Ogryn.
This is what happens when you take the foot off the gas, right? When you pick the Ogryn, you need to maintain. It's quite like weary, right? Like the fact that you have to be so aggressive all the time for the Ogryn to work, it kind of just shows that some of these players cannot necessarily maintain that momentum. And right now, speaking of momentum, is definitely Virtus.pro as they take that T2 down into the bomb lane. So they've got to be careful. AYLO Gaming looking very shaky right now, especially with a 5k gold lead going over the side of VP. Shadow Tyrant's up, Shadow Overlord up. Is this where we see AYLO Gaming try and get a bit more pressure onto their team? Let's see.
They're trying to rip the Overlord right now. This is a gutsy call. You already see that Vermont is trying to make more damage onto the Overlord, but they have to forfeit it. And Lomax caught out in the rotation, quickly made by Virtus.pro. Quick recall from Vermont in the shadows will at least guarantee that he is able to escape, but Solista not going to be the same case. And Alim even finding a straggler on the Roba Alma, who is trying to make a quick recall under the safety of their own base. But now Virtus.pro on the verge of bringing us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, like I was excited about the Motsu pick, right? But when you're playing Motsu onto the back foot, it's very hard to make ends meet with this pick. Cannon Blasts are just hitting a little bit too far away. Yes, you can kind of delay the inevitable, especially at this point of the game where VP are at your high ground turrets, especially into the clash lane. Looking to take the T2 into the mid lane. The Cannon Blast only really just delays just the timing of these minions. Yes, we have Lomax onto the Ganon mode that's really good at the wave clear, but they have to maintain the Ganon mode's positioning into these team fights. But when they are aggressing you, like Shisu on Byron, like Alim on the pay, it's very difficult. You don't have that privilege.
And he's been doing such a stellar job of using the mobility, being able to quickly navigate throughout the gorge, pressuring the side lane, knowing that no one can beat him in a 1v1, and even in a 1v2. There's just not enough reliable lockdown from the side of AYLO to keep Alim in place so that they can burst him out before he's able to make his escape in Tiger form. This is the push and pull that we have seen used by the best teams in the Major West League whenever they have something like a pay and they're able to successfully get the snowball to happen specifically on this hero. We know that Pay doesn't have that much to offer in terms of utility if he's behind, but when he's ahead like this, nearly 5,000 gold up on top of Vermont's Ogryn, this is the gameplay you can expect.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Ogryn behind at this point is kind of like you're just basically susceptible to so much damage, right? Like, there is no sort of HP regen by this time on the enemy team. They have the likes of the Venomous Staff come through as well. We saw Red build this quite a while ago, so it's already sort of to show that the cracks are showing on this Organ pick, and Vermont not having the greatest of control in the early game is now obviously showing the damage splitting onto the side of AYLO Gaming. They need to sort of repair, or they're going to be taking this to game 3.
The first high ground turrets in both top and bot already made. Oh, did he get a little too far forward? Okay, big shutdown for AYLO Gaming. Now it's a 5-on-4. Infinite Vastness already used by Prince to reposition AYLO Gaming. Can they make a comeback happen? The Flash is trying to dive into the back line. Doxa finds Red, and now it's the rest of VP that are under fire here. AYLO Gaming's continuing to pushing the pace, whereas Vermont is just going to continue picking up farm on the bottom side. Prince does equalize the trade, finds Doxa in the back, but what a massive find for AYLO Gaming.
Oh, huge fight. I mean, 4-2-2 trade, right? But at the same time, they have to do a little bit of housekeeping before they can get ahead. I mean, it does give Solista a little bit of time to breathe, right? Get the farm up into the jungle. He's able to get potentially go for the Crimson Golem here. It's no use onto Vermont at this moment because he's not going to be doing the right amount of damage. It needs to be funneled into Solista. Obviously, he's not fully itemized. He's got the Cloud Piercer going into the Daybreaker. He needs his item online before they can start to take some really good team fights. Getting this Shadow Tyrant could be the change of tide for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Lim is nearby, could easily threaten to steal it, but maybe it's a trap lying in the shadows here. Oh, but Prince already dealing with Robo Alma, and Lim is going to say, thank you very much. I'll take that Tyrant. He does go down, but Solista is equalized in the trade, and now Virtus.pro, they don't have to worry about an Arlie. It's just an Ogren. It's just a Ganemo and a Mayin. Should be enough for them to continue the pursuit and the chase as they look for another pick. Near the bot side of the map, the farm lane under fire, a Lim finishing off Lomax as well, and the rest of Virtus.pro equalize the series. We're going to game 3.
Yep, game 3, thanks to a valiant effort from Virtus.pro in game 2. Like I was saying, in that game, Mode 2 becomes a little bit harder to work when you're playing on the back foot, especially with Grizzly Q on this Diadea, completely locking him out of the think inside the box, which we know is an infamous combo where we use the flash, the dash in, and then think inside the box into the backline and hope you catch out like the likes of the pay. But thanks to the Diadea with a bit of farewell and also the enhanced basic attack, it knocks him straight out of that status. So unfortunately, you're just expanding your ultimate, not catching anybody, and you're now down a team member as you're going into a 4v5 fight, which is not the best point when you're already behind.
Yeah. Couple things here, Blam. One, Virtus.pro made great adaptations in their early game execution in terms of protecting Prince on the bottom side of the map. They didn't leave him alone under the tower multiple times. They ensured that they were constantly rotating, having Red hover on the bot side, matching Lomax's God and Mo. They were also ensuring that their support was sticking by Prince the entirety of the laning phase and making sure that just because you had a long doesn't mean you should be, leaving him to his own devices in a 1v1 side lane. And even though we were slightly concerned that a Lim on the pay wasn't getting a lot of, bloodthirsty kills on the top side of the map where he was focusing a lot of efforts, he was getting that gold for himself. He was counter jungling. He was, accelerating himself to the best of his ability without, taking objectives. They got that first tower on the bottom side of the map because of the pressure that he was able to get and the first spike that he was able to get into the game. And even though Vermont didn't necessarily feel, completely choked out of the jungle as we normally see from the other top teams, once they found that first tower, that's when all the resources started to bleed away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can kind of see what happened with the resources here in this game 2, but look at that. Lim is about 4k difference over Vermont in the jungle. But I mean, at that fast pace, the way that it was dominating that early game in terms of taking the T1s very quickly down into the farm lane, basically paying back AYLO Gaming for that game 1 dominance, definitely just showed on a knock-on effect for the side of VP. This is definitely what they need to do. This is their MO. They need to play like this. They don't need to play reactive. We've seen it before. Their reaction isn't the greatest. They need to set the tone. They need to dominate. And right here, we can see the domination come through, the damage dealt right. 64k for the side of Lim. 67k for the side of Prince. Red just behind them with 50k as well. But I do have to give it over to Grizzly Q, right? Like, if it wasn't for this dire deer, I think it would be dire straits for the side of VP.
And definitely just making sure that Prince's protection was at an all-time high in this second game. And now, as we get ready for Game 3, I already have a prediction on who the MVP of this game is going to go to on the side of Virtus.pro. It definitely was the most instrumental change for the side of this squad to be able to at least equalize the series. But I want to continue the conversation of now, what do AYLO Gaming do now that they're on the back foot?
Now they're on the back foot, they just need to make sure. I mean, obviously, what it seems to be like is the fact that when the Lung was drafted, that's who got the win, right? Like, they were just making sure they were funneling everything into the Lung. They basically resolved the mistakes they had in game 1 for the side of VP, which was the fact that the enemy's mid lane was always down to the bot side of the map, whereas Red was trying to get down there, but it wasn't always the case when it came to when it was needed, right? But also, this was one of the big defining factors, was a limp on the pay. Clearly, after suffering the masterclass from Dowdo, he's learned that the pay is a pick he has to play. And 613 KDA, 24% of the damage dealt, 24% of damage taken, but still, in the game, only taking 1 L of a death is definitely the performance we needed from a limb. He stepped up when he needed to.
And this was such a big morale booster. You even saw that in the game-winning moment of the player cams for the side of Virtus.pro, Alim exchanging high fives and, you know, just good, like, gap ups from both of his solo laners. They knew how big it was for not just his individual morale, but also for the team's morale to have their jungler, who has been, you know, one of the stars for this team, to have a big pop-off moment when they needed it most.
Absolutely. I mean, Alim back in his old roster was definitely one of the star players then, so leaning on Alim is exactly what they need to do on Virtus.pro. Whether it's because the other teams know that that is the case, that's why they're able to conquer VP a lot of the time, but when the time matters, like I just said, Alim definitely shows up. When he's given his opportunity, he tries his absolute best. We saw that in Game 2 against 9CG when he finally got the alarm pick as well. Much better for him. He definitely suits the assassin playstyle rather than the tanks. But we do have to give, obviously, props up to Grizzly Q. He was one of the defining factors of stopping a robot alarm, actually gets in there and gets stuck in with the thing inside the box and really turn the tide of those team fights. But yes, MVP worthy is Alim's performance on that pay.
And now, we find ourselves for the first time today a Game 3 moment. When we come back after this break, it will be the exciting conclusion between Virtus.pro and AYLO Gaming.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between AYLO Gaming and Virtus.pro. Both of these squads were able to show strong feats of strength and tests of might in both of their respective victories. But now, both of these teams, 1-1 in the series, it all comes down to one last game. And for AYLO Gaming, it is that much more important to close out the series to ensure their best chances for a chance for that 3rd seed. Whereas for Virtus.pro, even though they're already locked in for the A group and having to play in that survival week, more victories ensures more morale and more confidence going into such an important set of games next weekend.
Yes, and there is the up-to-date global ban pick, right? I mean, we thought that AYLO Gaming were playing it smart with the Organ, right? And knowing that Lim already exhausted the Musashi, thinking that, right, okay, there's no real counters. They ban out their own Liampo, so they can't get the pairing of the Liampo with it, which I think is smart because they did result to the Motsu, which has a very fine line within the win condition. They have to play from the front foot, right? They have to play with their best foot going forward. Unfortunately, for the side of AYLO Gaming, though, the fact that they were able to activate onto the side of VP with those very early invades, takedowns of the T1s into the farm lanes, really opening up those win conditions, which we saw in game 1 for AYLO Gaming with the Lung getting such great presence into the farm lane, was really the difference night and day for Virtus.pro.
And now, a lot of these power picks have not just been chosen by one team, they've been chosen by both teams, so you don't even need to ban them if you are the other team going into the final selection of this series. But it also means more creativity and more of the depth of these hero pools are going to be explored because all the power picks are gone, and now it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game, right? Like you said, Lung has gone, and you can't really be relying on the Dragon himself to clean this game 3 for you. So they are going to be looking at the marksman pool now. Obviously, we still have the likes of Chano available. Chano, I believe, was not banned in game 2, but was definitely hovered over. Wasn't picked in game 1. I don't historically like the Chano in game 1. I feel like it's an exhaustion of a not one of the greatest picks into the farm lane. Still a very good pick, but for a game 1 draft, as we've seen statistically, I only speak in stats, I don't speak in opinions. Every game that's been drafted in game 1, it has lost. So, case point solved by Blam, thank you very much. But getting onto the BP here, we are seeing that AYLO Gaming is going to go over to red side, so they do get the reactive to red picks come through here. So depending on what VP try and prioritize here, onto the blue side, they banned out the Luna, they banned out the Dharma, 2 big picks for Doxa and Vermon. Is going to be a little bit of a telling tale here. Did they decide to go for the Dolia? For personal reasons, I pray not, but it would be great for them. There we go. I'm done.
Oh, baby. Lamb just really smurfing it in terms of picks and bans so far, and just saying to all the Chano Game 1 believers, checkmate, baby. Now Virtus.pro locking in the Celestial Melody user. For AYLO Gaming, what is the response now?
The response now, there we go, the Chano. Like I said, it's getting into that game 3 territory, which when we look at the KPL region, this is generally where they like to draft the Chano. It's generally not like a first game thought, it's generally towards that game 3. And with a great pairing of the Sakir into the farm lane, I feel like with the Mulberry power, the knockups, the healings, they could be very fruitful for the side of AYLO Gaming.
In a lane being hovered, a Clash laner, we don't see that often in this tournament so far, but I know that Yumu's has sung the praises of how powerful this hero can be in the right hand. Shisu locking it in for themselves in red now, this time taking a spin at the Ganemo.
Taking a spin at the Ganemo, but it makes sense, right? With the Dolia, this is generally what likes to come through into the mid lane, the burst potential for this, but not only that, the fruitfulness of this lane, right? 2 death on sunsets, access into the backline is going to be very troublesome for Chano. I can imagine that we're going to get this sprint come through as well for the lane, just to make it a little bit easier to track down this this marksman of the farm lane. But look over to AYLO Gaming. They do lock in the Nua, quite a bit of control come through if they can land those blocks correctly, but also the effect of the Annihilation. Annihilation has been such a great aggressive ultimate into these team fights, right? Just whittling down the health of the enemy team, but then also those crucial kill thefts that came through in Season 3 from Mitsura of Elevate Esports. Ooh, huge! Earning him some bag, but also earning him some glory on the Gorge.
little surprised that AYLO Gaming are afraid enough to ban the monkey away from Alim, since it did not show it was the most comfortable in Alim's wheelhouse the first time we saw it earlier today in their series against 9Z Globant. But just, you know what, enough respect to not let it go their way. Yuhuan also taking the ban table from AYLO Gaming side, whereas for Virtus.pro, trying to target the jungle pool as well. Both the Agudo and the Musashi taken off the table. Oh, wait, they haven't locked in an Ogren for Virtus.pro yet. This is an angle.
It is an angle. It is an angle. Is it the right one to go for, though? I'm not too sure. I mean, they're kind of trying to predetermine onto the side of AYLO Gaming. The Netza here getting hovered over. Again, has the Starfall ultimate, again, which is a lock-on ultimate. Kind of a little bit like Lubang's, but not as global. But it is going to be quite a troublesome for them, because they need to be trying to build some true damage come through to actually try and take down the Netza. But at the same time, I do respect the ban of the Agudo. Not because I'm an Agudo stan, but the fact that it would work very well into AYLO Gaming's draft, right? The fact that they have the Wild Growth to heal, but also Furball to try and get the CC into the backline of Virtus.pro could have been very huge, but they ban it out. It is maybe potentially here a limb going on the Lamb. They're like, bro, we trust you. You're not taking the Ogren, you're taking the Lamb. We've got you.
That's right. And honestly, I'm in that same camp with them on the side of Virtus.pro. If we have seen where Alim is able to excel, it is when he is able to be a damage dealer, a threat himself. Ogren, not quite the same presence if you have to be farming and focusing on getting those item spikes for yourself, whereas Alim can at least farm up a majority of the early game, but can still look for those picks thanks to the depth from below. And if it just comes down to a similar case where we saw on the pay, not much action, but just farming up and then exacting his power off of that first item spike, but a Guan Yu hover from the side of AYLO Gaming. Does it get locked in? That's the question, Doxa. Yes, it does. Okay. The Red Mare Rider makes his way to the Gorge once again.
So top marks for creativity here. So it's going to probably, it's more likely to be the Netza into the jungle here. Yes, it is. So that Starfall, his ultimate, is going to be a little bit easier to actually proc onto his enemies, because he's going to be very close by rather than being all the way up to the clash lane. Guan Yu, however, the win condition for Guan Yu onto AYLO Gaming is the fact that they actually put the pressure into the clash lane, get the T1 very early, so then Guan Yu, Doxa, can actually just roam around onto the Gorge and offer his best help over to his teammates. But they have a horse, they have wolves. What more could they want?
Animal spirits. It's almost a shame that they couldn't get the Agudo, because then you would have had like a trio of animal summoners right there. But for the side of AYLO Gaming, when they saw the Gonamo locked in, I wanted to bring this up to you, Bland. It seems like there's a big battle of long range in the mid lane.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the burst range as well. But the thing is with the Ganamo, the one scenario I can see kind of coming to fruition here is the fact that they're going to try and take away the Guard Her Grave much early, try and exhaust the common skill on Ganamo, so he has no way of escaping. That's when the Netza comes through, right? That's when the Guan Yu comes through, because they'll just dive in on top of this pick. There's no way to get out of there. The only real way they can try and push them away is with the Lam, right? Using the death from below, trying to clear them out of the range of Ganamo that he can get to live another day. Red is going to be on the hot seat.
For the final time between these two teams, we're taking to the Gorge. Virtus.pro and AYLO, both one game score apiece. This final game will net them the victor of the series. We're going to see how it all unfolds. As now Virtus.pro, a couple of members fishing around on that top line brush, mirrored by AYLO Gaming.
Exactly, they're looking for something right there, just trying to make sure they can try and suss it out. But this is what I was talking about in the BP, right? This is what they need to do. Doxa needs to have a solid lane before he can even think of moving out of it, right? He needs to get that priority in there and then just deal what he needs to do across the Gorge.
And you see Vermont foregoing his first camp, just making sure that they get the first wave pushed in, and now Doxa helping him speed on through all of these camps to just match the tempo that Alim is trying to go for with his own full clear. And having finished the bot side, making his way towards the top side now.
Yeah, you can kind of see that it's already slower on the Netza, right? And that's why we see that Doxa goes in to try and give a bit of a hand there. But again, at the same time, it's the true damage that they're going to really trying to be focusing for to try and take down the Netza. So again, it's very oppressive with his ultimate, so they've got to make sure they check out, well, watch out where it comes for, because again, it's going to be a hot focus, a red seat, a nuclear button for the side of AYLO Gaming.
The question is, who is going to press that button, Blam? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. But right now, we're looking at the gold lead, right? And AYLO Gaming is just ever so slightly ahead. It's not the greatest lead, but it's early game lead. They just need to make sure they put this potential on. We are seeing a bit of a teleport here, maybe to scare them. Lomax actually goes in.
Oh my goodness, maybe a potential pick. Good use of the spells there. My goodness, this new hero can be definitely impressive. Already burning the skills from Prince and Grizzly. Meanwhile, topside 2v2. This is where the action has got to be for the side of AYLO Gaming to see if they can find that advantage. A limb forced out of the clash lane, and both Vermont and Doxa maintaining priority.
This is probably a bit of a Hail Mary for the side of a VP with Shisu going for the lane, because with his Moonlight Slash, with the procs, he has that CC immunity. So if they do try and come through with the Ganamo's, the Guan Yu's push around and the Razor Cavalry, he's going to be able to try and negate that.
Almost a pick onto Lomax in the mid lane after the 2v2 or 2v1 Virtus.pro were trying to exact. They did burn the flash out of the Lomax's Nuwa there. And that last bit of damage from Red, not able to find its mark there. But a lot of common skills already burned off the board in the first couple of minutes here, Blam.
They gotta be careful. They are very susceptible to ganks, and that is Red. Looking at Red, that's potentially the gank where it's gonna go to, right? Obviously, Alim knows this. He's staying quite close by his buddy. He's able to go for his Azure Golem. He's keeping that intact, because a lamp without the Azure Golem is a little bit of a non-starter, right? You really want that cooldown reduction on those skills.
Things have quieted down now in the past 30 seconds. We're just about 45 seconds away from the neutral objective spawning. AYLO Gaming continuing to leverage the pressure on the bot side of the map, making sure that Prince is not getting ahead of Solista in this farm lane duo as, potential 3v2 dive, but here comes the reinforcements. Vermont riding in on that Nutsa and finds first blood on the Prince.
This is thanks to his ultimate, right? He was able to kind of mimic the teleport from Shisu or from the Clash lane, right? Like, even though he was able to come in with the teleport and the death at sunset, he was able to be untargetable by the turret, but still, Netza into the backline takes down Prince, which is huge damage taken from the side of VP.
And AYLO Gaming are able to ensure the push into this farm lane thanks to Lomax waiting in that brush right behind them. Guarantees that everyone should be able to get a safe recall, or at least Solista continuing to farm up on this Chano. Neither team has gone for the Tyrant just yet, but Alim is on the bot side, whereas Vermon's Nutsa is still on the top.
Yeah, I mean, Netza doesn't have the fastest clear right onto the Tyrant himself, so he kind of needs backup when it comes to that. So I feel like they're going to try and get a bit of priority into the farm lane before they even attempt to go for the neutral objective down there. But right now, you're kind of seeing that between Netza and the Lamb, it's very pretty much neutralized gold lead.
A really good CC onto Roba Alma, was stunned into the wall. The rest of VP now able to at least force that wave to crash in, setting up priority around this Tyrant, but it did come at the cost of Prince's ultimate. And now the rest of AYLO Gaming trying to respond. Good toggle by our observers, just showing that VP don't have any information outside the river.
Exactly. I mean, I've just copped there onto Vermont's build. He's actually gone for the attack speed boots, as well as the blazing cape. So anti-heal coming through, as well as the attack speed onto Netza. So he wants to get quite a few of those jabs in, but it looks like the neutral objective is going to go over to VP this time, uncontested, as they were able to put pressure thanks to Shisu with the teleport down into the farm lane.
Virtus.pro ensuring the secure of that first objective of the game. Neither team has been able to get the first turret so far. Any of those Solista went to the top side trying to put the turret damage. Oh, a lot of damage on the Roba Alma, but manages to escape from danger. Here comes Vermont trying to collapse onto a limb. The death from below at least used to escape, but AYLO Gaming get what they came for, and they knock out the first turret.
Okay, the first turret is exactly what they want, right? That Skyfall coming in to just be so aggressive. He's kind of like, right, I'm safe within my T1. And then all of a sudden, Netza, Vermont, out of nowhere, boom. And then on top of him, you've got like Lomax coming in as well. But here we are looking to pay back the dividends here. Is a lane.
Maybe some revenge? Is it enough damage? No, Shizu just a little too far forward, was trying to see if they could at least get one pick onto the backline there. But AYLO Gaming, they were all surrounding the pick on Shizu.
Surrounding the pick on Shizu, again, just punishing that kind of aggression from the lane, right? They're kind of... I think VP are coming with a misconception that the lane is going to become unchecked, but unfortunately, that is not the case. The Netzer, the Guan Yu are making sure work of that, and the fact that they have a soaring signal from Chano, they're just procced in that at the right time to kind of push him away. Just a nudge. It's not the biggest push away, but it's enough to create space to get out of there. Same with the line.
And if you use it at the right time when the divers and the threats are already exhausted all of their mobility, you put them in an awkward spot. It's like, well, I can't gap close onto you anymore. And if I use one more gap closer at this point, oh, that's still a lot of damage. Flash immediately from Red, trying to escape danger there. Does manage to get away. But as I was saying before, if you exhaust all your mobility spells to gap close and then you cannot reach them, then you're just a sitting duck and you have no way out.
Absolutely sitting duck, right? I mean, that's the problem with this team. I mean, even Red, though, he's been very cheeky with this Gana Mo. Like, he's going in there, he's like, I'm poking you, and you can't do anything about it. Guan Yu goes on top of him, as well as Lomax as well, but still manages to get out of there. He's being very, very cheeky, very playful with this pick. He has to be careful. He's got to make sure that he doesn't kind of get caught out, because that is only, like, a moment's notice.
Gold lead has been even so far. Despite 2 kills going over to AYLO Gaming side, Virtus.pro at least have been able to equalize in pressure on the map with the first Tyrant secured for themselves and being able to get a T1 on the bot side. So even though that AYLO have control on the top side of the map, the reverse is the same for Virtus.pro on the bottom side.
Yeah, they're just trying to kind of mimic the advancements for both of these teams, right? They want to make sure that neither of those two side lane turrets get opened up right now, because, again, this has been the MO for both of these teams. Very early on, opening the side lanes means that the enemy jungles are just a little bit more attainable for their side, but at the same time, they've got to make sure that they are keeping their farm lane alive, right? Because there's a lot of damage that they will lose out if Solista or Prince goes down.
Robolamo just giving a little love tap with that knock-up onto the majority members of VP. Virtus.pro now overloading on the top side of the map, while as Vermon trying to equalize on the bot side, but will not get a chance to knock down the tier 1 like Virtus.pro did on the top side. That's an easy Overlord rip on the side of Virtus.pro.
So yeah, very quick takedown of the Overlord, but it kind of translates into that, right? Take the T1 into flash lane, get the Overlord, maintain the pressure. More brute power being committed here, able to actually get the slam onto Shizu, but he's able to run out of there thanks to the sprint. But now that AYLO Gaming know that could be a susceptible gank for Shizu.
Next time that Shizu steps a little too far forward could be the demise of this lane. AYLO Gaming still needing to find these windows where they can quite open the game, because Virtus.pro, despite, suffering a couple kills, they have still been playing the map relatively well. Oh, that's a lot of damage, and there's the stop-fall. Ramon super deep into the backline. Not able to finish anyone off, but did pressure a limb away from the rest of the group. Force a recall. But at least for now, Virtus.pro hold on to their members.
Very good defense of the T1 in the mid lane, right? Like, they were not letting that go. Even though the pressure was laid on thick, VP were like, bro, you're not getting this. You're not getting this T1. It's la 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 la. You're not gonna get it. No, no, no. Unfortunately for the side of AYLO Gaming, they tried it, but it is gonna be the 10-minute mark of very, very soon, where we can see the Shadow Overlord come through. Could be the nutcracker for that mid T1.
And once you're able to get control of the mid portion of the map, that's where it gets a lot easier for these teams to snowball this lead. It's still been a dead even game despite the kills being in AYLO's favor. Doesn't matter if you're not able to get as much of a macro advantage, but with the Shadow Overlord and Tyrant spawning, the choice for Virtus.pro is Tyrant, and the Overlord goes over to AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, we saw the attempted annihilation trying to get the crucial kill grab there, but I think it's a good chance for AYLO Gaming to come back here. The fact that they're able to get the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, sorry, able to prop down those Shadow Vanguards is going to try making these pushes on these 3 lanes a little bit easier for them. I don't think that... No, Chano's still holding on to the drop down of this one. Maybe to clear out this mid-wave potentially to try and open up a bit of pressure for the side of AYLO Gaming.
We'll hold on to it now. and AYLO Gaming will decide when is the time to strike the Empowered Shadow Vanguard. Now, VP circling around this tier 1 in the mid lane, looking for some pressure there. Already kicked. Doxa stepping up, taking a lot of damage here. The dive from Shisu forcing away the members of AYLO Gaming. They don't even need the Shadow Overlord. It's just the ruthlessness of their composition making it happen.
Yeah, ruthlessness of the composition, making it happen. A lot of the damage. We saw that Vermon was trying to go for a split push down into the bot side of the map to take the T2, but all he had was the Vanguard. The Vanguard wasn't going to do enough damage. Neither was the Netza, right? So again, we saw the effort. It didn't quite translate into anything, so they need to try and reconfigure what they can do to try and take that T1 into the mid lane just to replicate the damage that's already been dealt to this team. But in terms of the gold lead, it's not very far between these two teams.
Robo almost got to be careful. There isn't a limb on the left flank here, but able to buy space, and here comes the collapse. The rest of AYLO Gaming trying to swarm onto the members of Virtus.pro, but they deal with Doxa, and now the tides have turned. They've suddenly run out of gas, and it's Virtus.pro that are looking to take vengeance onto AYLO Gaming, who are now trying to take the retreat, but Solista able to rack up the damage here on the wolf, able to kite them back, but Red still finds the snipe on the Vermon in the back, and now AYLO Gaming down to 3 members. Can they find it? No, Solista falls. Robo Alma is next, and Virtus.pro patient with the play, baiting them in forward, thinking that AYLO Gaming could have had a chance back into this fight, but Virtus.pro are victorious.
Yeah, very nice team fight there for VP. They're able to take the T2 with the flash lane as well, so they're definitely trying to translate that team fight into some objectives across the gorge, and they're doing exactly that right. We see Elim is looking to push the bot side of the map as well, trying to take a second T2, making sure they keep Nua strapped to that mid lane as well. And it definitely means that they're able to claim that T2 into the farm lane. Watch out, Elaine, you get to use the Devil Sunset, but may get caught out here.
Grizzly Q very low on HP right now, but keeping his distance, ensuring that he is still able to provide all the safety and utility Virtus.pro need him to do. And just like that, Blam, Virtus.pro have been able to successfully pry open the game. They get the window that they needed, and they take almost everything away from AYLO Gaming, starting with that high ground turn on the bot side.
Yeah, this is where the pressure starts to amount for the side of AYLO Gaming, right? The fact that they're now going to have enhanced minions down to the bot side of the map means that there's going to be some TLC needed down to that side of the gorge. But again, it's a good place of pressure because the opposite side of the map is the Shadow Overlord. So as long as they keep maintaining that pressure down to the bot side of the map, keep that push, there's always going to be one eyes off the prize, and that's where VP could strike.
Virtus.pro now shifting their attention towards the top side of the map. Elim getting the first push on that flash lane so that they can set up shop in the top quadrant of the jungle of AYLO Gaming. VP making sure to not take too much damage from any of the long-range poke from Lomax's Nua. The Shadow Tyrant is available for the taking, but Virtus.pro, they know the objective that they want to secure for themselves. Meanwhile, they're only dedicating half to securing the Overlord, whereas the other half is putting eyes on AYLO Gaming, making sure that they can't take the Tyrant for themselves. This is quite great map play from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, very great pressure. This is exactly what the Elaine slash Dolia combo gives up, because accessing to the backline, double duels death at sunset means that you're just able to kind of go in, get out, but then also just push the enemy team away from the main prize. And it's just working to an absolute treat here for VP.
Grizzly Q taking a lot of damage, but no matter to the side of Virtus.pro, they still have their support ready to continue providing utility for the rest of Virtus.pro. And now with the Shadow Vanguard empowered in the Clash lane, that's putting more pressure on this top side of the map, preventing AYLO Gaming from being able to invest full resources into pressuring for the Shadow Tyrant, and Virtus.pro maintaining and leveraging that pressure as a deep backline dive goes into AYLO Gaming's base, just buying space. The high ground turret is successfully stricken down. Virtus.pro continuing the pressure, not losing a single man, and even though AYLO Gaming able to at least survive for now, they just lose Vermon on the back.
Yeah, Vermon just fall victim to those freshly forged couple blades from Red. But Red has been playing a phenomenal game. Honestly, I don't know who to give the MVP to at this point. I mean, it's a little bit kind of overzealous for me for saying that for VP. But the way that Elim, Shisu, and Red are playing, they all deserve a very good mention in this game 3, because these are the clear driving forces of these teams. Damage coming from Red, Elim just dominating across the gorge, and then Shisu with the backline access, putting so much pressure onto AYLO. Once more, poetry in motion.
Another dive initiated by Shisu, creating space, and all 3 high ground turrets are gone for the side of AYLO Gaming. Their backs completely against the wall for the rest of the game. I have yet to see a moment where a team is able to come back despite having lost pretty much every single structure in every single lane, having an open crystal, and Virtus.pro just one more good fight away from closing out this series.
Yeah, I think like the Shadow Tyrant is probably their last consideration they need for this, because again, it gives over a lot of damage to Prince. Prince already has a Spark Forge Dagger. He's going to have a lot of attack speed, and the movement speed from his passive, the D-Ranger, as well as the movement speed from the Shadow Tyrant is also going to be much beneficial. So he's going to be able to kind of readjust the positioning into these team fights a little easier. And obviously, movement speed for the lane, already taking Sprint, is going to be like 0 to 90 in 2 seconds.
AYLO Gaming, last stand in the making, and already they lose out on Lomax. Red does away with the mid laner of AYLO Gaming, and the rest of Virtus.pro continue the siege. They continue the pressure. The crystal exposed. The comeback happens, and Virtus.pro are victorious against AYLO Gaming.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from Virtus.pro. Honestly, this is probably been the cleanest I've seen them play in the entire of the Major West League. They've taken a little while to activate. Maybe it's part of the Lung game strat. They're like, okay, ooh, we're in Group A. Oh, let's see if we can get to the top of the leaderboard, shall we? And now they're starting to show their colors, especially with the fact of adding into the best-of-5 format, going into the Survivor Week. It's going to be really interesting. I think this is a team to keep your eye on.
Yeah, and for AYLO Gaming, unfortunately, that does take them clearly out of contention for that third seed. They are now locked into the A group. They will have to play for their lives in the Survivor Week. But for the side of Virtus.pro, even though we already knew that they were locked in that A group with them, they are able to at least get vengeance on an opponent that was, hopeful they could have escaped the group, but nope. They're going to have to play against them again as we take a look at, next weekend's games. But of course, for us, the series, there's still, a few good things to talk about for Virtus.pro, making clear, strong adaptations, not just in picks for the composition, but also direction of the game, being proactive when they needed to, making decisive decisions on the map. And it has clearly showed to the growth of their performance so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Red in this game was absolutely detrimental to keeping that T1 into the mid lane alive, and the fact that he was just getting such easy kills with the snipes from the couple blades as well. Not even in the late game, it was kind of starting to show in the early game where he was really on point with knowing where to place them. Was he face checking a bush? He was always getting something from those couple blades. It was very little that whiffed with those couple blades, right? And it's showing here 6, 0, and 1. This guy was untouchable. The only 2 people to die on the side of Virtus.pro was Prince and Shisu. Understandable for Shisu. He was always diving into the back line. I'm pretty sure he only died towards the end there as well. But look at that. Just absolute clean gameplay from VP. AYLO Gaming definitely need to step up going into the Survivor Week.
So many crucial snipes being made by Red on the Gaunt and Mo, not just early on when getting
look at that damage.
Poke damage. My goodness, 132,000. I mean, Lomax was trying to match tit for tat and able to at least break the 100k damage out point as well. But yeah, I think it just goes to show how powerful having something like a Dahlia that can basically double the damage output you're effectively getting with something like a Gaunt and Mo.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just that, though. I feel like it's just the Dahlia and the Elaine combo, right? The amount of time she gave over the Death on Sunset all the way through to Shisu just so he could put pressure onto the back line of the team and then get out as well. But also, I feel like it's a good counter against the Guan Yu, right? We've never really seen, I can't remember if we've actually seen Doxa on the Guan Yu, but it didn't quite work the way we wanted it to, right? He is known for pushing, shoving, bullying the enemy clash lane. But when Moonslash has a CC immunity, it becomes much more difficult to actually bully the lane out of his lane.
It just might be a case that Keke on the Guan Yu is the only player that can really make the best use of this hero, since it is something that we don't see that often from all the other Clash laners either. Doxa tried his best, of course, but Virtus.pro just being able to prove that they were able to one-up them in the end. We're just waiting on our MVP graphic. You already talked out your contenders and your nominees. I'm just gonna go ahead and slam down Gaunt and Mo for Red. 6-0-1, highest damage in the game. How can you argue with that?
There you
bam,
go.
There it is.
I mean, when I was saving the predictions, I said, hey, it's going to either be Red, Lim, or Shisu. So he was my first pick. So I'll take that victory too, Rafa, don't you worry. But 6-0 and 1 right, that is a pretty impressive performance. And the fact that he only took 12% of the damage, but dealt 40% of this damage. Those couple blades were shaving, and it wasn't when you're at the barbers. This was taking you to town. This was taking you back to your crystal.
I mean, this was some Sweeney Todd kind of action, you know? I mean,
Very much so.
This was deathly shaved.
It was cutthroat.
From the side of Red. Yep. Very cutthroat indeed. Virtus.pro. So grateful to be able to pull up such a confident performance against one of the teams that it looked like they were going to be a strong dark horse, but now, you know, knocking them down into the A group back alongside them. And now, as we look at the last two potential teams that could lock in the 3rd seed, it seems like 9C Globant are the favorites to get that 3rd seed spot, but there is, I think, still a chance for next RÜYA to make a conversation.
Yeah, potential. Depends on how their games go against MCOY. I feel like if they take a 2-0, they definitely have a chance at actually keeping that from NZ Global, sorry. But other than that, it depends. Obviously, Twisted Minds game is going to be very interesting against next RÜYA. But these are the highlights for a VP, right? Let's not undersell how they played this game 3 against AYLO Gaming, right? Just the amount of pressure Shisu was serving up in this game 3, allowing Red to just stay so far behind where he was basically untouchable to the point where he didn't die. And then look at that, man. Nets is meant to be tanky. He was shredding through them like it was shredding wheat. And then this time around, we see the Guan Yu just trying to force them into the crystal, trying to into the base to try and wipe them out, but it just wasn't enough. So much damage from the side of Virtus.pro that they definitely deserve that win. I'm very proud of them, to be honest, because they've always played a very coy game, but this time around, they did not come to mess. Hopefully, this is a sign for the Survivor Week.
Yeah, the growth definitely needed to be shown, and what at a better time now that you have, you know, at least a few days to prepare for your next set of games going into Survival Week as well, but also the fact that Virtus.pro are showing that they're not going to be a team to underestimate for the other 4 teams that end up in that Group A alongside them. We already know that Movistar Koi and AYLO Gaming will be in that group with them. And now it just comes down to our last series of the day and our last series off broadcast between Twisted Minds and next RÜYA. But of course, we have final series on stream coming your way right after this break.
Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look all the time, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad, it's how we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Kind of the one who made it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show
we the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our final series of the day, at least on broadcast, between next RÜYA and Movistar Gaming, or Movistar Koi. Now, these two teams, stories are different here, Glam. Movistar Koi, no matter what they do, they're already locked in for the E group. But like Virtus.pro, they want to play for pride. They want to show that growth and, evolution of their gameplay and the fundamentals going forward in the tournament so that they can put themselves in the best position possible, making their way through Survival Week. However, for next RÜYA, they have a legitimate chance to still make it to the 3rd seed. It does have to come off the back of not just winning this series against Movistar, but also winning their series against Twisted Minds.
Exactly. I mean, there's a big mountain to climb there. I mean, if it was like any other team other than Twisted Minds, from what we've seen, how they can pull the punches with OG Esports, I would be like, yeah, sure. There's some hope there. But right now, it's kind of like Twisted Minds. They're probably looking to take this out on next RÜYA. It's like, damn, we lost. Boy, whoever's next on our bracket, that's it. We're going in on them.
Yeah, I would not put it past Twisted Minds to just go even extra ham just so that they can, get their confidence morale back after, losing a series against OG Esports. But for Movistar Koi, these guys, I mean, there's a couple things that we can say that is, beneficial about this squad. And even though, their macro play has not been, the most inspirational, I think their team fighting is genuinely good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they can pull back a game when they need to, right? I mean, we saw it when they played against Virtus.pro, when they played at the high ground turret. But less more about that. Let's go on to NRX game 18.
See the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
On the blue side, for our final series of the day on stream, it is next RÜYA, the representatives and partner team from Turkey, the Light Chasers. You got Knight in the Clash lane, Tix in the jungle, RÜYA in the mid lane, Void in the farm lane, and Demon in the support. Now, one of the cool things about this squad, Blam, is that they're one of the few teams that actively role swaps. We saw Void play a Dharma game in the Clash lane, while Knight took the duties of playing the farm lane.
I mean, this is a thing as well that's been pretty staple for the Turkish region teams, is that, yes, they have their kind of locked-in roster, but it's been known historically within Honor of Kings Esports that they like to role swap and they can do it effectively. So, hey, if it works, do it. But let's introduce their opponents for today, which is MKOI.
See the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is their opponent. It is Movistar Koi, and it's going to be represented by Waji, Demon Cat, Kentao, Leo Lee, and Goose coming through for the last time within the ranking week. This is a team that has much to prove, but doesn't have much to gain in this win. So it is all for pride, and Virtus.pro showed that pride is enough to win a series.
Maybe it will be enough to swing the hammer for Movistar Koi, looking at least for their first series win of the entire tournament. They are still winless in terms of series score. They were able to find at least one game win, so not completely shut out of the Kings Major West League. And we have seen that this team definitely likes to experiment with the roster a bit. Kentao, originally the sub mid laner, but as soon as the first day of series were concluded, they made seemingly a permanent roster swap, having Huaji go from mid lane to the Clash lane, having Kentao come off the bench into the mid lane, and then Goose going to the support for themselves in our feature head-to-head. It is in the jungle, Blam, between Atix and Demon Cat.
Yes, in the jungle, we're seeing 27 kills to 20. We're seeing overall damage average going over to Atix. Gold per minute is 777. Oh, a very lucky number for the side of NRX. Maybe that's why they're able to sort of get here and potentially go into the third seed and into the Group S. But yes, Atix has been a well-known jungler since Season 1 Invitational. I believe he was back then on NRX, or even actually Besiktas Esports actually he was on. So yeah, he's been very well adapted, very well adjusted. He's probably one of the best junglers from the Turkish region. So again, this is why NRX have him on the team.
And while we have talked about, you know, some of the minor strengths of MKOI, what they've been able to demonstrate in this tournament being the team fighting, they do have a chance to actually have some really strong 5-on-5s. Their map play has been their major weakness, and for NRX, these guys are masters at setting up vision traps. So if there's any team that should be fearing for their lives as they make their rotations, it should be MKOI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you kind of being put into that kind of like vision trap there, is something like the My Shirunoi, which we know that Kentao likes to play, is that going to be kind of the fruitful pick you really want to go for? If you've got so much vision on this pick, you know in a moment's instance that you could just dive on top of it, and then that's it, it's game over. But going into the BP here, we're seeing a ban on the Guan Yu. This seems very reminiscent of Keke from OG Esports, whether Knight is actually a dominative player on the Guan Yu is yet to be seen. I don't think he's actually played it in any of the broadcasted matches. Nope, he hasn't played it, so we don't know exactly what his performance is. It's clearly some insider information for the side of MKOI.
Whether it's scrim intel or just trying to lock down a Clash laner that could get exposed by the pickup of a Guan Yu early on. The Lady Sun off the bans as well from MKOI, where it is a Liang and a Dahlia being banned by the side of NRX. And the first pickup available for MKOI, looking at the list of power picks, Arlie still up and available. That's what they're thinking about. Will that be the confirmation for MKOI?
We'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, Ali has generally not had the best day today. I feel like with with actually playing the last series, Ali was always on the losing team, but we have seen that one pick has come through because it wasn't banned, right? The Shiranui coming through here, as well as the Dharma. So the team that's known for getting great insight with their traps, with their intel, gives the Shiranui to themselves. So again, this is probably going to be a really aggressive playstyle from the side of NRX.
Who I am.
MKOI, what do you want to round out your core with? Ogren is available, but NRX, would they be willing to just slam the Musashi as soon as that is confirmed? MKOI going to have to take their time in figuring out what the majority of the composition is going to be. You know, cannot reiterate enough that a lot of the strengths of MKOI does come down to their team fighting. These are some powerful heroes that they've already are looking at, already locked in for the Arlie, and not going to be the Xiao Xiao this time around. The Yixing powerful combo with something like the Augur.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to go for the Yixing, right? I mean, this is game one. This is a mid lane pick that you want to be getting earlier on within the draft rather than later, especially within the best of 3. So something like a Xiao Xiao would probably be more potential coming through if it was a best of 5. But honestly, it doesn't rarely come through in the competitive scene of Honor of Kings. But over to the side of NRX, it looks like they are going to be hovering potentially the Chano here. I've already stated how I'm not a fan of Game 1 Chano because the stats back me up. It's not a personal feeling because facts don't care about your feelings, clearly in Honor of Kings. So it is there as well. So I'm just putting that on the Gorge and into the Ether. But it looks like they are going to go and lock it in. So maybe they can prove me wrong. Maybe they can be the anomaly within the statistics.
The idea, the first ban from NRX going into our second round of the draft phase. Monkey being taken away by MKOI, just trying to deny any front line, any tank picks that the Ticks could go to. If MKOI feel fearful of the Musashi, they can have the opportunity to make that ban happen right here.
Yeah, I feel like just with the Chano, it's just playing into that kind of aggressive playstyle, right? I mean, with the leader stance with his ultimate, having those walls charged through as well, and it's kind of the playstyle that we was alluding to with NRX. They like to put the traps into the brushes, so they have some great intel onto their enemy team. So again, it makes sense. Let's see if they can make it into a dub here. They do ban out the Monkey, they ban out the Dune as well. So again, a lot of tanks being taken off the board here for the side of NRX, but still the Musashi could come through, right? We are seeing the Zhang Fei onto the side of NRX, adding a tank, adding some decent front line is exactly what they needed.
MKOI, what do you round out this composition with? Already, MKOI boys knowing what they're going to lock in, giving each other high fives and dap ups to give themselves the morale and the confidence they need to clean out a, hopefully for their sake, the first series win of their tournament live so far. MKOI, so counting down the clock, giving themselves as much time as possible to talk over strategy, early lane states and win conditions they want to get for themselves. But it is confirmed, Charlotte and Sakir, the final picks for the composition.
I mean, they needed some healing, right? I mean, Orgren gives himself healing, Charlotte herself gives healing, but over to the side of the Ali and the Yixing, they don't really give any healing over to themselves. So bringing the Sakir in, it sets up the Ali very nicely. It also sets up the World is My Board as well. If you can try and get the Mulberry power in onto your selected target before you wrap around the World is My Board onto it, it makes it a little bit easy to snare them into your board, bringing them into that trap, right? But over to the side of NRX, it's going to be Atix picking up the Jing. So again, another high frame hero like the Shiranui, just having to be trying to track down here. So again, very interesting team comp, very aggressive, can be fruitful, but they got to watch out that the Orgren doesn't get that early game.
Yeah, and I'm definitely surprised that NRX didn't want to go the route of looking for a lot of CC crowd control into the answer of Ogren. But, you know, their response is, we're going to basically burst you. We're going to play aggressive early on and try to outclass you in the map game. They know that just from watching the tape, MKOI have kind of struggled in the early stages of the game when they've been forced to react and respond to strong map plays being made by their opponents. If they are not able to just kind of passively get through the early stages of the game and get to the parts of the team fighting phase where they feel very enabled, then MKOI, and it has been unfortunately the story for them so far this tournament, has been consistently the story for them.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to be kind of like the team that's meant to be sort of like the rising stars, the new blood. They don't want to kind of be like a complete sort of like the opposite of blemish free. It's blemish full record this far within the ranking week. So they want to make sure they're able to try and at least get a series on the board right. Maybe try and adapt a better macro game, because that's where they definitely suffer within their gameplay. But if we look at this like draft right now, obviously they don't have the Loong. Loong has been taken, well, wasn't taken off the cards in terms of the ban. It was still on the cards, but they've decided to go with the Ali first. Leo Lee looking like he wants to try and go for this pick first rather than the Loong, because they can try and fall back onto that in game 2.
We're on to the Gorge for game 1 of our final series on the stream between MKOI and NRX. Already RÜYA using the mobility of the Mai, just getting intel and moving very fastly forward into the river. We'll see that there was 3 members fighting for control of the mid wave from the side of MKOI.
Yeah, good dodge there from RÜYA, right? I mean, if he got hit by the Mulberry Power, it would be then that Leo Lee could go in and try and do a bit of damage onto the Mai Shiranui, which would be pretty fatal in the early part of the game. But here we can see that Void is just trying to proc the passive of the Chano, trying to get a bit of damage into the brush now, but he's able to clear the minion wave pretty fast down to the bot side for NRX.
Yeah, that was a nice chunk of damage onto Lily's health bar right there. Will be forced to take the relic once it spawns off cooldown. NRX still maintaining pressure, now rotating Demon's Zhongfei over. And now we're starting to see standard lanes here. The 2v2 proceeding as normal. Top lane proceeding as normal between both of these clash laners here. And for my RÜYA actually making a feint towards the top side, seeing if he can take a dive.
Yeah, I mean, 2v1 dive here could be crucial. A lot of damage from the Mai Shiranui as well. A lot of damage just from one singular poke. That's a lot of damage onto the Charlotte. Gotta be careful.
The trap. Oh, catching RÜYA out. MKOI taking a page out of NRX's book with their own vision trap. RÜYA under fire, and Demon Cat in the seared state picks up the execute for first blood.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Demon Cat, just waiting patiently. Like I said, patience definitely pays off with an Honor of Kings. If you just wait for it, the first blood will be yours. But again, it was a good little jest here for MKOI. It gets them in ahead of a lead with the gold. So this is what they need to do, right? Just play very aggressive, invade into the enemy jungle, get some camps off, get those resources, and we could be seeing a good first game here for MKOI, playing a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, and like we said, you know, for MKOI, the stakes are, in terms of trying to get into the S group, it's not available, you know? So, but in some ways, you can say that the pressure has been lifted. It's all about just trying to perform the best you can and trying some things that you wouldn't normally have a chance to do so once the stakes are higher as we get into Survivor Week. So, whereas next RÜYA, the pressure's on them because there is still legitimately a chance to get into the S group. And so, I think for MKOI, they're going to try a lot more things that we haven't seen from them before throughout this week.
Exactly, sometimes that's what it takes, right? Oh, okay, we see a little bit of aggressive playstyle here from Goose on the Sakir, taking a lot of damage from the Spirit Wolves, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. But this is the whole kind of like bait and switch of MKOI strategy, right? They're just going to be making sure that both the Ali and the Sakir are going to be moving kind of like simultaneously, so they don't know which target to actually go for, and it's working right now, especially with the rotations down from the mid lane, thanks to Kento. Putting a lot of pressure into the side lane is definitely where they need to open this up if they want to try and take this game 1.
Game is stabilized after the one vision trap that MKOI sprung onto RÜYA during the rotation. Overlord and Tyrant spawning in the next 30 seconds here. Doesn't seem like either team has shown a strong inclination, but there's a lot of vision posture right now set up by MKOI.
They're just waiting. They're waiting in the cusps of here. Like, they just want to sort of, like, wait in the brush and see what happens. Obviously, they knew that they were going to use a little bit of proc and prod there to see if they could actually get anybody from the brush. Keeping Kentao hidden there is probably a good point as well. Get the mate wave push, get a bit of pressure into the mid lane, open up this neutral objective to hopefully be uncontested for the side of MKOI as we see the Demon Cat is starting the Shadow Tyrant.
Moving out.
Already burning down super fast, and with the ticks rotating to the top side of the map, NRX showing no interest in trying to contest for that first objective of the game, and won't even get a chance to really rip the Overlord either before MKOI have a chance to respond. So far, solid early game for the side of MKOI.
Exactly, it's very formulated, it's very well done. They've got to make sure that they don't allow sort of NRX just to keep farming up, because that's when trouble starts to happen. We do see the lead, as we actually know, was it
Luli?
Very check, but yeah.
Pushing the limits. Let's go.
Very well played there by Leo getting the kill onto Demon. That's 2 kills up to the side of MKOI. It does actually still put them in the lead for the gold. But like I was saying there before, that was all popping up, is if they let NRX just farm up like the Atix on the Jing, like RÜYA on the Mai Shiranui, that's when it starts to become troublesome, right? Because that's when the damage starts to come through.
Lamb, do my eyes deceive me? We see an early T1 prioritized and taken by MKOI in the mid lane of all lanes. This is early snowball pressure from the side of MKOI, a team that we've really only come to know them in the first few days of the tournament as being a passive team trying to wait and scale for the team fighting phase. This is MKOI evolving and already showing a lot more proactivity in the first few minutes.
Exactly. A lesson's never too late, especially when it's in the ranking week, right? Like, this is where your lessons should be learned, and it's just how you adapt them.
Goose trying to find a knock-up engage for the rest of MKOI to collapse as they were making their approach fast. But NRX able to equalize numbers here. Demon Cat looking for a quick steal of the Jur buff. Uh-oh. Unbridled Outburst already used a lot of CC, and now MKOI, have they stepped too far forward? The world is my board from Kentao tries to control the battlefield here, and here comes the damage. The reinforcements from MKOI. Demon Cat at least able to equalize before he eventually falls, but Luli on the Arlie, just making sure that he can keep his distance and finally finish off a Tix. It's a big triple kill for the farm laner of MKOI.
Huge triple kill, but that was all set up from a not so good Unbridled Outburst. Yes, we saw he was trying to catch out the Arlie, but Arlie fainted out of there. That shouldn't be your prioritized target, right? Arlie can get out within a moment's notice, but my gosh, MKOI with this replay. Look at that. The Carousel comes through, saves it. The Unbridled Outburst committed way too early, as well as the Mirror Domain, because we see the Atix is trying to feint out, do a lot of damage, but this is where Mwaji comes in. He then finishes off shop, and then it is Leo Lee claiming a triple kill towards the end here on top of Atix.
Just playing and dancing around the Parasol so stellarly from the side of MKOI's farm laner, just ensuring that he could always bait in NRX carries and threats just to the ends of his limits. And now, suddenly, this Arlie is super accelerated.
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely where they want to make sure they maintain the pressure, right? Arlie, level 10. We have Chano that's level 9. They want to make sure they don't let this lead slip, because as soon as Arlie gets killed and goes back to base, that's where we know that Void is going to make the most out of that opportunity. But right now, Mwaji in here.
2v3 in the mid lane. Demon Cat just ensuring that there is no pressure equalized by NRX in the mid T1, whereas MKOI able to overload on the top side of the map, getting T1 on the Clash lane. This opens up an easy Overlord secure for the side of Movistar Koi, and suddenly the representatives of North America, the team that qualified through the NA Open Series, being able to clean house on them and struggle through our first few days of the ranking week, starting to show big signs of life, as now a 3v2 dive in the bot side. Mwaji making it look easy against Void.
Making it look easy. Mwaji, right? I mean, there's definitely like alliteration going on there. Make it easy, Mwaji coming through, but we are seeing a bit of pressure up to the top side of the map. But it is Knight trying to take the T1 into the Clash lane, trying to pay back a little bit of dividends from the side of NRX. But yes, great plays here by overall by MKOI. They just need to make sure they don't let them get themselves a little bit too sort of like overcommitted or a little bit sort of like unlevel-headed. Is that exactly the case? But I want to point out again, Demon once more missed the Unbridled Outburst. It was on point, but it was a CC immunity that came from Mwaji. He timed that to perfection.
Now MKOI find themselves off the back of these multiple tower takes. They've taken every single T1 in every single lane. It has now given them a 3,000 gold lead. Not something that continue or guarantees game over for the side of NRX, but it is the biggest lead that MKOI has had in a game so far in the Major West.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a stark difference. It is day and night. It's as if like the team's like, oh, we're actually in an international competition right now. Awesome. Let's activate. And that's exactly what they're doing so far within this game 1 against NRX. They just need to make sure they maintain it, maintain a draft like this going into potentially game 2. But right now, it's still very early. T2 into the mid lane, still up. I do like Goose playing on this Sakia. He's playing it very proactive.
Trying to find multiple engage. Oh, the flash through Quantra right to the wall, looking for a crucial pick onto Luli's Arlie, and that just seals the deal for NRX to be able to find such a huge pickup onto the star carry for MKOI.
Yeah, Knight meant business, right? He caught two of the most slippiest heroes into the Truth Mantra and able to come out on top of it as well. Obviously, he did lose his life. That was a 2-1 trade, but overall, it's going to be a great trade for NRX because they can take the T1 down into the farm lane and actually defend that T2 up at the clash lane as well. So maintaining that side lane is going to be crucial for them. Knight is actually going to collapse in onto the minion wave.
And now NRX are just trying to rip this Shadow Terror before the response comes out from MKOI. World is my board. Keeps a couple members in place, but Demon Cat under the fire pops up with Conductor of Souls, gets a lot of health back. Here comes Waji, tries to turn the tides, and now Luli being able to surprise the rest of the members of NRX. MKOI, with their farm laner back from the grave, makes them pay.
Waji going in there with a fantastic double kill. Definitely what they needed to get back into this game, right? This is the point for NRX, is trying to defend this high ground turret. Can they do it? I mean, they are behind by 4k gold. They aren't going to be able to do it. It is Zhongfei with Dharma against the world. The Unbridled Light Burst catches 2, but it's not going to be enough.
MKOI not going to push their luck, though. They got what they came for in the high ground turret in the mid lane. They can continue leveraging pressure across the bot side of the map, taking the tier 2. They'll be able to yoink away the blue buff, and they still have 2 neutral objectives they can always play for. Get a chance to maybe redeploy, heal up some health bars off camps. Shadow Tyrant yoinked away by MKOI. For the side of NA Blam, I know that the fans of this team are just so relieved to see some life out of this squad.
Oh, absolutely. They'll be reinvigorated, right? They were like, they lost hope at certain points. I mean, we were all hoping for them, rooting for them with the being new blood into the esports scene, wanting to create a bit of a history for their esports career. And now with pride on the line, it's changed them into a bit of a different beast.
Red buff. I don't even know who stole it or secured it for the side of NRX. Looks like Six got it, but now the fight continues on the top side, making the dive happen into the tier 2, and NRX are just losing ground ever so quickly. MKOI continuing to leverage the pressure. Another execute from Demon Cat on the Demon, and now it's just only Ryuga left to defend the base, but I don't think it's going to happen. 1v4 I've seen never happen before. MKOI, they're going to push it into the Crystal, and ladies and gentlemen, MKOI, for the first time, 1-0 on the series. This could be MKOI making their first series win happen.
What a comeback. I mean, that's their quickest quickest game to date, I believe. 12 minutes, and especially being a victory in 12 minutes. Like, the first time they actually got a win on the board was when they played against Virtus.pro, and I believe that literally went all the way to around about 19-minute mark. So again, shaving 7 minutes off their first victory within the ranking week. But now they are back with a feistiness that they've clearly learned from VP in that last series. So once more, MKOI are here to prove that they are going to be going into the survival week fighting.
That's right. It's games like this where you can prove to yourself as a relatively new squad of relatively new individuals to the world of Honor Kings Esports, and, you know, to my knowledge, Blam, just new to esports competitive in general. A lot of these players just being able to rank up high on the solo queue ladder, proving that they have the skills and the mechanics, what it takes. It just came down to the team coordination and just being able to have to practice and get the reps in, playing against some of the best teams in the Major West League. And now a lot of that evolution has really come to fruition, being able to pull off such a dominantly clean, executed map game early on in the series.
And I just want to say once more, stats don't lie. Chano first game.
I love how that's the focus. Blam is just like, I told you guys, Chano, first game lock in, and don't do it.
Not only BP and MKOI here for pride, I'm here for pride over my stats. I find them very good to learn from. So again, when I get it right, I'm going to rub it in. But let's look at the post-game analytics from MKOI here. So again, Demon Cat being an absolute demon. Honestly, pinpointing on who is going to be MVP, I really feel like it's either going to be Demon Cat or Leoli. But like I was saying though, Goose on the Sakia playing so proactive in this game 1 was huge. And I have to give mention to Mwaji as well. He did get a double kill at some point. He was the turning point with that team fight down by the Tyrant as well. Honestly, the boys did good.
Yeah, Leoli stepping up big time on the Arlie here. Obviously, it has been a power pick in the tournament for a reason. Up until today, it has had a very dominant win rate as well as the highest draft presence rate we have had across any other hero in the game so far. And it's just nice to see. It's so relieving and, as you called it, reinvigorating to see that life being shown in this squad that all of the NA fans were hopeful to see, being able to sweep through their qualifier so convincingly. It was definitely a tough 3 days of competition, seeing this team struggle and not be able to, close out any series wins other than the 1-game win against Virtus.pro. But now they are on the cusp of netting their first series win.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, resilience builds character, and it definitely builds you within the esports scene as a player as well, because any player that who lacks resilience would take all these L's from day 1, day 2, day 3, and just be like, you know what, guys, let's just ride it out. Day 4, let's maintain the L's. But no, Leoli stepped up to the plate and was like, bro, hold my drink. I'm getting a 715 KDA here. I'm going to do 32% of the damage, 15% of the damage taken. He was able to duck, dive, dip, dive, and dodge those unbridled outbursts by the side of NRX. So I do have to give props over to MVP Leoli here.
He's holding up that L because he just gave an L over the next RÜYA. Ooh.
I'm telling you, that L is for Chano game 1. Chano game 1 win rate. L.
Oh, I hope you never let that go. The farther we go into the tournament, even if we get the last call and you start bringing the stats into talking with our fellow colleagues over on the Major East League, I'm curious to see how the channel stats are looking over there. But as we take a look through the highlight package, just masterful play by Leoli on the Arlie, being able to use the parasols to just constantly bait the sign of the next RÜYA in, playing on the edge, always keeping his distance, spacing out any threats from the side of next RÜYA. And it just got to a point where even they got the 1 pick with the really nice flash truth mantra from Knight, he comes back from the grave, Mwaji buys enough time with the world is my board from Kentao as well, and then Leoli comes in for the cleanup.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, credit where credit's due, right? Like, NRX Knight with that double-man crucial crowd control onto Sakia and the Ali was very huge. It definitely put NRX back into the mix, but it just wasn't enough because, like you were saying there, Mwaji came back up, Leoli was back up. The death timer at that point in the game is not very long, and it definitely shows you that there is a correct time to die within Honor of Kings, and there is a wrong time to die within Honor of Kings. Towards the late game is definitely not where you want to be kind of expanding yourself. You want to be making sure that you get the most out of those kills. But we're going to take a quick break so we can compose ourselves to see if MKOI can take 2-0 from NRX.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of
kings, it's an honor showtime. You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've treated my soul down. Follow my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the pad. It's how I'm waiting. Go, live rock and we go. The ain't a river done it back from it's coming down. We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our next game of our final series of the day between MKOI and next RÜYA. And if you tuned out and you are just tuning in now, guys, MKOI have doubled their overall game score, baby. They are now one game away from being able to pick up their first series win. Does it change their standing in the A group? No. However, pause, let me cook. If we can get this evolution from MKOI, it is at the right time being able to set themselves up now as a sleeper opponent that should not be underestimated anymore going into survival week.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I was saying in game one, right? With Pride on the line, you get surprised what happens, but here is the updated global ban pick, right? So Charlotte, Orgren, Yixing, Ali, Sakia, all taken off of the board there. And the same over to the side of NRX. They've expanded a few good picks here. So Zhongfei, Mai Shiranui, Dharma as well. All decent picks come through, but the Jing, not so much. Again, Jing into that team comp wasn't the greatest. A lot of CC, a lot of self-sustaining heals from some of the teammates on the side of MKOI. But again, let's see if NRX can draft a better game 2. Let's see if they will take the Ali off of them, or will they give over the Lung to MKOI again?
See next RÜYA on your screen, heavily debating and discussing with their coach what are going to be the options that they focus on in the draft phase. Obviously, giving over the power picks like Arlie and Ogren normally against most of the teams has not proven successful, but understandably against MKOI, who had yet to win a series, they were willing to take that gambit, that shot in the dark to see, can MKOI actually, win with these power picks on their side? And, surprising all of us, and being able to not just maneuver their way in team fighting fashion that they've always been able to at least show strength in, but just a solid early game. They pulled the first vision trap of the game against NRX, who we kind of dubbed as the team that pulls the vision traps.
Exactly. I mean, we've been telling them this ever since day one, right? Sort the early game out for MKOI, sort out the macro, you'll be onto a winning strategy, right? Like, it's probably not the easiest two things to scrub up because you've got to maintain and get the right draft to have that fantastic early game. But you've also got to have the confidence to know that your team will back you up if you do invade into the enemy jungle. But let's look at the BP for game 2 so far. So the ban out the Ali by MKOI, and NRX are looking to ban out the Dolia again. So NRX won't be able to get the Ali. Will they end up locking in the Lung if MKOI doesn't take it? But what we saw from game 1 is they like to lock in Leo Lee's pick, and then they build the draft around that, because honestly, Leo Lee, MVP of game 1, why would you not give him the prio pick in game 2?
Absolutely. I mean, MKOI being able to put a lot of faith into Leo Lee's ability to carry through these team fights. And it was not just, a triple kill that was handed to him off of a successful positioning and team fight. It was the early aggressive dive that Leo Lee and Goose were able to push against the bot lane duo of NRX, Void and Demon under fire. We saw Leo Lee going way deep and using the power of the Parasols to bring himself back to safety, getting that first blood for himself on, or not first blood, but one of the early kills onto Void's farm lane of choice in the Chano. And now MKOI going back to a staple for Demon Cat, it's the Dune.
Yep, Dune was a part of the draft that got him the win on the board against Virtus.pro as well. So clearly going a bit back to basics here, but it does mean that NRX are able to claim the lung, which is a little bit troublesome here, as well as a Charlotte. Again, this was Mwaji's big pick in game one. Oh, they're going to go for the Mai. Never mind, they're going to potentially lock that in. So in terms of the clash lane here, if Mwaji goes for something like the Dharma maybe, or even potentially like a Lubang to have a solid front line, it could be very interesting here for MKOI, but they're going to lock in the Lady Sun here as well as the Princess Frost. Will we potentially get the Princess Frost and Liang combo come through?
From the stars,
since they're not locking it in the first round, there's a chance for next RÜYA to suss it out and see if they can snipe it away in the second round of bans. As you called out, farm laner and mid laner heroes of choice locked in for MKOI. And now as we see the three-man core for MKOI, what do you want? Obviously the Liang would be a great combo that has, worked really well with Princess Frost. But just in case, Blam, if they're not able to get their hands on Liang, what else are you looking for to round out MKOI's composition?
I mean, if they don't go for a tank up into the clash lane, maybe we look for a tank down into the bot lane, right? Maybe something like the Zhongfei. It all depends on what they're going to draft onto the side of NRX, because they ban out the Liang, so again, that's not going to come through. And NRX are looking like a very strong draft here. Obviously, they've taken the Yixing from game one from MKOI, and then obviously they have the Lung as well. So again, control, damage, burst come through, and then Mai to pick off the backline, right? Especially when you're looking at something like the Princess Frost, maybe trying to Kentao is going to have such a hard job trying to land those frigid prisons onto somebody like the Mai to try and stop that engage. And we're probably going to be seeing like an early Splendor being built here onto the Princess Frost. But overall, I think it's a really good pick. Obviously, Winter's here is very oppressive. If we see NRX try and go and build, pick the Ogryn, we've already got a bit of a counter, right? So if that does come through, we could potentially see a Liang Po down into the support role as well.
MKOI still have some options now that the Liang has been banned away, whereas MKOI trying to limit what kind of junglers Atix could go to since his hero had not been locked in yet. And NRX very well aware that MKOI have yet to lock in another frontline main engager alongside the Dune. The MPO would be great for Goose with the Tremor Smash, so a quick snipe away from Demon and NRX. But as I say that, because they still haven't locked in their pick, they're actually gonna vie for the Motsu instead.
Vibe with the Motsu. Again, this could be a potential setup for the Ogryn, right? I mean, having that Cannon Blast taken away from MKOI because they've exhausted all their bans, it means that the Liang Po does actually able to go over to MKOI, so they are predicting a Ogryn jungle. Will NRX turn this completely on its head? And then it kind of means like, oh, maybe they could have gone for the Zhongfei. Again, a little bit better in terms of landing the Unbridled Outburst. But this time around, they're going to go for the Liang Po, massive Tremor Smash, huge Magma Slam in terms of CC immunity as well. So if you try and see that the Mai tries to come in with a bit of the whatevers, or maybe even the CC from the Cannon Blast or the thing inside the box, that could really suss that out. And then we have Byron that's able to access the back line and has been proven very well so far within day 4 in terms of a win rate.
I love how Kentao is hyping up his team, already like handing out high fives and daps up to everyone on the side of his squad, knowing that how awesome it would be for MKOI to pick up their first series win, to not go winless in series score overall, to end ranking week and set them up. But no way we're getting a fade for Atix.
We're getting the fade from Atix as well. So again, Atix in Season 1 definitely like to prefer to build into those more assassin type junglers. It made sense why he went for the Jing in game 1. Didn't quite work out in that favor. There is a lot of CC onto the side of MKOI's draft though. Like, We have quite a solid front line. We have the Unruly Blade that could actually like try and lock in and knock Fade off of his wall. We have the Winter is here as well, so a great AoE. So potentially it could work if they get a really good lead. They're going to build the Fade into a tankier build because they definitely lack the sufficient front line here and tankiness and the sustain from the side of NRX, whereas the opposite side is true on the side of MKOI. I feel like here as well, maybe a lot of potential and presence down into the farm lane so that we can see that Leo Lee once again gets priority, especially being on the Lady Sun pick. A late game hero needs to get those resources a lot faster than the enemy's Lung.
Yeah. Take a look at these two compositions one last time. This could be our last game of the series if MKOI can continue this momentum after a very surprising dominant game one fashion, or if next RÜYA are going to bring us to a 3-game series with a comeback. We're on to the Gorge for the second game of our final series.
Onto the Gorge for the second game. Is this going to be MKOI's golden hour? Is this their comeback? Is this the reunion tour of MKOI? Is this the reinvigorating of the NA fans? We are yet to see, but right now, in terms of this, it could go either way for me, right? Like, it all depends on how effective Fade and Mayeen will be into these team fights. And if we can get Leo Lee with a few kills on the board before we start to see that Void start stacking up those resources, honestly, we could see a good start for them.
Once again, MKOI doing the same thing they did in the first game where they had all three from Kentao, Leo Lee, and Goose obliterate that first wave, throw him onto the bot side, protecting Leo Lee on the farm lane, but now NRX this time trying to answer back, ensuring that they're not able to get a free camp away. And NRX, not sure if they were able to secure it or not, but the pressure was felt by MKOI.
Yeah, in terms of the gold lead, I would assume so, because they are ahead by about like 100 gold, which would make sense. But now we're saying that Demon Cat is just trying to farm up into the mid lane, right? Just trying to make sure that he gets more resources for himself, because Demon Cat is going to be the front line into these team fights, right? Using the Unruly Blade in there. Obviously, Gale's Benediction is going to make him very tanky, but trying to catch people onto the side of NRX with the Wind Slash and the Knockup is going to be his main point.
Such a powerful and reliable CC combo that you can bring to the table as Dune. And definitely one of the junglers we have recommended to any newer or casual players that are trying to climb the ranks, especially if you are autofilled in the jungle. Meanwhile, some early action onto the bot side. Void getting quite low on HP, is able to retreat to the safety of the tier 1, but already Leo Lee and Goose keeping up the pressure that they were putting down in game 1.
Yeah, putting up the pressure as they are in game 1, they just need to maintain that, right? They can't give NRX the room to breathe. They can't let them get the resources, right? It's slowly starting to show, because obviously they're only 200 ahead, but RÜYA here catching out Leo Lee into the board. Goose runs into it to just be the army of 2 that he can be, but he's not quite level 4 yet, so he does not have the Tremor Smash.
Yeah, thankfully for Leo Lee's case, since Goose walks up, his presence is felt by NRX, and they don't feel confident enough to try and capitalize onto Leo Lee's trapped in that board set up by RÜYA. Waji now on securing the Sprite in the top side thanks to the early priority of this Byron. There'll be a chance for MKOI to see if they can look for an early TP play, look for that fast collapse onto the bot side.
Yeah, hitting Mwaji with the whatevers is Knight. He's got to make sure that he's not taking a lot of damage in the early game. Obviously, Mayeen does not actually offer as much damage as Byron would in that early game. Level 5 as well. We know the force field suppression comes through for Byron also. So I feel like the 1v1s are going to be played a lot more tactically by Knight, especially under his T1 turret.
Game has stabilized so far, but still solid gold lead for the side of MKOI just off of the strength of the rotations and the early scrap that they've been able to find. RÜYA right behind the farm lane duo of Demon and Void, ensuring that Goose and Leo Lee are not able to continue putting up the pressure. Was looking for a What Is My Board, not going to throw it out since Goose and Leo Lee already gave enough respect in space.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, we can see that Demon has the utility. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, flash away from RÜYA. There was a trap there sprung by Kentao and Demon Cat trying to get the CC. Already you saw both ultimates expended by the jungle mid combo of MKOI. Not enough to take out RÜYA, but now the flash is down.
Yeah, Winter is here being exhausted is a little bit of a worrisome. Obviously going into the Tyrant coming up now in about 2 seconds. Unruly Blade, it's too low of a cooldown. It doesn't really matter with that one. But right now they are able to expand, obviously, the flash from both Demon and RÜYA, which could be troublesome for them as they go for this fight.
It's up to Goose to buy space and ensure that they can't get in. A Tix! Oh, he sold it away on the fade, slippery as ever, and he's pole vaulting, jumping onto the walls of all the camps. The flash from the Oli finally locks him down for first blood.
Yeah, I mean, nice rolling raid in there. I mean, it was at the cost of the first Tyrant of the match. That's going to give over a lot of damage over to Void, but they are converting it into the T1 into the mid lane once more. The MKOI MO, the M in MKOI stands for mid. Blade.
Nice.
Before I get attacked by any
destroyed a tower.
Well, it was a flashy steal by a Tix, and as you called out, one of the concerns about expending a Princess Frost ultimate that early, right before the Tyrant, you don't have it to use as a threat to force NRX away from, you know, respecting that space. A Tix was able to just walk in, yoink it. Unfortunately for him and NRX, not able to make a clean getaway, was close to it. But MKOI, off the pressure of eliminating a member off the Gorge, open up the map once again with the tier 1 in the mid lane. And I still want to say that MKOI, even though definitely sucks to not be able to get the first Tyrant and yoinked it away from you, I think MKOI is still in a solid position.
I mean, you got to be punished sometimes, right? We got to be careful, though. I mean, Main there going into the backline onto the dude is not exactly where you want to be. Maybe you're just trying to expand the wind slash a little bit early on, then go in. But for now, we're seeing that the gold lead is definitely in the favor of MKOI. Watch out, though.
Oh, Mowaji putting a lot of damage onto the Tix. Yep. At least he has the health relic. Being able to
health relic,
stay back up.
Able to get this T1 into the Clash lane as well, though. So they're able to get the T1 down into the farm lane for the side of NRX. Obviously, good trade again, but it's not as vital as that T1 into the mid lane. So I feel like if MKOI keep the pressure onto the mid lane, maybe pry open that side lane into the farm lane as well, we could be seeing a very good, fruitful 2-0 here for them, or at least a good lead in the mid lane, in the mid game.
Yep. It's a solid 2,000 gold lead right now for MKOI, not one to really run away with the game at this point. NRX still have ways that they can navigate through the first few minutes. A fight over the red buff, and a Tix is going to be the victim. Mowaji being able to lay down the pain with that hammer. NRX now forced to run away, and Lioli not letting any stragglers go to the wayside. Demon feels the pain and falls next.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a Tremor Smash that was executed there, but just wasn't kind of, it didn't quite hit the pale, right? Like, nobody got knocked up. Maybe just uses a little bit of zoning to kind of squeeze the enemies away from, either towards each other or away from each other. But right now, a 2v1 there, but the HP regen from Mowaji is going to be enough to keep him alive from those barrage of flame pumps.
A Tix fighting over the board camp, forcing the flash out of Mowaji. Now he's in trouble, but he's still got a shield. He's got reinforcements. Isn't enough, though. And Demon Cat now pay for the sins of Mowaji, overextending his welcome. Yes, he does. Suddenly, just like that, NRX take 2 off the Gorge.
Yeah, take 2 off the Gorge. This is probably the nice way to set up these lanes, but right now, MKOI fell, so Mowaji and Deemcat fell, knowing that their lanes were pushed in the mid lane and into the farm lane. So again, they were able to prise open that T1 down into the farm lane, so opening up the Gorge a little bit more for MKOI. Yes, they lost 2, but they got something in return. So again, they're just making things count, which is exactly what they failed to do in day 1, day 2, and day 3.
Yeah. And MKOI still got to be careful, even though that the momentum is clearly still on their side. They're feeling way more confident and being able to execute a lot stronger early game plays and decisive decisions here. Got to still pay respect to NRX, who are not going to shy away from challenging you, as now NRX able to at least equalize some of the turrets on the map here. Still 3-2 in favor of MKOI, fighting for pressure and positioning in the red quadrant. World is my board already expended, keeping them trapped here. A Tix commits, but just does not get enough damage. Lioli making him pay the price for overextending, and Demon Cat able to follow up on the RÜYA. Here comes Void trying to reposition with the infinite vastness, finds an assassination on the Lioli, but now it's a 1v4, and this Lung is not long for the world. MKOI picking up 3.
Not long for the world, though, but NRX Knight actually did a very good power play there. He obviously pushed the mid lane so that they, even when they did come out on top of that trade with a 3v1, they had no minion wave into the mid lane to push any further. So again, props over to Knight here, playing a good like awareness across the gorge. But honestly, Leoli kind of got a little bit excited. He was in the Crimson Golem camp, and then all of a sudden I thought Fade had him, but no, he had Fade. But at that point, with the Infinite Vastness coming back on top of Leoli, he had no way to roll in Raid out of there because he used it to get away from Fade. So at that point, NRX knew, let's go for Leoli. Because at that as well, that's where all the damage is going to come from MKOI. A lot of the damage from MKOI is Leoli.
And if NRX are able to shut down that farm laner in these later stages of the game, and Void is still undeterred from being able to just pump damage onto this Loom. I mean, we've seen plenty of games in this tournament so far where a Loom can single-handedly just wipe a team. Now, MKOI still have the gold lead on their side. Nearly 3,000, they still have momentum, and they're going to continue layering down the pain and the pressure on the top side quadrant, creating space. Infinite Vastness forced out of Void just to run away. Has to accept the fact that a Tix already fell. Knight will be the next one on the table. And look at Demon Cat on the Dune, just setting up the dives, being able to take up turrets, and the rest of MKOI can just pick up the pieces one after another. 4 bite the dust from NRX, and now MKOI are laying into the base.
Yeah, huge 4-0 trade there for MKOI. I mean, it's literally RÜYA left standing. Can he use the taking liberties to take out the minion wave? It doesn't look like it. It's going to be MKOI taking the series.
MKOI have done it, baby. They will not go winless in the ranking week. They pull off their first series win of the Kings Major West League, and you can see how relieved. Look at the pop-off from Ken Tal. He is so happy, so exhilarated, and he's just like, come on, guys, we should be more excited about this. And he's just living in the moment. I love that positive energy from the mid laner.
Very positive energy. He's like, guys, we did it. We finally did it. I'm pretty sure I even read his lips correctly saying, we did it. We did it. We finally did it. So going into the survival week, they finally get a win on the board. So again, a very positive spin here for MKOI, who didn't have the greatest 3 days of the 4 that we've had. And then finally getting a dub on the board against NRX, who actually beat VP. So honestly, MKOI with this new strategy need to just basically formulate this, work on this, and then come back stronger next week.
And I think this is going to give all the other teams in that A group something to look out for. You know, they can't just rest on the laurels of looking at the tape from the first 3 days of MKOI. They got to study this last series extensively. They got to see, you know, was it something that MKOI ate for breakfast? Did they sleep on the right side of the bed this time? Or was it just the fact that they have now really adapted their map play and being able to play much more decisive early game strategies and really have leveled up their competition?
Clearly the heat in Malaysia is kind of finally like, oh, you know what, guys, we've warmed up to this, we've climatized a little bit. I feel like we can actually play now. We're not all claggy and sweaty. But yeah, overall, I feel like their drafts was really well played. Looking at it with Fade going into 3 tanks is kind of like a little bit of a mismatch here, honestly. The Orgrim probably would have been a little bit better. How much better it would have been, I'm not too sure, but it definitely would have played a little bit better than Fade. Obviously, Fade, Atix definitely had some highlights within that. Obviously, the crucial kill theft onto the Tyrant. We saw a kill onto Leoli, but other than that, it was very sort of low impact thanks to the CC on the overall team and tanks. But looking at the KDA there, you're seeing quite a few kills, obviously going over to Demon Cat once more. Mwaji, again, playing a very aggressive clash lane, using the flash at the right time. Dash from the Byron, knock up huge. And then in terms of the overall damage, it's very much kind of like persistent across the whole board other than Liampo. Again, Goose doesn't need to do the damage. He just needs to take the damage, just like Dude. But 31k, 33k, 33k, 27k. So again, even if they took one of the team off the side of MKOI, they were able to still lay down the smackdown with either Dune, Princess Frost with the Winter is Here by the Frigid Prison, or even Waji with the Byron. So well played to MKOI here, and we're seeing that gold graph once more, not ever flirting in the favor of NRX.
Yeah, not even after the Tyrant steal by a Tix on the Fade gave them an advantage or a window back in the game, because MKOI are like, all right, cool. You know what? You got us. You got the Tyrant, but you know what? Your jungler's off the gorge for the next few seconds. You have no one strong enough to defend a full 4-man push into the mid-tier 1. That helps pry open the game and start the domino effect of being able to just successfully take these outer tier 1s one after another. The early pressure from Muwaji on the Byron, being able to leverage that into the second tier 1. And just like that, Blam, you know, we talked about it before, how important it is to get those first T1s off the map as fast as possible. And who do we see for the MVP? It is Leoli, back-to-back MVP performances on the farm lane.
No wonder he was speechless at the end there. He was just like, oh, guys, I've probably got like 2 MVP performances back-to-back when I've gone from having none at all. So Leoli definitely playing dividends here onto the farm lane. Definitely a well-adjusted change that was needed as well. Didn't even need his Lung, right? Lung was the last hero he played into the farm lane where he actually got a dub, and he didn't even need him this time around. He's like, guys, give me Ali, give me a Lady Sun, just protect the heck out of me, make sure I'm positioning correctly, punish me if I'm out of place. And we can see here on the highlights that he only really got caught off once, which is where we saw Fade. No, actually, it wasn't Fade, it was Void, who actually used the infinite fastness to get back on top of him because Fade already got the rolling raid off of him, as we can probably see here. So as we see, he goes into the pit here in a moment, into the red Crimson Golem. Is this the moment? I feel like, no, this is later in the game, I believe. Yeah, later in the game. It's here. Yeah, there we go. Atix goes in, he rolling raids out. We see the infinite vastness come through in a minute. He then readjusts, comes back down, Flaming Palms, completely obliterates Leoli, and then obviously the rest of Employ just like, you know what, you're taking Leoli off us, we're going to take you from your team.
Yeah, and even though Leoli still had the flash, I think Employ were just saying to themselves, oh, okay, Void is really willing to give his life just to trade, you know, farm lane for farm lane. Fine, I'm going to maintain my flash because that's going to be a lot more useful if I need to survive against a more coordinated assault from the side of NRX, the next fight that we go to. And I think it's definitely well rewarded there, the patience to keep that common skill available, and just knowing that, well, you know what? He's going into 1v5 just to kill me, guys. So you know what? You guys should be able to clean him up afterwards. And he was correct.
He was correct, absolutely. I mean, the damage coming from the Dune as well. Demon Cat absolutely did a great pick there. Got prioritizing the Dune rather than prioritizing the Lung, which could have gone over to the side of NRX, and we would have been seeing a little bit of a different story there. But no, very well played by MKOI. Finally getting the series on the board for them. Sometimes it's a little bit too late, but at the same time, they're still in the competition. They've just now got to get to the top of the leaderboard in Group A to survive even further.
Yeah, there's only one slot that allows you to escape from Group A at the end of Survival Week into the knockout stage against the other 3 teams from Group S. And with the conclusion of this series, no matter what happens in the off-stream series with Twisted Minds and next RÜYA, we know who is going to Group S and we know who's going to Group A. We will get a chance to show the final group standings in just a moment for you all. But OG at the top of the standings, undefeated in series score, undefeated in game score, still the top dogs to beat in this tournament so far. We'll have to see once we get to the knockout stage if anyone can hold a candle to them. We know that Twisted Minds was the closest, being able to bring them to the longest game that OGF ever had to play out, you know, almost to the point of the Tempest Dragon spawning, but still not enough to bring them down.
Not enough to bring them down, but like we said, honestly, unbeatable streak within the West League. OG Esports definitely the top dog this time around within this one, and honestly, Twisted Minds probably take most of the West, most of the East League as well. So West is the
Blam, I feel like you have a message for a certain caster over on the Major East League. You know, any more thoughts?
No words, just.
Sheesh. Holler. Yeah, this is Blam. You know, laying down the smack. We'll have to see, you know, how everything, you know, plays out. Obviously, we still have Survival Week to play for. We have knockout stage and the finals for both the leagues before we get to the last call, the very match that we are alluding to on who will take the final seed that qualifies them to the KWC. And finally, we get a chance to look at the final results from today's matches. It was a clean sweep from 9ZG, opening up against Virtus.pro, and then even though it was a sweep from OG, it definitely wasn't the easiest series from them. Twisted Minds definitely putting up a strong fight, but still victorious for our top undefeated team in the league. And then, of course, our last 2 series, of probably most exciting one in the 2-1 victory from Virtus.pro, being able to make a huge comeback against AYLO Gaming after dropping the first game. And then, of course, our final series, the big one for NA fans all over, MKOI getting their first series win against next RÜYA.
I mean, today's been pretty much a great day, right? I mean, we had the kind of like the finals preview potentially between Twisted Minds against OG Esports. BP taking an L to begin with, making sure that 9ZG gets to that third place within Group S. And then obviously NA finally getting a dub on the board. It is 4 days too late, but still, it doesn't matter. That's a dub. I'm not going to take it away from you. You guys enjoy that whilst you can. But looking at here is the current week rankings. As you can see, it is going to be OG Esports at top, Twisted Minds at the bottom with no longer a blemish-free record, and then NZG in third place. So Group S on your left, Group A on your right. That's where the hardest match is going to be going into next week, because one of those teams have to get all the way to the top to make it into the knockout stage.
And that concludes our broadcast, not only just for today, but for the overall week. We're going to be off for a few days, Blam, as we get ready for our first day of the survival week coming in back on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be an exciting time. A lot of the games focused on the abilities for the teams in Group A to try and fight their way through as we transition from best of 3s to best of 5s.
Exactly, that's where the actual test is going to be, right? But 24th of April, it's going to be Twisted Minds going up against NZG, AYLO Gaming against NRX, and then Twisted against OG Esports once more.
Oh, baby!
Best of 3 is going to make that one a best of 5, sorry, is going to make that a huge banger. But yes, that is going to be something you have to wait for. Just a little bit of a sweeten around the taste buds there for you guys. I mean, I'm going to be waiting for that one as well. So just like a caster and a viewer, I'm excited.
Yep. All of the teams getting ready as they take the next couple of days, to rest up, to continue, scrimming and leveling up their game and getting ready for those next layers of strategy. But Blam, that concludes our time on the broadcast today. It has been a pleasure casting for you all. My name is Rafa. We got Blam here on the side. Our socials are down right below our camera feeds there if you want to check out any of the content or other things that we are up to on all platforms. We are all pretty much everywhere that you can think of. We'll see you next time in Survival Week.
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly